got to 318, you'd have thought maybe a little bit of confidence at the batting, they would have opted to bat. So I'm a little surprised they decided to field first.
Yeah, good morning, viewers. Good morning, Colin. Yeah, interestingly, Naim Young saying that there was a bit of moisture in the surface that he wanted to exploit with his faster bowlers up front. We see how that goes, but they had a pretty decent game, a decent outing against CCC, where they in the end, they won that game by just about 29 runs. But the Leeward Islands, they would have demolished the Jamaica Scorpions. Put a serious dent in their confidence going forward in this tournament. Kieran Powell had a blistering 80 from just 36 deliveries. So we'd see how he goes this morning.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because you look at the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, their bowling attack. I think it's a pretty useful bowling attack. And this guy, Durham, out of St. Martin, actually he's played for the Netherlands. Picking up 7 wickets there, 7 for 29 from 9.5 overs. So it's not only did he pick up the wickets, you look at his economy rate was absolutely brilliant as well. So I'm looking forward to having a look at him. He's tall, his left arm. We see so many left arm orthodox spinners now, but he's a little different in terms of he's tall, he's coming from a height. So we should see how he goes. Alzari Joseph, of course, he's the danger man. He picked up 2 wickets against the Scorpions, but it was a superb performance. And then this man with the bat, Kieran Powell, got to 80. Now he's opening again with Kofi James. Kofi James, who only got 12 from the first innings. But here's Matthew Ford with the first ball of the game. Well, it's gone through the keeper, and they're going to go through for a bye. Is it Leonardo Julian behind the stumps?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Got to see a calculated leave from Powell. It came back sharply. And we know Matthew Ford early on with the brand new ball. He does get it to move about a bit, inward and outwardly. But the Leeward Islands off and running. A bye it is.
Yeah, so a bye. Interesting, Matthew Ford. I like the look of Matthew Ford. He's got a very unique run-up. He almost jogs on the spot and then breaks into his rhythm. But I like the look of him. He swings the ball both ways. I had a good look at him during the CPL. You know, for a young bowler, he certainly did very, very well. Very strange in one of the games here at the Oval, when Raza was the captain, he didn't bowl a ball. And they lost that game, the only game that I think the St. Kitts Patriots won, St. Kitts Nevis Patriots, and he didn't bowl a ball. But here he goes again with his second delivery of the morning. Again, you see that inward movement.
Yeah, just pitching on a good length and getting it to come back sharply. And Kofi James not making any contact, but there is a one slip in there. 2 deep fielders, a third man and a fine leg. In the inner ring, there's a backward point. Cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a square leg. Just to the left of a square leg umpire.
I like how he starts his run, I must say, where he just jogs on the spot more than anything else. That's a great shot. That's a really good shot. Runs for James. Probably not going to get to the boundary because of the amount of rain we had last night. It was pulled back just maybe inside. They were picking up 3 runs. But that's a good shot.
Yeah.
Half volley.
Yeah, it didn't swing much. That one was pitched up. It didn't do much. And Kofi James just lent on it. A good eye-opener for him. Picking up 3 runs, a vacant cover point area. But for the left-handed Powell now, we see 2 slips being deployed by Captain Naim Young.
Surprisingly, he's gone with 2 slips for Powell and only 1 for James. And I'm just wondering, it's because of to the right-hander, he gets more inward movement rather than getting it away. But to the left-hander, he tends to swing that ball away. And Powell, very attacking, is going to look to go after him. And anytime he pitches that ball up, and if he doesn't get the kind of movement Powell is going to take care of business. But if he does get that ball to swing, the second slip and first slip can come into play. It's a good delivery again. It seemed to have just straightened on Powell.
You know, and
it's good running from James. Oh, Powell wasn't interested in the third. I was about to say good running because James turned looking for the third.
Yeah, he wanted to come back for three. Powell had no thoughts of that. But that one just held its line. So we're seeing that the young man, he's progressed nicely, Colin. He's shown that he can bowl up front with the new ball. He also comes back in the back end. And he's executed his Yorkers, his slow deliveries. It's definitely one for the future. Young Matthew Ford out of Barbados.
I thought that was a little... I didn't think that the shot was there for that pull shot from Powell. I don't think the ball was there. And it seemed to have kept a little bit low. As I said, I don't think there's much moisture in this surface, Carty. I think that... it's going to play true. It's going to be flat, and if batsmen take advantage of the conditions, we can see some big scores here today.
Yeah, most definitely.
So after the first over, 6 for none.
Most definitely. I think we're using the pitch that we used for the first game.
Correct.
Yeah, which is to the one furthest to the right, just. Behind the side screen, that's behind more to the Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand, more to that side. So it definitely looks a good surface, Colin.
Yeah, more to the western side of the pitches, because there's something like 9 pitches here at the Queen's Park Oval, and this one is 7 pitches, and it's more to the western side. And I think that what they're doing is they're doing alternative pitches. Yeah. So on Monday, for example, the next game, they're going to use the other pitch more towards the eastern part of the square. So it's the second over, and it's the man who's replaced Pittman. Well, he's bowled him, is it? Yes, it's gone on to the stumps because he got a little bit of an inside edge, and I didn't see the bail fall. But all of a sudden, the hands went up in the air, and Leeward Islands, they lose their first wicket. Well, that shocked me because Lane coming into the first time into the game, and look at it. It was short, it was lifting, it never really got across and behind the ball. It took the inside edge and it went into the bails. So I was about to say Lane replacing Pittman, and his very first delivery, he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, sure, and what an introduction he can be, Johan Lane. It was a back-of-length delivery. It was rising on Kofi James, and he just seems as though he just flayed the bat at it. Yeah. Got the inside edge, and unlucky for him.
He never got across, did he? He just stood there and left the bat hanging, and it may have just come back in slightly and take the inside edge and went on to the stump. So it's the end of James. He goes bowled by Lane for 3. And it brings Casey Carty into strike. He had a pretty good CPL when he came in to the TKR team.
Yeah, he's out pretty early, Casey Carty. Didn't get much in his first game, but a good early start here, good early blow for the West Indies Academy. That certainly gave them a confidence booster, Colin. And we were saying the wicket looked good for batting, but Lane, bit of extra pace too.
Yeah, a little bit of extra bounce. He's a tall man, isn't he?
Yeah.
So you would expect that from him, but I don't think it was a good shot from Kofi James. He just sort of left the bat hanging. It's either he, get across it or leave it alone. But here's Casey Carty. He's going to face his first delivery. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. This one pitching up to him, and you could see Carty wasn't sure if it was going to come back at him, and it may just have straightened, and he was having a little nibble at it. It's got some good movement and bounce.
Yeah, wide on the crease from Johan Lane. And just getting it to go. We are just at the last minute. Good stuff. 2 slips again for Lane. Third man and deep backward square. 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
It's probably just going to pick up a couple of runs, Carty, to get off the mark. It's a good shot. It's a good time of the ball, is Casey Carty. And when he's on song, you know, he's one for the future as far as I'm concerned. But, you know, he just needs to be a little bit more consistent. When you expect him to make runs, he doesn't.
Yeah. Good touch player. Good
Yeah.
against both pace and spin.
spin.
Yeah. Definitely one for the future. I think this tournament is one where you'd want to amass a healthy amount of runs.
Well, he's 26, so he's still a relatively young man. But you have to think, you know, at 26 now, you know, you need to be scoring consistently. You need to start to hold your hand up now. I think his potential period has passed.
Yeah.
You know, we've been saying he's got a lot of potential, but I think that period is gone now. He needs to start to produce runs.
Yeah, one way to get the attention of the selectors
That's right.
is by scoring hundreds.
Stifled appeal going up as pitching outside the line of the leg stump, and Carty was just having a little bit of a flick at it. Didn't make contact, at least as far as the umpire was concerned, but one or two of the players, including Lane, hand went up. So that's his first bad delivery, really. Lost his line there. Ooh, naughty. Carty was having a go at that one. He's got to settle down because this guy's bowling well. Lane is bowling well. Once he pitches that ball outside that off stump in that corridor, he's getting a little bounce. He's getting some movement, and that was not a good shot from Carty. Could have easily have got the edge.
Yeah, again wide on the crease and just getting a bit of lift as well. He's a tall guy. He's gonna get a bit of bounce.
But there was no movement by Carty. He just stood there. Well, here he leaves this one. So the end of a wicket taken over from Johan Lane, coming into the team, replacing Pittman. He's come into this team here today. And as I said, he's replaced Kelvin Pittman. And his very first delivery got the wicket of Kofi James. And after 2 overs, it's 9 for 1.
Good start from the West Indies Academy. Early wicket. Casey Carty. And Powell now with a bit of a rebuilding job to do. As we've said, it's a very good day. The sun is out in all its glory. Lovely day to bat. Here's Matthew Ford again.
Yeah, well, a lot is going to be dependent on Powell. He seems to, especially with the form he has, getting that 18 not out in the first game.
He has some confidence, Colin, but it's a different situation. This one, of course, they have to set a target.
That's right. He got to pace himself, and especially losing that first wicket as well. He's got to be mindful of that. But he's experienced enough, Powell, to work the ball around, wait for the bad deliveries, put it away. And I think they've got to be very wary. I like the look of Lane so far. His first over was a good over. But they've got to be wary of this guy, Matthew Ford. I have a lot of time for him. I think he's a good bowler. He's got all the attributes.
Yeah. And what is good too is that we see considerable progress from him. He's grown leaps and bounds. He made his way in a couple of franchise tournaments as well. Has some experience.
That's a good shot. Oh, that's brilliant. That's excellent fielding.
It was a good shot, but even better fielding from Wickham.
Yeah, that's Wickham out there. Yeah, at square leg. Brilliant. He saved 4 runs, that's for sure.
Excellent from Kevin Wickham. But he's just getting that ball to tail back at Carty.
Yeah, but he's got to start it. If you're going to do that, he's got to start it further outside that line of the off stump. That's better.
And that one just held its line.
Yeah.
So he has some versatility about him, Matthew Ford. And swing bowling is something that we've not seen much of in the Caribbean. Hakeem Jordan is another one from Barbados who does swing the ball.
I love Matthew Ford's approach. You know, I'm not suggesting any young man should do that, but it's another good delivery. Yeah, I'm not suggesting any young man should do that, but I just love his approach. It's very unique. I can't ever recall seeing a bowler like this, a fast bowler, doing that before he actually goes into his run.
He just seems to jog on the spot and build some momentum
Yes.
to take him forward.
It's almost like he's warming up before he actually goes into bowl. It's well bowled again. That's good. It's a good line. It's a good length. And once he doesn't stray onto that leg side. So the end of the over, the end of the third over, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes having been put into bat, 10 for 1.
Pretty decent going again from the academy bowlers. Disciplined stuff. Johan Lane, he's going to continue.
I think it's the first time he's going to be bowling to Powell. I don't think Powell has faced him. No, Powell hasn't faced him as yet. So it's going to be a little bit different now because he's going to be bowling to the left-hander. So his line to the right-hander was pretty good. It was just on or around that off stump. And let's see how he will go towards this the left-hander now. A 6-3 field, 6 men on the off, 3 on the on. And immediately he starts on that leg side. You don't want to put it on the leg stump.
He has to make an adjustment.
Yeah.
The left-hander now. But interestingly, there's a man back on the deep square leg boundary. So I wonder if a short ball might be on the cards.
Well, I think they've done their homework. Powell tends to pull deliveries on airborne. He likes to go airborne. And I'm just thinking that they may have done their homework and think, well, rather than a fine leg, have the man more square. It's a nice shot, nice pleasant shot. Timing the ball well. But that's better from Lane. It's got to go outside the line of the off stump. You've got 2 slips. Get some bounce. If he can get some bounce and away movement, who knows?
Yeah. Especially with the new ball, you want to be pitching it up and seeing what swing or what seam movement you can get. Good stuff so far. 2 slips is still in place. Backward point, cover, mid-off.
Nothing is wrong with that. That's a little bit wide, and Powell, again, he's realizing that they've lost that early wicket. So he's curbed his natural attacking instincts for now. Because normally Powell would have been going after that delivery because it was wide of the off stump.
I like the fact that Cricket West Indies have choose to continue with the West Indies Academy team.
That's too wide. You could see him. He's trying to get out away movement. Yeah, it's good. I think it's good for the competition. And you've got 8 teams as well. I think it's good too with the CCC, bringing them into the fold.
When you look at the makeup of the West Indies Academy teams, a lot of players who would have represented the West Indies under 19 recently and who may not have gotten a chance in their
Territorial teams,
yeah.
yeah. Oh, well, that's pitched up there, man. That's typical. Powell was pitched up, and he hit it nicely. He hit it sweetly, straight back over the bowler's head. There's nobody in that would be fielding in that position. Let's have a look at it. Hit it straight back over the bowler's head. It was pitched up in his slot, and that's typical Powell, isn't it?
Yeah, good shot on the up as well from Powell. Good place to go straight back. Get value for runs there. Picks up his first boundary, 17 for 1.
Well, again, he's gone a little too wide. You could see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get that ball leaving Powell, but he's starting it at far too wide of the off stump, and Powell is not going to go after that.
Yeah, just too wide. Maybe 4th or 5th stump.
I'm just wondering, Carty, if he should come come around the wicket. Well, Powell didn't get that way he wanted. It came off the middle of the bat, but went straight out towards mid-on. Yeah, I'm just wondering. It's the end of the over, end of over number 4, 17 for 1. The Hurricanes haven't been put into bat. Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe Lane should just experiment a little bit and look to have a couple deliveries around the wicket, as Matthew Ford is doing to the left-hander. If you notice, Ford is bowling over the wicket to Carty, the right-hander, but he's going around the wicket to Powell. I'm just wondering if he thinks should be also doing that. Lane, we see a shot of the Queen's Park Cricket Club, the Brian Lara Pavilion, and the clock is working. It's 20 past 9. Going to pick up an easy single. Once you stray down that leg stump, Carty is again, he's a good player, nice wristy player, and he's just going to work that ball.
Yeah. So allowing it to come on to him. I like the look of Casey Carty. Always impresses me when I see him. Always room for those types of players, Colin.
Yeah,
touch players.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He's a classy looking player, isn't he? Powell's gone straight again. One bounce. So once you put it in his arc, he's going to go after it. There's no doubt. Full of confidence, isn't he? He's the type of player who is he's a confident player once he's batting well, and coming off of that 88 is straight back overhead.
Yeah, again on the up.
Yeah,
and you could see him too. He's demanding a certain amount of confidence when he bats, authority.
Thing is, he scores his runs quickly as well. Ooh, in the air. Wow.
Just short of Bishop at mid-on. It was aerial. And Bishop, maybe it was hit flat as well. But you have to say good effort in the end from Joshua Bishop.
But a good ball from Ford. If you notice, he just pulled his length back slightly, and Powell had to reach for it. And luckily for him, he didn't time it all that well, or it could have ended up straight into the lap of Bishop.
Yeah.
Well, bouncer, Powell is looking at the square leg umpire. After looking at the presiding umpire and getting nothing, he then turned to the square leg umpire, and she also gave nothing. Actually, I thought it was a little bit high.
Yeah.
Nice surprise delivery.
Yeah. Changing it up a bit.
Yeah.
Not being too predictable, Matthew Ford. But now they're just asking the fine leg. He's now going into a bit of a backward square. Yeah.
And that's Powell's shot, isn't he? When he hooks, and he tends to hook in the air.
Couple of changes to the field. The second slip comes out. He's gone into cover. But just seems as though that the swing has gone out.
Yeah.
Not seeing much swing.
Not much movement.
Yeah.
And again, you're looking at the pitch. I don't think there's much in it. If they're looking for moisture, I don't think there's very much moisture in this. Lane is getting some bonks because of his height, but certainly there's no devils in this pitch at the moment. As I said, I think it's going to be a good batting track. Oh, he's got it away from fine leg. Another good delivery from Ford. It was short lifting. This time it was more to the body. And Powell just helped it around. Got it away from that short fine leg. Let's have a look. Yep, he took it from right. He was sort of just swinging at it and getting out of the way, but wasn't in control of that shot. So it's the end of over number 5. At the end of it, it's 22 for 1, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah, Powell picking up 2 boundaries in that over. Not in control But he'll take the result nonetheless.
He could have ended up straight into that short fine legs hand. But, as you rightly said, the scoreboard says 4 runs. So you look at the scoreboard and you look at Powell, he's on 17. And so Lane is going to continue from that Branlar Pavilion end. And Carty, who is on 3 from 10 deliveries.
It usually takes a little bit to get going, Casey Carty, but once he gets into rhythm.
That's a good shot. That's too short. That's going to run away, no doubt about it. It's too short, and it gave him the width as well. And you don't bowl that to a player of the ability of Carty.
Yeah, just too short. And nicely played. They got it in the gap. And away for 4. So he gets his first boundary, Casey Carty. That'll give him some confidence as well. Still 2 slips for Lane.
That's a good bit of fielding. Didn't seem to time it all that well. Carty came off more the bottom part of the bat. Because when he when he times the ball, it comes off the bat sweetly. But you could see it more coming off the bottom of the bat. Now, with those couple of shots, they've taken out the second slip and they're putting him into more of a cover point.
Yeah.
So he's tried to get a little closer to the off stump and he's lost his line. Because those first 2 deliveries was just wide of the off stump and he saw Carty going after him. So here you could see him trying to get it a little closer to that, getting a little closer to the off stump, but in so doing, lost his line.
Yeah, overcompensated.
Yeah.
A ring of fielders on the offside now, backward pointer, cover point, cover and the mid off.
That's a little too wide. Not wide enough to be called a wide, but certainly wide enough that Carty couldn't get around in time and did the right thing, allowed it to go through. Because sometimes you reach for those deliveries and you get the outside edge.
Yeah.
But Lane has done well. He's been struck for a couple boundaries, but in general, it's bowled well. Yorker length delivery, that's a good run. As Carty played it, he called immediately for the run. And that's good running.
Yeah, excellent running. Good response from Powell, too. And this is what Carty's going to do early on. He's going to pick up those singles. He's going to hit those gaps. So far, so good. 32 for 1. And now, for Powell, is there no? Wickham was heading to second slip, and at the last moment, Naim Young is choosing to send him to mid wicket,
which is a good move. I don't think the ball is swinging all that much for 2 slips. Yeah, it was Powell looking to pull a delivery that wasn't all that short, and in the end he played it well. Yeah, I don't think there's not much swing in it for 2 slips, Carty. Maybe it's a good move. Take out that second slip and put him towards mid-wicket.
Yeah. Powell tends to play in the air in that area as well.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's away from the man at point. It was short enough, and Powell hit it hard. And luckily for him, it was just to the right of the point position and went down to the boundary. But that's the thing. When you hit those deliveries with the kind of power, once you get the gap or you hit it away from the fieldsman, then it's going to run away for 4. So Powell moves up what? He's on to 17 now. And it's 30. Sorry, the partnership is worth 30. But it's 36 for 1 after 6 overs.
Yeah, Powell dealing in boundaries. I think it's what? It's His fourth boundary for the morning.
Yep, 21 from 19 now. And the current run rate that's going at 6. There may very well be a change in bowling. It looks like Matthew Ford is going to come out of the attack.
Yeah, it looks
After
like we're
3
going to be
overs
seeing
for 15.
spin.
Yeah.
Ashmead Nedd, it looks to be.
So much so for moisture in the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought, as I said, this pitch is a good pitch. It's, there's no, when I checked it, when I looked at it, and I mean, I didn't go and put my hands on it, but it didn't look as if there was any moisture. And I was talking to Sheikh Amanu as well, the groundsman, and I said, does this pitch have moisture in it? He said, no. He said to me, no, there's no moisture.
Maybe the academy would fancy their chances chasing this evening.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, they got 300 odd in the 318 in their first game, so why not?
Yeah. So it's going to be Ashmead Nedd, left arm spin, introduced early on. There's a slip there. And 2 deep fielders inside of this first power play. A man out at deep mid wicket and the other at long on.
Yes, the left arm orthodox spinner just angling it into what's that? Was that lane at short fine leg? I think he was not sure who he threw that ball to, but it ended up at down to mid on or long on.
And gave away an extra run.
You could see Carty. What is good about Carty is you could see him looking for the runs. He's looking to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, he's a busy player.
Not just looking for the boundaries, is he? Nedd angling that delivery into him. He's got to be careful because he's got nobody at a deep backward square leg. He's got a deep mid wicket and he's got a long on. Those are the two fieldsmen out at the moment. But he's got nobody backward of square. If he's going to be angling that ball into the right hander, he's got to be careful. That's much better.
Yeah.
Giving a little bit of air as well.
Yeah, that's where he wants to be. Ashmead Nedd. And he too may not have gotten a chance in the Guyana's team, so he gets an opportunity here with the West Indies Academy.
That's another good delivery. Quicker delivery. So he's mixing up his deliveries at the moment, is Nedd. 38 for 1. So the Leeward Islands settling down now after losing that early wicket. So the end of over number 7, Ashmead Nedd. He's completed his first over for 2 runs. And after 7 overs, it's 38 for 1.
So it looks to be a double
Ruskin
change.
Mark always gets me in trouble, you know. He sees the back of the booth here and getting me into real trouble as per usual. So, another change in bowling.
Yeah, double change.
Yeah.
Kevin Wickham,
Off spinner.
leg spinner.
Is he? Leg spinner?
Yeah. Bit of a utility player.
I thought he was
Kevin
more.
Wickham.
I thought he was more of an offie, an off spinner. But I'm going to have a look at him. If you're telling me Carty is a leg spinner,
Yeah.
let me look and see what he's doing.
Maybe he's bowling leg breaks and off breaks, because he does bowl leg breaks. He does wicket keep as well.
It's a true all-rounder.
Yeah, real utility player. Maybe he's going to bowl off breaks to the left-hander and leg breaks to the right-hander.
Okay, Kadir, I hear you.
Nice.
So he's not giving the ball any ace, so they're just pushing it through at the moment.
Nice ring of fielders on the offside. Slip, backward point, cover.
Quicker delivery, but far too wide. And signal a wide by the umpire. But could see him trying a quicker delivery. Lost his line totally.
Yeah.
He's got a long off, so give it some air. Runs for Powell, just a single. This brings the right-handed Carty into strike. So let's see if he's gonna bowl a leggy now.
See how the field changes for the right-handed
right-hander, yeah.
Carty.
So Carty's gone over the wicket to the right-hander. I'd like to see him giving that ball a little bit more air. At the moment, he's pushing it through.
Difficult thing too for a spinner to be bowling the power play with just two fielders back. So
Well, he was looking to square drive that, didn't make contact. The end of the over number 8. And the Hurricanes, they are 40 for 1. Powell is 22 not out. Carty is on 10 not out. Kofi James, bowled by Lane for 3. That's the man out at the moment. And so I'm going to take my leave, Kadir. And it seems the two fast bowlers are getting ready. Ruskin Mark and Rad Emirates. So they're going to be taking up duties as we take our leave with the Hurricanes on 40 for 1. As Nedd is going to continue. As the left-handed Powell is going to strike. Good morning, Rad. How are you this morning? So, nice and sunny conditions.
Good morning, Colin. Good morning to our viewers. I'm fine. Hope all is well with you as well. As Nedd continues from the commentary end. He has a long on and a deep mid-wicket. Bowling to Karen Powell. Already seen the 4th bowler in the 9th over of the innings. Powell clips that down to long one. It's good run in here by Powell and Carty. Picking up 2 runs.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I think we're seeing a bit of an improvement. We still have ways to go. But I think you could see teams making a deliberate effort to, one, rotate strike, to kind of limit the dot balls. And, of course, the running between the wickets is like an emphasis now in this tournament so far.
I think one of the main contributors to that is the bonus points for dot balls. For least dot balls, there's a bonus point for that as well. Percentages of dot balls. So, good initiative by the Cricket West Indies. Hopefully, it can see a lot of improvement in a lot of teams with the percentage of dot ball.
Down the wicket he comes, and that's very well played again by Powell. Just coming to the pitch and stroking it nicely for another boundary.
Powell seems to continue his good form from 2 days ago. Got an exciting 85 not out against Jamaica.
Hurried here a little bit, but again, that's decent bowling by Nedd. Now, Nedd is another one of those cricketers that, I mean, he came onto the scene through the youth team program, and now this is the time for the step-up part. This is where we have to kind of bridge that gap between youth cricket and the senior level.
He had a few stints in CPL. He's been around the Guyana team. He was a net bowler in IPL for, I think, was Bangalore. So he has the experience. He's someone who should be looking to play for West Indies in the near future. He's been around for a while now. He's still young, yes, but he's been there for a while. I think he's just got off the radar for a bit, but he's back on now.
Again, and that's where the most players, even at the senior level, have problems judging runs. There's that the ball square of the wicket and on the offside and on the onside. This is the end of the over. 9 completed. It's 47 for 1.
Yeah, these two batters at the crease, Carty and Powell, they are good runners. They're quick between the wickets. Carty especially is very, very quick between the wickets. So any runs that he thinks that he can steal, he'll definitely try to steal it.
But I say, I have to again say my congratulations to the folks at the Oval. The Oval looks a picture, although we've had rain about. I think the ground staff continues to do an amazing job of ensuring that the players get every opportunity to play. And even though the edges are still a little bit soggy. There he goes again, just through the hands of the bowler, and certainly an opportunity there that he couldn't haul in. Kevin Wickham would be disappointed with that.
Karen Powell is not going to sit back and try to just nudge the ball around, especially in the power play. Ball is well flighted up and he's trying to go over the top. Not getting it where he wanted to. It's the first time I'm seeing Wickham bowling. I know he's been behind his thumbs. Carty is driving through the covers. Lovely shot here by Casey Carty. Ball is pitched up in the air, but it's wide of the guy at cover and into the boundary for 4. 50 comes up for Leeward Islands. 52 for 1 and 9.1 overs.
Which is not a bad rate at the moment. Of course, you know, everybody's looking to get to that 60-run benchmark. Here he goes again. This time he goes aerial deliberately so, and the result is the same.
Definitely looking at that 60 runs now. 3 balls to get 4 runs. Casey Carty, I'm sure it's in the back of his mind now to try to get that 4 runs within the 10 over mark without losing another wicket. So it's on the cards here now. I think he's bowling to Casey Carty's strengths. He loves going over the cover or through the offside. So you have to try and change the line that he's bowling here now. That's a lot better. That's bowling a lot straighter. Carty drives it down to long 1 run.
And Kevin Wickham doesn't spin the ball that much. And so I suppose that once you could get close to the pitch, you could then determine whether you want to hit it on the ground or hit it in the air. As we've seen already in this over, it would be interesting now to see how Powell approaches these last couple deliveries. Here he is trying to paddle sweep and just trying to deflect it on the onside, and struck on the pad. Leg by. It's the signal, so that inches on the score now to 58.
It's going to be interesting in this last delivery. Oh, what's Casey Carty thinking, if he's going to go for a big shot or if he's just going to try to see it out. Just clips it to mid-wicket, no run. So they didn't get the bonus point, ended up on 58. 58 for 1. Still a good power play, good batting power play. 58 runs, just losing the 1 wicket.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that, and but certainly would have liked to have probably just made sure of the 60, but they can't dwell on that anymore. They now need to try to build here and continue to push on. So we have Nedd, who is going to continue.
I was really surprised this morning to see that Ford, was taken off after 3 overs. Lane as well taken off after 3 overs. I thought, after winning the toss and looking to bowl, you would have tried to use the moisture in the wicket, trying to bowl your fast bowlers as much as possible. Ford is someone who usually swings the ball away from left-handers. There's a left-hander batting. He bowls well to right-handers as well, so I'm surprised that he didn't bowl a lot longer than expected.
Again, he's trying to get after Nedd. Nedd, of course, will be turning into Powell, and so he's obviously thinking you can go with the tide with him. But there is a long on and a deep mid-wicket as well as a deep cover. The mid-on, or the long on is now back to mid-on, just at the edge of the circle. Because now we have the right-handed Carty. And he too is taking the aerial route, but the man out there at that deep mid-wicket position is able to corral it. We saw this a lot yesterday up at the University Riyadh, of the University of West Indies, where a lot of balls looked like they were going to be boundaries, and then they just died when they got close to the edge. So you had to run your runs.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of sand on the outfield here at the Queen's Park Oval. So the ball is not really running, and when it hits, especially when it goes aerial and drops, it's not really bouncing and running through the boundary. It's just bouncing and stopping. The amount of rain it had overnight, it's definitely going to be a slower outfield than normal.
Yep, and batsmen, I suppose, must be wary of that and plan for that in their running, because it's like you have to. I suppose the first thing it shows you have to run the first run, hard, and then you could look to see if you can get the second run. And even if the ball looks like it's going to the boundary, you can't take it for granted that it will get there. So you're more or less committed to running the runs. And I suppose if they do that, well, a lot of the ones we saw yesterday could have been 2s, and even 2s could have been 3s. Nedd again just teasing the batsman outside the off them. Carty trying to get out there.
I'm sure Ruskin this pair, any runs that is on there for offer, they're going to take it, because Carty is someone who steals, as I said, steals all the runs. He's not going to he's not going to sit back and wait for it to happen. He's going to run every run.
Going to have to hurry and just not able to pick up the ball. But again, the end of over number 11, 62 for 1 after 11.
What is also interesting is, having judged from the last game, Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force versus the Woodland Islands Volcanoes, his spin in the middle overs was very, very crucial. So I'm surprised to see 2 spinners operating here. Just they started from the 7th over. I thought they should have used the moisture, whatever moisture there is in the wicket, with the fast bowlers a lot more, and then try to utilize the spinners in the middle overs. Obviously they
have a different plan, a different plan. And that's the thing, most of these teams, they have their ideas and how they want to execute, and they sticking to that in a sense. And they have experienced players as well. Somebody like a Powell, I'm sure, is driving a lot of the decision making. The captain also. but full toss not able to take full advantage of it.
Sure, Powell will be disappointed not putting that full toss away. One guy on the leg side on the boundary. Hit it straight to long on.
That's good fielding, good scrambling stop there.
You expect to see this from the young West Indies A team. You're the youngsters, a lot of youngsters. They expected to throw their bodies around and stop the ones and twos. Oh, this could be a run-out chance here.
Powell was almost overcommitted. Just getting back in time. So that completes another over, another quick one. 64 for 1 at the end of it.
What is good is they're running through their overs very quickly. They're getting through their overs very quickly. You see that they already bowled 12 overs. It's not going to be a problem. The over rate is not going to be a problem like the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They encountered a lot of problems with their over rate. It's very, very slow. I think Darren Bravo will be looking to change that because he'll be the first one that they're going to target.
Yeah, the captain is almost often the one who is lighter in the pocket.
Nedd continues here from the media center end, bowling to Karen Powell.
Again, a little bit of sort of indecision in the running. It's something that I'm sure they will focus on a little bit because you don't want to get a... We saw how a run-out changed the Jamaican innings yesterday.
Yeah.
Totally. This one is in the air. There's a man getting around. And he accepts the catch gleefully. So that is the end of Powell for 33. And it's a good catch taken out in the deep, a good running catch, we'd have to say. He just seemed to get under it, didn't really get the elevation that he wanted. And in the end, he succumbed to a delivery again, the left spinner coming into him. And he succeeded only in picking out Kimani Milius out in the deep, who took a nice, smart running catch.
Yeah, I think Paul will be very disappointed the way he got out here. Trying to hit the ball over mid-wicket, not getting full contact, ball it in the bottom of the bat and straight to the guy running around from deep backward square, or deep square leg. Kimani Milius, he's gone. Powell gone for 33. Good and entertaining innings. I think he should have carried on. There's lots of overs to go. But as the nature of Karen Powell, he always backs himself to score.
It's a well-judged catch as well to the youngster. He had to do some work, but I think the ball had enough elevation, given him enough time to settle under it, and took it in the end. Gore is the new batsman. And this tournament actually highlights we had a lot of talent in the region. And I've always said it, all over the world there is talent. It's how you kind of nurture and develop it and then allow the players to get experience, exposure, and then, kick on. And I suppose that's what this tournament does, especially with the CCC and with the West Indies Academy. It allows some of these youngsters a great opportunity.
Yes, actually a very good initiative by the Cricket West Indies to add these two teams. We've seen a lot more players that we would not have seen if these two teams were not there. So, a lot more opportunities for these youngsters to showcase their talent. Gore.
And immediately Nedd, not spinning the ball much. He's just, I suppose the line is going to be critical here, is where he starts, and because the angle is probably what is going to be his biggest asset now. He just seemed to be angling. It's almost like he's bowling a series of arm balls.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to try to flight the ball as much. He's just trying to go into the wicket. You've seen a lot of this from the spinners that we've seen so far. Just trying to bowl into the wicket.
And just so said, so done. And that one, though, takes an outside edge and it went down. I don't think there was much chance of Clark getting onto that. And that ball just kind of bounced in front of him and just squirted past him down to the third man boundary.
I'm surprised to see Gore batting so early in this lineup. I think he's more of a, well, what I've seen of him is more left-arm orthodox. I think he has played for the United States a couple games. So maybe he's shown a lot of progress in his batting, which I haven't seen. So stroking this one nicely till mid-off. No run.
And again, it's you know, it's how they spend time, and the management team probably is recognizing whatever improvements he's making, or I don't know if they feel that he could do the business now. If they have he's coming with some instructions as to how to approach his batting here, and just a nice cut shot on his part. So far so good. He seems to be very relaxed at the crease, not too fidgety, as they say, and immediately he gets into the act here. He goes to 4, 22 to Carty. It's 68 for 2. So as you could see, the conditions here, it's not rainy, it's just overcast throughout. And the sun is having a real battle here, trying to peep through.
Yeah, it's very humid. Usually at the Queen's Park Oval, with all these stands, there's not much breeze coming through. It's always going to be a little sticky and humid. Happy that we can have cricket here today. Lots of rain overnight. Ground staff has really done an excellent job, as Ruskin said, for us to start on time firstly and have the field in the condition that it is in.
And and that's, I suppose that's the beauty of experience, because this ground staff has been at it for a while, so they know what they're doing. Wickham starts a new over. Down the wicket he goes, and it's good to see him not afraid to use his feet. We had this long running joke about batsmen who like to use their feet. I remember somebody was chipping into Leeward. Now Leeward used to bowl a chinky off break. It used to turn a little bit so, you know. And somebody was chipping down to him. That's another sweet on drive by Carty. And he kept, but Leo used to flight the ball generously, you know. He flighted it, and the batsman came chipping down, bam, cover drive, and he come cover drive. And Leo threw it a little wider, and he came down and he missed. Hey, Leo, he said, youngster, said, don't come down if you can't go back.
Evergreen Leo John.
Yes. And this is good captaincy, because now you're seeing Wickham angling the ball in towards that leg stump. Now he has the deep mid wicket, he has the long one, but he has a shortish straight mid one and a short mid wicket as well, asking the batsman to drive it on the onside and try to pierce that gap there. If anything, it's a little bit unusual that the long one is so straight. I thought he might have been between the two, the straightish mid one, the short mid one, and the mid wicket.
Very, very straight long
Yeah.
on.
But there's no long off, so I don't know if they're trying to compensate there as well. There is a mid-off, but not a long off. But that mid-off comes into play immediately. By the end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 71 for 2, 14 completed. And they're going to have a little bit of a refreshment break. So we'll take a break and come back with more in a short while.
As we're back here at the Queen's Park Oval, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 71 for 2. 14 overs has been completed. He's taking the first water break. Nedd is going to continue from the commentary end. Nedd has had a stint with the Leeward Islands franchise, so he would probably know all of the players better than anyone there out on the field. So I'm guessing that's why he is coming to the attack so early. He's really got the wicket of Powell. He'll be looking to make further inroads into this Leeward Islands team, who has already had a commanding victory against Jamaica in the first game.
And speaking of Jamaica, they've lost 2 on the trot now, and they did look to look on course at one stage, you know, as if they could, but they again, as we talked, that run out just set everything back, and they never really recovered.
Yeah, they were cruising at one point, 130 odd for 3, I think it was, and then run out of Bonner, and then 3 wickets in 1 over. Couldn't recover after that.
I suppose this is why you play you know, at this level, because it allows you to experience situations like these, and then you kind of work through, you know. Down the wicket he comes again. This is good footwork once more from Gore, showing that he's not afraid to come onto that front foot. And the good thing with batsmen who can use their feet, the ones who do it better, the ones who can hold their shape, even if they're on the move, they don't look, you know, as if the head stays still. That's well played in the end. A little bit of a misfield there. Bishop coming across, not able to cut it off.
You see a lot of batsmen in the Caribbean coming down the wicket, and as soon as they come down the wicket, they want to go aerial, you know, rather than, if you're not to the pitch of the ball, just try to stroke it down to long on or long off. And you don't really see that a lot. You know, batters coming down the wicket, using their feet and hitting the ball down the ground.
Which is what happened to Powell there just now. He could have easily stroked that ball down to long on, but he opted to go across it and wasn't to the pitch of it fully, and then it just hit the toe end of the bat, and he skied a catch to mid-wicket. I think yesterday, was it Blackwood? Got out in a similar fashion.
Yeah.
You know, not getting to the pitch and then just holding out. So, and I suppose the selector, because I think we have selectors at all the venues looking at the games and seeing the players and seeing what the teams are doing. So I'm sure they'll have discussions with them or with the management of the teams and tell them about what they're seeing and you know, areas where they could probably improve. And I don't know how unethical people might see it, but if a selector, you know, who is there just looking at both teams, but if he sees a player doing something or doing it in a particular way and he feels he could tell him something that might help him with that, do you think that is a bad thing for him to interject at that point, or should he wait or pass it through the management of the team or whatever? I'm not sure what the protocol is.
I think the selectors should have a good rapport with the players. I mean, he's the guy who's going to select them or not select them.
Right.
So it's okay, I think, to have a personal conversation with the players. I mean, he may or may not ask permission from the management team, but again, he's the selector, so I don't think it's unethical to have a few words with them.
And there's that man at that mid-on straightish, who just couldn't get across to cut that one off. And it tells us a little bit about that same field place. You know, had he been a little bit to his left and the man had long on to his right, that ball probably wouldn't get down the hill at all. And the gap then probably would have been, or the idea would be to try to get the batsman to turn the face of the bat to get it through the gap.
I think with this field set here, he still needs to bowl a lot straight. I think he's bowling just on off stump to Carty.
Where he should be more middle stump.
Middle stump. He has a short mid-wicket, a straightish mid-on, and a long on.
Everything gone like side here.
That's the general area again. The field is well set, and the fielders there, though, just have to be alert and make sure that they don't let the pressure be relieved by a simple little tap through the onside. Milius did well on that occasion. He is again, and this time the fielder does intercept it, so it can't go down the hill.
He definitely has done their homework with Gore. They bowling a lot straighter to Gore than if the plan is to get Carty off strike early and bowl as much balls to Gore, but that's exactly what they're doing, and they've done it successfully in that over.
Nedd has 1 for 22. And of course, we just saw the wicket that he took of Kieran Powell. I'm sure they'll be hoping that he could pick up a couple more. He's young, trying to marshal his troops here, hoping that he could engineer a breakthrough or two. You know, at the World Cup, we were just talking about 400 runs England set by South Africa. And to think that at one stage South Africa were, I won't say in trouble, but they didn't get off to the kind of start that they normally. They lost an early wicket, and I don't think they had Bavuma this match as well. But they were able to. Oh, actually, it was Quinton de Kock who went cheaply.
So there's a change at the bowling at the top end there. Joshua Bishop places Nedd, left arm orthodox. And he starts the same way as Nedd did, fast into the wicket, targeting the legs.
That's a good shot. A little bit up his sleeve, but he placed it well. And that's excellent fielding there. Just coming across and ensuring that it's just the one. Akeem Ogist quickly off the line, off his mark. He was right back on the boundary. But he really attacked the ball. I'm sure Coach Kohli would be happy with what he's seeing from some of these youngsters. This one is in the air, could be out, could be a simple catch, and it's taken. So again, pressure mounting on the batsman, and Gore trying a little, I'm not sure if it's a full sweep, just a little paddle sweep, and he just skied it, and Wickham taking a nice catch running across. He had plenty of time to come across there, and took a fine catch.
Yeah, again, very, very soft dismissal here by Gore. Not what the Leeward Islands were looking for. First over from Bishop. Not first ball is faced from Bishop, actually. And trying to sweep and straight into the hands of his short, fine leg.
So Jamal Hamilton, one of the real live wires in this team. No, I've never been out in the middle with Jamal Hamilton, but he just seems to be like a real fun guy. He just seems like, I suppose he lives for cricket, but he just lives his life, if you know what I mean. He just seems this kind of jovial personality. In the heat of battle, he will probably just crack a joke just to lighten the mood and ease the tension around there. He just seems that kind of character to me.
You're right about that. He's always jovial, always talking. He is the live wire. Talks non-stop for that 50 overs, and guarantee he's going to do that again. For the entire time he's out there, he's going to talk non-stop. It's going to be interesting to see how he attacks this innings here, if he's going to go all out or just try to rotate.
I think that his intentions are very clear. Business as usual.
He is attacking by nature.
Yes. And he's played some useful hands. He's bailed out the Leeward Islands time and again. And I think they might need him here again. They might need him to play another one of those robust innings of his.
Can you remember him against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force a couple years ago, right here at the Queen's Park Oval, semi-final game where Leeward Islands looked done and dusted, and
dead and buried.
He got a couple chances. I also remember he got a couple chances, and he made them pay for that couple chances, taking away the game from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He's another one who always looks for every single run.
Yeah, he's a fit character. And if I'm not mistaken, in that game, I think he might have been nursing an injury or something. But he stuck it out, and that is the end of the over. And a successful one of that. It's 80 for 3. You know, I wanted to ask you this. How do the players arrive at the numbers that they wear? Do they all choose their numbers?
Stop it, Matt.
So at regional level, they do choose their numbers. International level, the numbers are given to you. And some of them keep the numbers that they're given at international level. And well, at least for West Indies, I know they
try to keep it consistent.
Yeah.
You ball, big man. Nice it, nice it.
But at regional cricket, they tend to choose, either keep the numbers.
That's another good shot inside out. It's a big chase down there, but I don't think he's going to get there. In fact, he can't get there. That's an excellent shot indeed for a boundary.
Yeah, again, he's bowling too wide to Casey Carty, that's the third time he is hitting him over cover boundary. Looks like he likes to see Casey hit those balls.
Inside out. Went across that one slightly there, Carty. Seemed to be dipping on him, and he just seemed to rush the shot at the last moment. But it's good, sensible batting. At least they're trying to rotate the strike without taking too many risks. And as you said, if you pitch it up outside the off stump, and there's that big inviting gap there, all he has to do is aim for extra cover. And because the men out is at long off and at point. So he has a lot of acreage to work with out there. Here he is again. That's a good shot. That one is going to run very close. It's going to run very close to the boundary, and eventually it gets there. And a valiant effort in the end, trying to overhaul it there, Auguste, but not able to do so. And that's 4 more to Hamilton. So he is settling into his groove quickly.
Again, just a lot of width outside off stump here from Wickham. Not bowling to the field. He's been very, very wayward. Very inconsistent here from Wickham. I think that might be the end of him from that end. Hopefully we can see one of the faster bowlers coming on from that end. Only 6 overs of seam we've seen for this morning.
Again, they hustle the first one. They think about the second. And but again, good fielding out in the deep there, attacking the ball and then releasing it quickly.
Good aggressive running here by these two. Good, excellent feeling from the West Indies A team. Good cricket all round.
A little bit of turn there, a little bit of shape away from Hamilton. Bishop has a sort of a quick action. That left hand comes over very quickly.
Yeah, he's getting some purchase from the wicket here. He's not really, as you say, his arm comes around so fast. He's not using his non-bowling arm as much. It's just up and over.
They're going to go for a quick one here, and he picked it up, but then he released it. So a chance of the run out there, attacking the ball. There was Clark, but he just couldn't hold on to it. They're going to go again. Clark gets a second bite at the cherry, and he does the same thing. So I think he just needs to concentrate on doing one thing, which is to accept the ball first and then think about effecting the run out. But he just seems to be trying to do both of them at the same time, and in the end, he's not doing either one.
You always think with guys who run like this between the wicket, you always think that you have opportunity for a run out. So I'm sure West Indies think that there's an opportunity for a run out.
It's a good shot, a little bit on the back foot here. They're going to go for the second one. There is a bubble, and again, they decide against it. Hamilton trying his best to upset the plan, but they decide to stick to the one run. That ends the over. The end of it is 93 for 3.
Well, I thought that might have been the end of Wickham, but he's continuing from the Players' Pavilion end. He's about 6 overs for 27. Not a bad spell.
And he has a wicket. Oh, this he was the one who took the catch a short while ago, and here is a bad miss. And the Bishop, who was bowling a short while ago.
Sloppy feeling here from Bishop.
Yeah, just need to stay in the game. Here, Leandro Julian through the stump mic. That's well played by Carty. You go for one quickly. He wants a second one, but Hamilton not interested.
See a change in feel for Hamilton. The short mid wicket comes to backward point.
And again, the line is going to be different for him as opposed to Carty. And immediately you could see him going back into that short mid-wicket position. Nandu. Gonna have to hurry, and they do. And I got good cricket all round. Bishop this time picked it up nicely. He couldn't effect the run out at the bowler's end, but he at least tidied up on his error from before. So it's not a bad exchange for them. Hopefully he can keep it up. That's a great shot. That's going to go for 4. Not much he could do about that out there in the deep. He's just really chasing after it, ready to retrieve it. That's a brilliant shot from Hamilton.
Good looking shot from Hamilton. I think he's offered the width and he's obliged straight through cover for 4. I don't think this is the line that he wants to be bowling on this wicket. I think he needs to bowl straight, same as what he's doing to Casey Carty.
That brings up the 100 in the process. $101 for 3. So that completes the over. It remains at 101 for 3 after 20 overs. Kadeem has rejoined us, and Kadeem, you would be happy to know that South Africa, after posting 399, setting England 400 to win, have the English, 78 for 6 or something like that?
Yeah, it's all going downhill for England. And this would be their third loss in 4 games. Meanwhile, a nice little partnership here building between Casey Carty and Jamal Hamilton. Partnership already yielding some 23. Quick time.
There's a ball coming in, just might have been hitting the inside edge onto the pad. Again, that kind of whippy arm action there from Bishop. The ball kind of comes out of his hand very quickly. It's almost like it's over his head. You don't see it sometimes, so you have to keep your eyes on it closely. That one is struck him in front. He's out LBW. Again, just not getting to the pitch and then trying to go across the ball. And that's beautifully bowled by Bishop. He picks up his second wicket, and that is the end of Carty for 37.
What a huge blow here for the West Indies Academy. Tossed up nicely, and Carty just looking to break the wrist to work it on the onside. Misses completely, and he has to go leg before for 37. Leeward Islands now 101 for 4.
That's good bowling again from Bishop, and this is a big wicket for them because Carty was shaping very well, and it means now the pressure is shifted on to Hamilton. While he may want to continue to play his natural game, he may also have to consider it's 50 overs that they have to face, and that may cause him to just be a little more circumspect, at least for a while.
Yeah, Carty would be disappointed. He's got a start. It's looking good. He was looking positive. Bishop again striking. Joshua Bishop, a type of bowler that you think he's just going to spear it in. And I think what we've seen recently is that he's just holding back some of his deliveries, giving a bit more air. Bearing fruit for him. Justin Greaves, the new batter. So we're into the all-rounders now. Ruskin.
Well, most teams are packing their squads with players who can do a bit of both, bowl a little, bat a bit, so it's not too unexpected. And I think we're seeing, although we might be seeing sort of out-and-out fast bowlers, a lot of those fast bowlers are showing that they can bat a bit, or even some of the spinners are showing they can bat a bit. And just yesterday we saw Royal put on a shoe.
Yeah.
Bowl well, but then he also came back with the bat and he probably gave Barbados a scare. Just the sheer power.
He's a big guy.
Yep.
Definitely can give it a whack.
I think he hit 1 4 and like 6 sixes. He was just hitting the ball out of the ground. And didn't matter. Spinner, fast bowler, didn't matter to him.
Same dose.
Yep. Again, he is pitching up Bishop right on target there. And Hamilton having to be watchful on that occasion. It's the end of the over. And at the end of the over, it's 102 for 4.
Yeah, successful over with Joshua Bishop. Look at the scorecard. Couple of starts in there. 33 for Powell, 37 for Carty. But again, through these middle overs, and if you could pick up wickets through these middle overs, Ruskin, it could really set you up nicely as a bowling team in the back end.
Did you ever have that opportunity to work the scoreboard at all?
Manual scoreboard?
Yeah.
It's
Remember
hard
the
work.
big scoreboard we had here for years? I think the students at QRC used to handle that. First, it's hot in there. That's the first thing. It is hot in there. And you have to concentrate all the time. Back comes the fast bowlers now, trying to get through these overs. That's the other consideration that Young has to look at. He can't just rely on his spinners. So Naeem Young is doing the honors himself.
Yeah, just the 6 overs prior to this from the seamers. Maybe feels as though he has an opportunity to pick another wicket or 2 here. Make further inroads into this Leeward Islands batting.
That has to be the object here. If you keep taking wickets, it means you're pushing them further and further, away from their goal. And their goal might be from here, thinking 250, possibly even more. And now you're trying to limit them as much as possible. And the best way to do that is to keep taking wickets.
Yeah.
I mean, good accurate bowling helps, but if you can take wickets in addition to that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But it's been good, disciplined stuff on the part of the West Indies Academy bowlers. I mean, there have been a few bad deliveries here and there, but for the large part of it, it's been good, tight bowling.
And to show you how much interest there is in this particular group and this squad of players for the academy, the West Indies coach is in charge. They are the ones in charge of, the coaches are the ones in charge of this group. So they've taken on that mantle to ensure that these youngsters get the right information, and I suppose they're encouraged and they're challenged on the field as well as off the field.
Yeah, it's a concerted progress path that I think they're trying to adopt, and they see these players as the ones that could go on.
That's a good shot.
Senior team.
Yep. And it just shows you that there is like a shift in emphasis and focus up from the West Indies Cricket Board. And I would imagine they will probably try to spread it throughout the regional boards as well, as to how they feel, the game, how the game should be played, and which is what we're seeing now with some of the rule changes that we have in this tournament. And because it could be that the coaches have said, look, this is where we want to go, this is what we want to be doing, as a delivery kept a little bit low, and the Graves really playing over that one. That brings the over to an end. At the end of it, it remains 104 for 4.
Yeah, I think that's the discussions that they would have had, those fruitful discussions as to where they want to be and what sort of measures they want to take to get there. And the bonus points system too that has been employed for this season, Ruskin. I think it's a good initiative.
It's a deliberate, because what they're trying to do is get a desired outcome from it all.
Yeah.
And that's pitched up nicely, and Hamilton is going to get a second run. But yeah, you're right, because the more everybody, once they get buy-in, and players who are playing this for the first time now under these rules, and they realize how it could benefit their teams, I suppose they want more of it, and we'll see what happens in 2 or 3 years from now.
Yeah, they've identified a number of areas that are of concern. The dot balls through the middle overs, the rotation of strike.
It's been that way for years.
Yeah.
We've spoken about that as commentators ad nauseum, and it just continued, So now they're asking the players, incentivizing, that part of it. Another quick single. Can they get a second? They're going for it. They're going to have to hurry. The return not as strong as was needed there. And the batsmen are comfortably back for a second run. Good running.
Yeah, well, good weighted shot as well. Yuan Lane on the mid-wicket boundary had to come in quite a bit. Good positive running from Greaves and Hamilton. That's what they're going to get from Hamilton. He's going to run hard. Fierce competitor.
And he's going to give you lyrics as well. There are players like that. No matter what they do, they having success. They're not having success. They're in your air right through.
Almost like a bee buzzing that they're just trying to get off of you.
And you have to learn how to drown it out. And that's why these kind of experiences are so good for these youngsters. They learn how to block out the noise, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Don't let it throw you off your game, no matter what they say.
Naim Young, his captaincy has been very good so far. Seen him attacking with that slip. He's looking for wickets.
Just a little bit offline there, and conceding a run at the very death there. 109 for 4, or 110 rather for 4 at the end of over number 23.
Justin Greaves came into this Leeward Islands team through the franchise system, been drafted. So this is his first season here. Previously represented the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Of course, he is from Barbados.
Mm-hmm.
He gets another opportunity.
And that's the other thing too, and I think that's one of the pluses for franchise cricket. A lot of these players tend to play with different teams over time, and they kind of get an appreciation for different dressing rooms. Because, you know, if you're in Trinidad and you're only in the Trinidad and Tobago dressing room, there's a particular culture. But then imagine you have to now go away and, you know, assimilate into maybe the Windward Islands, the Leewards, Jamaica, whatever it may be. So it's a different culture, different feel that you have, a different vibe in those dressing rooms. It makes you a better player, a better person as well. There's a wide delivery way outside. Graves was trying his best to reach it and couldn't.
Not called wide though.
Yeah, because I think it came back in when it passed the sun, so that might have convinced the umpire. Plus the bat was kind of over the ball when he made his stretch to reach it.
He sort of had a reach for that one, Graves. Young getting away with one there.
We saw a lot of runs scored in this region in that game at UE yesterday, where both teams were just nudging the ball and picking up easy singles down to third man. Now, I suppose the conventional thinking is you rather concede the single than the boundary, but it was just so obvious how many runs were scored, almost 3 and 4 and over at one time. That's the only shot that was being played.
Yeah.
And that too has been a testament to the quality of the bowling as well. The bowlers were very consistent. You have to admire the Barbados bowling attack. It's a really strong attack. They have quality. I mean, they had like about 7 or 8 bowlers that they could rely on.
Yeah.
To come at you, and you know, spin and pace.
Yeah, a lot of variety.
Yep, they're well equipped.
Yeah.
They have left arm, of course, Drakes, and they certainly have a good attack. That's a good shot. Again, he's going to have to hurry, and he does. The return hits the stump, but I think he was safely in, Graves. Good cricket.
It's almost as though he played it and started running immediately. Was on the move and kept going forward. Good quick single. But they allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle in this phase of the innings, Ruskin, and it might be a chance to just get another fielder inside the 30-yard circle, just to kind of plug another gap.
I think a lot of captains just use the 4 because they're allowed the 4. This one goes right through the legs of keeper Julian. Probably an awkward bounce in front of him, but you would think with the pads on he might maybe be capable of stopping that 9 out of 10 times.
You have to put the pads together and just act as a block. I think it's a skill in itself.
And that's the part of the game that I think people want to see, is that These simple errors, you kind of minimize those, or you cut them out entirely, if you can. I know it's like this time he is again trying to get to the ball quickly, and actually kicked it away from his grasp just as he was trying to pick it up. And what looked like a chance at a run out was missed because he basically gave the batsman the opportunity to complete the run. So one more to the score, pushes it now to 115 for 4 after 24. Forward, North for 15, Lane, 1 for 20, 1 for 22 to Nedd. And this man, Bishop, has picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 14 so far.
He's been miserly. 4 overs, 2 for 14. Terrific response from him. So now, Ruskin, I'm just seeing 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. There's a sweeper, there's a long off, and a deep mid wicket. So they're using that extra man inside the 30-yard circle now. Of course, there is a slip.
Gonna have to hurry here, and he does. It's a good pickup and a return. And I think they were just asking more in hope there. Excellent cricket. Ford attacking the ball, picking it up, and rifling a return to Julian. But the single was very well judged in the end.
Yeah. Good response from Hamilton too. He was going to the... In fact, it seemed as though both ends were the danger end because Ford went to the striker's end. So we'd see now if the field stays the same. In fact, no. Mid-on has dropped it long on.
And that man at mid-wicket is coming a lot closer now. He's more or less in a crouch catching position, almost mid-pitch.
Another easy single. Hamilton playing low risk cricket here. It's gone up to 19. In fact, 18.
So it's an area that they're having good success in. They're not taking too many risks. They're just pushing it into the gap and running. And as we talk about rotation of strike, you're seeing it being done to perfection here.
Yeah.
So another over completed by Bishop. His 5th, 2 for 17 at the end of it, and it's 119 now for 4 after 25 overs.
So the halfway stage, 119 for 4. Going at just about 4.8 to the over. If maybe these two are still batting, maybe by the 35th over, could be thinking about 250. Projected score is 238 at this rate.
That could be achievable, because the wicket isn't it's not doing all that much. The bowlers are doing a good job. They just need to be a little more consistent. There just 1 or 2 areas that they bowl 4 good balls and then the line changes, or the batsman changes and then you bowl the same line to a different batsman, and it kind of throws off everything because then you just leak a run or 2 or a boundary. So it's just those little things that once they're able to cut out of the game, that make life a little more difficult. Another good shot and excellent pickup once again from the young man Ford, Matthew Ford, just sprinting across to his right, nice and smooth and elegant, threatening to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end.
We're going to see him come back a bit later on in the innings, where we'd see him with those changes of pace. Against the CCC, they were just not able to pick him in the back end with those slow deliveries, Yorkers. Executed to perfection. Here's another easy single down to third man. I think right there is where Young could probably just get the third man inside the circle, just something different. Bit of a release shot.
Yeah, it is a release valve for most teams, most batsmen. They utilize that. Like I said, I'm seeing that more and more with these teams, and it just seems as if captains are a little bit reluctant. Is there bees on the field? Because a lot of the players have gone down. And
Hamilton is laying low. And the umpire, she's standing tall. She's not. No, there she goes.
so they're probably coming across the field. So
Have you ever had to do that, Ruskin?
no.
During a cricket match?
I mean, you've sometimes flies and things bother you, but I've never had a whole swarm of bees come across the ground and force everybody to, or most persons anyway, to have to take cover. What I've encountered, and this is something that we tend to take for granted in Trinidad and Tobago a lot, and I suppose in the Caribbean by extension, is we play in the rain a lot. And lightning and thing, and you're still playing in the rain. You're playing football, whatever it is, in the rain. When I went to the university in the States, the minute just the first crack was just the grumble of thunder. Everybody indoors.
Inside.
They didn't. That is something that they take very serious. The reason being, as well, is one day I think we were in North Carolina, and there was lightning, and you actually saw the lightning strike a tree and like cut it in half, and the tree just fell off. Half of the tree fell off like that. So when you see that, you realize how, and because it happens so frequently. Because remember, the U.S. is, I always say, this is a strange country, because you could have drought conditions in California, and then you have fires as a result of the dry conditions. You could have snowstorms taking place in New England, all on the same day.
Yeah.
You have beachy weather in Florida, or you could have a hurricane taking place in Florida. It's just it's like a phenomenon that you and in any one day you could experience all 4 seasons. You start off in the morning, it's freezing cold. By the time you get out, it's summer-like conditions. In the afternoon, it's like it's like it's chilly, but it's not as cold as it was in the morning. And it's just it's like a hodgepodge. And then by the time the night comes around, it's like snow, on the ground. It's sticking to the ground. And you just have to learn to just. I tell people, I think I learned to respect the weather forecast a lot more, because you pretty much, it's like you plan your movement based on the weather. So if you're going to put on winter clothing.
Does that same apply for Trinidad?
No.
With the weather forecast?
Well, now I look at the weather, because I suppose probably out of habit as well, and I always advise people about the weather, because I know a lot of people take it for granted. Oh, we in Trinidad is sun and rain, that's it. But we getting rain when we're supposed to have sun, all kind of thing now. That's a good shot, but just a single. So we have the resumption here after that little break for the bees, and play will continue. Leeward Islands ticking along, 120 for 4 now.
Yeah, 4 batters to go. Kieran Powell went caught Milius bowled Nedd for 33. Kofi James was bowled by Johan Lane for 3. Carty was LBW to Bishop for 37. And the last man to go, Karima Gore, caught Wickham bowled Bishop for 9.
There's a chance here. That's a good diving effort there, but just not able to pull it in forward. And he's such a good athlete. He really spread himself there, went goalkeeper style to it. He just couldn't hold it in. And the ball Even the cameraman can't catch up with it. But believe you me, it was a diving stop. He was trying to effect, or at least a catch at short extra cover there, and he just couldn't hold it in.
Brilliant effort from Matthew Ford.
Hamilton just keeps ticking over, and he will take chances. That's the thing about him.
Look at this, Ruskin. Joshua Bishop bowls with his left hand.
And throws with the right.
Yeah, he's throwing in from the boundary with his right hand. Bullet-like throw, too.
Some people are capable of doing that.
Ambidextrous like that?
Yep. Well, some people, for example, Brian Lara bats left-handed but throws exclusively right-handed.
Yeah.
He does nothing by way of throwing with his left hand. And there are a number of players, even let's say Bernard Julian, for example, bowl left-handed but bats right-handed all the time. So you see, you encounter those individuals every so often, and they're very good at what they do. The end of the over, 124 for 4 now, with 26 completed.
Mini partnership building here between Hamilton and Greaves. Hamilton 24, Greaves just came to the crease, he's 10. So far so good for them. Low risk batting, picking up singles here and there, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Meanwhile, Bishop is going to continue. 6th over for him. Persisting with that slip.
He's done well so far. He's kept the batsmen honest, kept them quiet, picked up a couple of wickets when they tried to force the issue. And I think that's as a bowler, that's what you want.
Now 2 fielders in close proximity, just forward of point and backward of point. Young himself has placed him. He's gone to that forward of point. Yeah, just plugging that gap. It's also a sweeper.
Trying to cut off that quick single, that almost that 1-run boundary that they seem to be getting every time they play the ball square the wicket and the offside.
Good work again from Young. Is getting the singles. It's a good hand, but it just kept going away from Naim Young. Couldn't prevent the single. Good running again from Hamilton.
And the thing is, generally, the oval is a good fielding surface. I mean, it looks a little bit stuttered at some parts. That's because of the in-house football tournament that was taking place recently, the 8 side. And so you find some areas on either side of the wicket looks ugly, but it's not as bad as it looks. If you know what I mean. I think they've been able to roll it in quite nicely. There's a nice teaser outside the off stump there, just firing away at it, but not able to make contact. It's the end of the over, 125 for 4 after 27.
Another good over from Bishop, just 1 single in it.
So with the players getting a chance to refresh themselves, we take a quick break just to tell you it's 125 for 4 after 27.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval here, Leeward Islands at the drinks break. 125 for 4 after 27 overs. Started this morning with the West Indies Academy winning the toss and choosing to bowl. It's been a good performance so far from them, picking up 4 wickets. Jamal Hamilton and Justin Greaves, the not-out batters. Ruskin, disciplined stuff from the academy boys.
I'm really impressed with them. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from them. I mean, you have to understand players develop at different stages, you know, but what you're seeing here is a collection of young, talented players who are obviously trying to take that next step in their respective careers.
Yeah. Really, really good initiative on the part of Cricket West Indies. Most of these players we may not have seen for their territorial teams. Look at Leonardo Julian, for example.
Many of them on the youth team, on the West Indies youth team.
Yeah.
Players.
Naim Young is going to continue from the pavilion end.
That's another well-judged single, and this has been a real feature with this little partnership between these two. They've run that first run very, very hard. And in fact, they've put pressure on the fielders on the fielding team, even inside the circle, forcing them to have to be alert.
Yeah, they're swarming in. The fielders in the inner circle. Ground fielding has been excellent though. Catching 2 from the academy team. Been impressed in that aspect.
Yeah, and like I said, over the years, the Oval has been a good fielding surface. It's also been a good footballing surface, by the way. I know the United States never liked the players here at all because the speed at which the ball rolled, they didn't like that pace and the size of the ground. Cutting was in the air, but it was away from the man at that short backward point position there, and it goes for 4 runs.
Yeah, just a little bit of width. And Greaves cutting hard, just past Milius at backward point. Picks up a welcome boundary to go with all those singles previously. Takes the score up now to 130 for 4. Nice partnership building here. It's already 29.
And I'm sure Hamilton would have probably told him, well, you got away with that one. You don't want to risk that too often. Or if you're going to play it, either play it on the ground or play it high in the air. Don't give him a chance.
This time he's again driving away nicely. Picking up 2 more. This time to the right of Milius. Justin Greaves is a well-accomplished batsman, you know, Ruskin. He did make his debut for West Indies as an opening batsman. A series against Ireland, I believe.
And that's the thing. In addition, in the mixtures we see, and a lot of the young players who we see on the academy, on other teams we have players who've, you know, had a game or 2 here at the higher level, didn't make it, and that's a good bumper. That one had him in some trouble there, Greaves. And although he's going to get a run for it, it was less than convincing. It was lined on the off stump, just outside the off stump, and he was trying to pull it and got himself into a little bit of a tangle. It got big on him, and he just he almost cuffed it to a short, fine leg for a single. But it was in the air for a long time, but well away from any of the fielders.
Yeah, good surprise delivery from Young.
Again, they run the first one hard, looking to see if there's any possibility of a second. Something we don't see too much by some of the teams. They tend to jog the first one, and they don't even consider a second. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, 134 for 4.
It seems as though Bishop is going to continue bowled on change so far. 6 overs, 2 for, was it 19? 2 for
Yeah.
19?
No, that was Naeem Young's figures that you're looking here. Bishop is, yeah, he's bowled 2 for 19 as well, I think it is also. Yep.
6 overs, 2 for 19. I like the fact that the slip is still there. Shows that they're looking for that wicket.
He's going and he's going to be caught. It's a simple catch there, that short third man position. And again, Hamilton losing his cool. And it's the same thing that Riyad and I were talking about. He lost his shape there. And he just tried to whack the ball. Didn't really go into it to try to maybe hit it in front of him. He just had a swipe at it. And goes for 27.
Yeah, again, given some air. A little bit wider. Had to go reach it a bit. And in the end, just top edging. And an easy catch for Milius at backward point. Hamilton goes for 27. Leeward Islands 134 for 5 now.
And Bishop picks up another one.
Yeah, you could see him teasing Hamilton there. Hamilton taking that bait. Good bowling from Joshua Bishop. He adds another one, 3 for 19.
And the big fella is coming to join the party.
When you say the big fella,
The big unit is the man, Raheem Cornwall. He's such a crowd favorite, really. And I would imagine a player's favorite too. Everybody's rooting for Raheem Cornwall. I think everybody understands his limitations, but they always are amazed at his potential as well, you know, because the things that he can do, especially with the bat in his hand sometimes, you wonder if today is going to be one of those days.
yeah. Pretty dangerous man to have coming in here at this stage. You know, as you mentioned, Ruskin, you never know which Cornwall you might see. 134 for 5, so half side back in the shed.
Yep, and he's wearing the big number 93 on his back. And that's what I was asking Riyad if they get to pick their own numbers. I suppose the numbers have some kind of significance to each individual,
Yeah.
how it goes. You know, when you look at American football, for example, the numbers that you carry, it correlates to the position that you play.
Yeah.
You know, like most quarterbacks will go like 12 and 7, so like low numbers. Whereas here he is cutting forcefully, but that's a nice stop again. And you know, the linebackers, they will get like in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Tight ends will be like in the 70s and 80s, and then you know, receivers would have like big numbers, 99, and well, even defenders too. But so there's a kind of a pattern to how guys are assigned numbers.
Similar to football, where you see, well, the star player would usually wear 10, striker would wear 9.
Number 10 could be a poison chalice as well, yes. It's a good delivery. Cornwall showing good restraint here.
Good bowling too from Bishop. Just giving it some air.
Not too much here. You don't want him to get under it. And he's off the mark. So a comfortable single, but another successful over for Bishop, as he has 3 for 20 now. It's 135 for 5.
Yeah, another excellent over from left arm spinner Joshua Bishop. Do you think here now, Ruskin? I mean, it's a bit of a toss-up because Bishop is picking up wickets from his end, but maybe Young is gonna bowl his 5th now, none for 19. Maybe he could think about bringing back one of his.
Frontline
Yeah.
seamers. He could, I would imagine, but he's doing a good job. And I think what he just needs to do, because the other side to this, remember, is he's getting overs out of the way, you know, all at the same time. And just as we say that, he bowls a wide down the leg side. But you know, you have to be impressed with the effort of these youngsters.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind the difference between youngsters, say here in Trinidad, and say youngsters in England or maybe in Australia or South Africa, as the case may be. I'll tell you that after this. That's a good shot, and he's going to get a single, trots it. I don't think we're going to see any quick singles like we were seeing earlier, but I won't be surprised if Cornwall tries his luck at that. But I think he knows his limitations, so I don't think he's going to get carried away in any way, form, or fashion. But he may eventually start to swing the bat a little bit more.
That's the dangerous thing.
Cover out in the deep there, so gonna get another. I think every end that Cornwall is going to, they'll probably throw the ball at that end, just to hustle him up a little bit and let him know that they're keeping tabs on him. You know, but that's what I'm saying. When you look at the youngsters, people at the same age as these youngsters here, 18, some 19, some in the early 20s, you know, they have so much more experience of playing, you know, serious cricket at a very high level. You know, they have a lot of exposure. They get a lot of exposure at a very early age. India, you know. I don't know if I could have played a Ranji Trophy playing a Ranji, because sometimes the final goes for days. You know, so one team will bat and make 1 million runs, and the next one will bat and make 500,000. You know, and it's like, whew, you know, there's 1 inning each. I think is it his shades or something, whatever it is he had with him fell off just at the last moment there. And that's the difference with some of these players, because when they burst onto the scenes and then you look at their record, you're amazed. You know, they have 25 centuries as young men. You know, but they're playing so much cricket, and you know they're playing so much cricket at a high level already, and that was one of the great things about playing cricket in England. See, the big fella couldn't get out of the way, and Young testing him there with the short ball. But that's the thing, and when you play in a place like England, for example, especially when you're a pro, if you're a pro even in the minor leagues, it means you're playing every day, and they want you to do everything. You have to bowl, bat, field, even the week you have to coach, do all kind of thing. And when you play like, let's say, county cricket, today you mightn't get wickets, but you might make some runs, and the conditions might dictate that. There he is dabbing this one down to third man for a comfortable single. You know, tomorrow you might go to another place or the next game and you get totally different conditions, and you might have success there. So it balances out. 139 for 5 at the end of over number 30. So 139, Graves is on to 18. Cornwall, who is on 3, is on strike. And it's going to be Bishop who is going to continue. Riyad Emrit is back with us. And Riyad, I would really want to hear your comments on Rakeem Cornwall, in the sense that how much of a challenge is it to play against him? I mean, it's fun to play with him, I know that, but how much of a challenge is it?
Yeah, Ruskin, he's a very, very talented player. You know, everyone jokes about his size, but he's very dangerous. He knows exactly what he's capable of doing. He knows his limitation. He works with his limitation, and he's very good with the bat. He's also good with the ball, and he, if you see him at slip, he really
we've seen him
drops
take
anything
some
at
good
slip.
catches,
Yeah, so he's very talented. You know, it's just his size.
It dominates the conversation more than anything else.
Yeah. He understands exactly what he's capable of doing. He understands what he has to do, what he could do, or what he can do.
That's good bowling from Bishop. Just kind of touching down on that off stump consistently. He does have the swagger of a Viv Richards.
Yeah.
It's a good shot. Again, we've seen some good cricket. It's not overly exciting, and it's not sort of like going at a fast pace, but it's absorbing, to say the least. It's 141 for 5 now at the end of over number 31. So just the 2 runs in that over, a couple singles, and I think Young would be happy with that. Just to not leak too many runs, especially boundaries.
Yeah, and Bishop is running through these overs. He probably bowled that over in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen teams. I think yesterday Jamaica got through theirs very quickly against Barbados. They were on spot by the time the interval came. I think they were right where they needed to be, and I think players have to be, especially captains, have to be so mindful of that now. Akim Ogist is coming into the attack.
West Indies Academy has a lot of options, a lot of bowling options up their sleeve. They've used 3 seamers already. This is the 4th spinner.
Bowling a brisk leg break.
It's not. Haven't really seen any spinner who is trying to flight the ball and spin the ball. Everyone is trying to hit the pitch as hard as possible, bowl as fast as they can.
And I suppose that's the fear of allowing the batsman to get under the balls. So they tend to try to hit it into the pitch hard and quickly. And if it turns, it turns. Even if it doesn't turn, at least he may not be able to get under it and lift you out of the ground.
Yeah, you're not going to see much flighted deliveries to Cornwall here anyway.
So he trots another one. So it's going to be Justin Graves who is facing up to Ogist. That's another quick delivery. Have him hustling, jumping into position to play that one.
He's bowling as quick as any of the seamers that we've seen today.
Yeah, he's quicker than Young. And a little bit of indecision there. Both batsmen were like almost frozen mid-pitch, looking at each other. But you could see Graves thinking this was an easy single. Cornwall, though, wasn't so convinced because there was a fielder not too far away, and Young was lurking in that extra cover position. But all's well that ends well. And another quick delivery and another quick over comes to an end. And at the end of it, 144 for 5. So with 32 of us completed now, and 144 for 5, it means that they still have a fair amount of overs, but half the side is down. I suppose this will be a critical partnership here, as these two, I'm sure, would want to build something together. Can't afford to lose too many wickets now.
Yeah, these two will definitely need to bat close to 40 overs, 40 plus overs. So they have the likes of the skipper who is seeking hit a big a very long ball. So Hayden Walsh is also not a bad batter.
Kofi James, they all seem to like to put bat the ball. And so far, so good for Rakim Cornwall. He hasn't attempted anything injudicious at the moment. He's been pretty much on script, playing each ball on merit, taking the singles. I think he's had 5 singles so far. And this time he's attempting a cut shot and again not able to get it away. Seeing the 3 fielders there in front of him, still thinking that he could get it through. And that really should have been stopped there again by Bishop to his own bowling. You don't want to give away runs at all, but worse yet, you don't want to give it off your own bowling. And he just casually, I mean, he was struck hard by Cornwall, but I don't think he was struck that hard that he couldn't stop it.
Yeah, there's a bit of sloppy feeling from Bishop of his own bowling. This is nicely played through the mid-on region. Cornwall is jogging one, which he usually do.
You know, these games are free to the public, so I'm really hoping that a lot of youngsters, a lot of parents allow their children or bring their children to watch the cricket, because I think they're seeing some good cricket and they're seeing the top regional stars performing as well. Yesterday we had a game, as this over comes to an end, it's 148 for 5. Yesterday we had a game where we had the 3 West Indian captains on display. Craig Brathwaite, the test captain. We had Shea Hope, the one-day captain, the 50-over captain, and we had Powell, Rockman Powell, the T20 captain, all performing on the same field, you know. And a lot of these students at university were walking by, spend a little time watching. Some of them, of course, getting pictures and autographs and what have you with the players. But you know, how often do you get to see something like that, you know, right in your own backyard? So that's why I'm really hoping that a lot of parents see it fit to just bring them and let them watch a little bit of cricket.
But I was hoping to see some of the schools bringing their students out to watch these games. You know, we had a game here Tuesday, we had a game Thursday.
Yeah, we were up at UWE on Friday.
Up at UWE on Friday, so I was hoping to see a lot more school kids in. Hopefully, next week or so, that will happen.
I remember when I was at secondary school, my friends and I used to always try to run down to at least one day, you know, on a Friday maybe. It's another nice delivery. This one was right up in Graves, but we're trying to hit it on the offside. Ended up pulling it a little bit on the onside, but he got a single. So that's the 150 on the board. 150 for 5 now in over number 34 rather. There's a quicker one. That one is going a long way. And over mid-wicket for 6. He tried to pull it down, but it was so short that Rakim Cornwall just swiveled in the wicket and muscled it over mid-wicket for 6.
He needs to be so unsound, Rakim Cornwall. When he hits it, it stays hit. He's very, very good striker of the cricket ball. He's not going to let those deliveries get away. Stroking this one nicely to extra cover, no run. I think that's where he needs the bowl. A lot fuller to Cornwall rather than short. Dead ball by the umpire. This bowler has a towel that fell off, so umpire is called dead ball.
We've seen that quite a bit recently. A lot of players. Well, I suppose because they have to have it because the outfield is so damp. It wasn't called a wide, and it's just an awkward bounce, but the batsman refused to run. So I don't know if Cornwall probably thought it was
expecting a
yeah,
wide.
was expecting it to be a wide. And there is a good delivery, quick coming into him, and he just got some bat on it and was able to survive. So he remains on 9, is it? And actually he's on to 14, Cornwall, 24 to Graves. It wants 56 for 5 now. So, as we see Cornwall coming back into position, Graves had a change of gloves. We could update you that England have been beaten by South Africa. That's a big score. When you see 400 on the board, I don't know how you process that, and figure out how you're going to get those runs. Slightly shorter delivery from Bishop.
They're not just beaten, they're comprehensively beaten. Inside 22 overs, being bowled out for 170, so it's not going to do good for their net run rate as well.
Yeah, it's hard. And when you consider a team like Australia, who played 2 tough games early and lost, but now they have 2 good wins under their belt coming in now. Here's this one in the air. This could be a chance. And it's taken low down, but it's taken in the end. A good bit of fielding again by Ford. And we were talking about how good a fielder, how good an athlete he is. And he probably waited a little bit too long and allowed the ball to come down, but he took it inches from the ground, got his hands under it, and was able to complete the catch in the end. So a fine wicket here, a fine catch and a good wicket. Cornwall goes for 14.
Yeah, not the shot that Cornwall will be looking to play at this moment. Good catch by Ford. I think he misjudged it a bit. He had to dive forward, but he got it in the end.
So that's the end of, that's the 6th wicket to go down, and that's what we were talking about. This is what they didn't want at this point. They want Cornwall to stick around for a while, and because we all know how dangerous he can be. But this young man coming to the wicket is also a handy customer with the bat. Hayden Walsh. Well, what about Joshua Bishop? 4 for 27 so far.
Yeah, it's been very impressive. From first over he bowled, he picked up the wicket, and he just keep getting wickets consistently. 4 for 27 in his 10th over. I think it would have been disappointing for Cornwall there as well. Bishop's last over. He's the main destroyer. He should have been just trying to
Play him out. Yep.
see him out, see out his last over. See who's going to come from this and after.
And I suppose that's part of the process that you hope that players would go through. You have to read the game. You know, you have to have an understanding of what is happening around you, where where your strengths are, what is going to benefit you, what is going to benefit the team, and how you could put pressure on your opponents as well. As it is right now, the pressure is back on the Leeward Islands now. And it's also about putting value on your wicket too. You know, you have to put a hefty price on your wicket.
Yeah, especially with 5 wickets down, you're probably the last recognized batter. Is all the all-rounders to come now, so trying to bat as deep as possible. Justin Greaves is going well on the other end.
And Bishop continues to churn away here, and again a lot of chatter around the bat. Probably trying to get into Walsh's head and maybe have him have a go early. But Walsh is very circumspect, just walks into line and keeps him out. The end of a pretty good spell by this young man, Joshua Bishop. 4 for 27 from his 10 overs. That's 157 for 6.
Yeah, excellent spell by Joshua Bishop. He started well, he ended well. He's been building pressure throughout the innings. He's been picking up wickets consistently throughout the innings. He's probably one of the few bowlers today to get purchased from the wicket. He flighted a lot more than Nedd and Wickham and also Geese. So, well bowled to Joshua Bishop. As you see a change on the players' pavilion end.
Wickham is back on.
Yep.
I wonder how does that wicket now affect the approach of Greaves? Does he maybe try to do the bulk of the scoring himself, or does he allow Walsh to share the load, so to speak?
He has no choice now but to try to bat through the innings. Obviously try to bat as much balls as possible. He has to take most of the strike here now. Having said that, Walsh is not a bad batter as well. He can use the bat. He knows how to bat. He scored a lot of runs for Leeward Islands. Scored some runs for West Indies when he played as well. So
I think the last time we saw him, he was injured. I think he had damaged his shoulder some time ago. He was out of the game for a little bit, but it's good to see him back and playing again. And there is Julian having a quick word with his bowler. It's something he's seeing there from behind the stump.
Bowling.
And that's the other thing, when you have a academy like these, you have a lot of regional captains on the same team. They're going to go for a quick single. That's very well judged, but it's a good delivery too. So you have a lot of leadership out in the squad, out in the middle.
it's good to share information. You know.
I think there was a loud explosion we just heard and in the distance you could see a T&Tech, like a lineman as they call them, probably just touched the wrong wire, and it looked like a transformer or something might have blown there. That was a loud explosion. Players hit the deck. Twice now we've seen that. One was for bees and one was for the explosion. But luckily the gentleman who was there, it seems to be okay. Another quick single. That's good running again. This has been a feature of this inning so far.
as we see the TN Tech linesman, as Ruskin said. Hope he's okay.
Well, he looks okay because he's going back up again. The bucket is going back up. Whatever he's doing is another good delivery, good flight, good generous flight there, and it's one of those triggers he's trying to probably unhinge, if you know what I mean. But that's the end of a pretty decent over, and at the end of it, it's 160 for 6. I don't think he wanted to watch the cricket, so he's working, so I don't want his bosses to feel he's just watching cricket. Maybe he was watching the cricket, why he didn't...
He probably was watching the cricket, that's why he had that explosion.
We're not going to sell him out.
Too late. Too late for that.
He just took his eyes off the ball. But you know, those things could go so wrong. We've seen or read about things like that in the past, you know, so I'm happy that he's okay and he could continue his work. Just as we're looking here, as Nedd is back. So we had one left-arm orthodox spinner giving way to another. What a fine spell from Joshua Bishop. 10 overs, 4 for 27. They would take those figures any day, Riyadh.
Any day, any day.
In any format. In any format of the game, you would take those figures and smile.
Yet again, we see spinners doing well at the Queen's Park Oval. Yannick Caraya got 4 wickets in last game for Red Force. Now another spinner, 4 wickets again.
And we had a 7-wicket haul in their game against the Jamaicans.
Jamaica. Yep.
And yesterday Leacock also put in a good shift as well. And if memory serves me right, I think he too ended up with 4 wickets, 4 for 43. Young Javid Leacock.
Of the 6 wickets to fall here today, 5 has gone to spinners.
He is teasing him outside the off-stump, getting the edge, but it was placed wide of any of the fielders, and another well-judged single. And there goes that man again. Nedd again, bang on target, but that's well played by Graves. He got right back on it, and then using the full depth of the crease, I was able to put it on. There is the lineman once more. Not quite sure if it's a piece of wire. It's one of those, I suppose a TN Tech person would probably best be able to describe it. But I think he got it down eventually.
Nedd is probably trying to close off the over, taking all the slip, putting it to short third man.
Tease him again outside the off stump. Yeah, he's again just running it right across him, but he missed the outside edge, and Hayden Walsh almost fell in the trap. He survived. He's on 2, and at the end of the over, it's 163 for 6.
Good over again here from Nedd. This bowling the balls just outside off stump to the left-hander, not giving him any chance to try to free his arm. Justin Greaves on the other end has looked very, very good. He's looked compact. 29 of 39 deliveries.
And we had look at that. It's building up.
Seems like we're gonna have some Rain shortly.
At some point, when you look at the flags in the distance at the southern end of the ground, they've stretched out. So there is a bit of wind, and that is what probably is blowing the clouds this way. Hopefully it will continue to blow and just blow them
straight
past.
over.
Yep. Blow past the oval. So we have Wickham continuing. Not for 38 so far. He's in his 9th over. I think he would love to get a wicket before he completes his quota. And a nice sweet on drive, and this is good running again. Just the slightest of fumbles there, and they were off and running quickly for this single. Nandu not able to haul it in first time. So one more to Graves. He goes to 30 now. And we've seen the improvisation, and here it is again. We've seen more and more of this now in the game. It's becoming almost commonplace for batsmen to have that in their repertoire.
Yeah, it is. Everyone seems to be playing it now. Even at Test cricket, you see Joe Root. You know, he's one of his most productive shots in Test cricket, reverse sweep. So it's not uncommon to see it.
But how do you set the field for it though? Because you know you have your conventional fields, like in this case they have a like a short fine leg or a short third man, but still he's able to pick up runs. Here they go again, another very well judged single, and Young probably trying to figure out if he should bring one of the fielders in and try to prevent that single, because it's not for the first time that they've been able to just pick off a quick single.
Yeah, it's not really easy to set field to batters who don't really play.
That's a good shot. That's chopped down to a third man. And they'll have to settle for 2. So that completes yet another over. These spinners are getting through their overs quickly. It's 169 for 6 now. 37 completed.
I think if
58 completed, I should say.
If you know someone who plays it regularly, you'll have an idea. You'll want to set a deep point. But if it's someone who doesn't really play it, you would probably ask him to play that, because there's a lot of risk in playing that shot. So
but I suppose now, just as we see players, I suppose practicing, hitting sixes. We see a lot of players go inside out to try to hit a 6.
yeah,
Some go across the way and try to hit 6s over cow corner, over mid wicket, whatever. I suppose the reverse sweep is something that guys actually spend time working on now. They're going to go
chance
quickly,
for a run out.
and they're going to get a second run. No, they won't, because it's backed up nicely again. Milius coming in.
Especially this period of the game, when there's only 4, when you're allowed 4 fielders out, it's difficult to. The only thing you can probably do is have the cover fielder come in a bit squarer. But as you say, guys hit the ball over cover, extra cover easily. So it's a tricky situation.
And I suppose you kind of work out where you pick your poison, if you know what I mean, and try to figure out where you could limit damage as a captain setting fields. After discussion with your bowler, you figure out where's the batsman least likely to score, or more likely to try to score, and then you try to plug those gaps.
I guess as a bowler and as a captain, you want if the batter's hitting hitting the bowlers where you want them to hit them. You know, if they hit it somewhere else, then you know you're probably not bowling the right areas.
Where you don't have fielders.
Well, you don't have fielders, and you can't set field for bad bowling. So, if a batter plays a good shot, he hits the ball over the, say, long on or long off boundary. That's where your fielders are. You would take that. So, if they improvise and play a good shot, so be it.
Not much you could do about that.
Not much you can do about it. And then there's a risk in playing that shot as well. So, you know, high risk, high reward.
And that's what you want. You want batsmen to attempt shots, you know, to kind of go away from what they normally would do, and hope that they make errors or create opportunities to get them out. There's a quick delivery that was hit nicely, but again, the field is so well set that they can only get a single in the process. One by one, though, they're picking up their batsmen. 174 for 6 now. Graves goes up to 34. Walsh is an 8 at the non-strikers end. And that completes the over. So at the end of another Nedd over, 1 for 30 for him. It's 174 for 6 as we have 39 overs completed. And with that, we're going to take a break as the players get some refreshments. We'll be back in a short while.
Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. Again, nice sunny conditions. Even though they were just to the east, there was a few raindrops falling, but they certainly weren't falling on my head. But certainly on my car, they were. But thankfully, it stayed away here from the Queen's Park Oval, as we're just getting ready to resume. 174 for 6, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Justin Graves, he's on 34 from 45 deliveries. A lot will depend on him to get them maybe close to 250 or thereabouts. It's still possible, but they are going at. The projected score would be just about 223. The current run rate is 4.46, as Kevin Wickham is going to continue. He's got none for 44 from his 9 overs. As just looking around at the field, let's just see there's 5 men on the offside. There's a backward point, a square cover, and then there's the extra cover, short, and there's a cover point, a long off, a long on, a mid wicket, a deep backward square leg, well, not backward, he's more forward square leg, but right out on the rope, and then there's a short fine leg. So we have a cover in a catching position as well as that short extra cover. Walsh playing that all along the ground. Good going so far, Kadir, for the academy.
Yeah, steady stuff from them. Discipline all the way through. Picking up wickets at regular intervals.
It's just going to get a single because there is protection out in the deep. What you make of it? Not responsible batting, good bowling. How do you see it?
I think it's a bit of both. A couple of batters got starts but didn't carry on, and maybe it was down to some good bowling and poor shot selection. But Naim Young has been good with his captaincy. He's been proactive. Yeah, he's again doing some good fielding. Chance of the strike bowlers in.
Yep. Can't prevent them from getting the single, but he did well to partially stop it. And they're just picking up a single.
Yeah, spinners has been good.
As you talk about a few of the batsmen getting starts, and it's sometimes you have to wonder, is that a problem with West Indies cricket and batsmen in general, getting to 20, getting to 30, looking good, comfortable, and then getting out?
Yeah. I'm not sure what it's down to. Maybe it's more mental than ability. I'm not sure, but it's something that needs to be sorted out. Powell looked good for 33, and then he just sort of gave it away.
Carty, 37.
Yeah. Carty too.
There's trouble here. Did well in the end. That's a good, well-judged run. I thought there was a little bit of a hesitation on the part of Graves, but he eventually got home.
Yeah, good backing up from Graves. A quick single. At the end of 40, it's 177 for 6.
I like the look of this academy team. I saw them when I say saw them, I watched a lot of the game on television because of the hours. It was a 1 to 9 game. And, they were, what I liked about them was their enthusiasm, their determination, their fight. And it was a good game between themselves and CCC. And you would have thought 318 they would have won in a canter, but CCC fought the game really well. And the academy never panicked. What I liked about them was that they kept going, they kept plugging away. Even though when some partnerships looked threatening, they never dropped their head. It's a nice little unit.
Yeah, I like the look of them too, Colin. And they're well coached as well. Andre Coley, head coach of the academy. Ryan Griffith is in there also. So they're doing some good things with these young cricketers, and we say young cricketers, all of them just below, I would say 23.
Yeah, I think the oldest is in fact 23, who is Joshua Bishop. But and Naim Young himself is 23, but when you look through the rest of the guys, they're all 20, 21, 22. You know, and it says a lot. That's a good hit from Walsh. He's hit it one bounce. He's not going to get 6, but it was right there for him to. What was good about it, he hit it straight. There's a long off and there's a long on, but he was able to, look at that, hitting it straight back over the bowler's head. And we always say, the only guy I've seen feel behind the bowler is Kieran Pollard. But outside of that, you know, you normally have the man at long on and long off. And once you go straight, more you're going to reap the rewards.
Yeah, he bisected them both, and here he is picking up another single. Good smart batting, following up the boundary with a single. Just trying to establish himself, Hayden Walsh. He's gone on to 14 now.
He's gone off the boil a little bit, hasn't he, with his bowling? There was a couple of years ago when you just had to give Hayden Walsh the ball, and somehow he would pick up 3-4 wickets. But he's gone off the boil a little bit. I'm not sure if batsmen around the region have become a little bit more, accustomed to his bowling, because he had come in. Remember, he was in the States for a while, and had come into regional cricket really as an unknown, and with his leg spin. Because again, there are not many. What I'm begging for in West Indies cricket. Yeah, I'm crying out for some leg spinners and some left arm back of the hand spinners. You know, the art of that has gone. You know, when you think back to Trinidad, for example, in the likes of Inshan Ali, and even the deceased Shirvan Prag, who was such a pity when he died in a car crash at the young age of 20, and had such a bright future. You know, there have not been many of them coming around. Well, it's the end of the over. 41 overs have been bowled, and what? It's 182 for 6. Yes, and you know, when the regional team goes abroad to come up against opposition, you find a lot of the times, if the opposition's got a good leg spinner or a good back of the hand spinner, they tend to do well. And even in the CPL, they've come into that and have done well.
Yeah, that's the left arm wrist spinner, the Chinaman. It's something we've not seen for a long time. Dave Mohammed, I remember.
Yeah, I forgot Dave Mohammed, the cell phone man with his boot.
Yeah, Tadpole, as he's
Tadpole.
fondly known.
Yeah, I saw him a few, I think last year or year before. He was at a secondary school's football game. We had gone Maribel to do it, and he was right there. Giving his opinion as usual. You know, he always has something to say. He's not one who will back down from an argument or something like that. Oh, that's a good hit. That's straight back over the bowler's head. It's gone for 6. Well, Johan Lane is into the attack, and he was greeted with an almighty straight drive, you have to say, lofted beautifully for 6. That's a great shot.
Yeah, terrific shot from Walsh Jr. Again, going straight, mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. But that didn't matter, because he got a good piece of it. Got 6 runs. He too now really he's decided that he's going to attack the bowling.
Well, a good partnership so far with 31 from 41 deliveries.
Prompted a field change. Long on now. It's gone back.
That's a good shot. They have to hurry. They're just going to get the single. But Walsh is looking pretty good, pretty solid, isn't he?
Yeah, this is good. Good stuff from Hayden Walsh Jr. Of course, he needs to stay with Justin Graves. Just about 8.4 overs remaining in the innings. So he's got to spend some time. Doesn't want to expose the lower order too soon.
What you reckon is a good score on this? Before the batsman had gone out, I was thinking 250, 270. That's a good shot again. Just going to get a single because there is protection out in the deep. Yeah, I'm wondering now, even if they get to, let's say they're now 189, if they get to 240, 250, that'll be competitive, wouldn't it?
I think maybe 250 from here. But it's going to do some taking.
Yeah, it will.
Colin.
It'll do some. They'll have to. You're talking another 60 runs in what? 8.3 overs. gettable, but this pair, you have to think that this pair and Alzari Joseph to come will have to take the brunt of those, score the brunt of those runs.
Yeah, but you've seen some good positive batting. And the thing is, they're showing that they're looking to put the hammer down, if you like, now. Final phase of the innings.
Well, there's no devils in the pitch. I mean, you're looking at these two. They've got 32-run partnership now, and they're looking pretty comfortable. And Hayden Walsh, who's come in, he's got 23 of those runs.
Surprisingly, we've not seen Matthew Ford yet. Back for his second spell. Just bowled 3 overs up front.
I would think they've got 8 overs left after this. So it means that even if they bring him back now, he will only bowl 7 overs.
Yeah.
You know, and which I'm not too sure if I agree with those tactics. He's one of your better bowlers. He needs to bowl his full quota. But I'm just wondering if maybe he has a slight niggle, some sort of, slight injury. I don't know.
But then when you look at the score, Colin, you see 192 for 6 in the 42nd over. You got to say the supporting cast have done well.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be a wide signal by the umpire. Slower delivery from Lane. He's trying to slow up things and just see, because the ball is coming onto the bat nicely, and Walsh is playing through the line. And I think he was just trying to slow it up a little bit and say to Walsh, well, listen, if you want to hit me, you got to come after me.
I think whatever the Leeward Islands get in the end, they're going to have to do well to defend it, because I'm not seeing this pitch changing much.
It's a good run again. Bad bit of fielding from Lane. He should have stopped it, but it went past him, and from the time it went past him, they went through for the run. So the end of over number 42. It's 193 for 6.
Yeah, whatever they get, Colin, they're going to have to defend that. They're going to have to.
And can you look, their bowling figures, interesting.
Yeah.
At the top, Ford, 3 overs, none for 15.
Yeah, pick up the bowlers, Joshua Bishop with 4 for 27 from his 10. He was miserly. Bowled well, mixed up his pace nicely. Reap the rewards in the end. So Ashmead Nedd is going to continue. 8 overs, 1 for 35. So no Matthew Ford just yet.
Yeah, well, maybe I'm surprised they brought back Lane instead of Ford. Because I was about to say, well, maybe the spinners, they feel the spinners can do the job for them. But then you bring Lane, who is playing his first game before Ford. That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if Ford may be feeling the effects of some sort of niggling injury. He is on the field. Am I correct, Kadir?
Yeah, he's
I'm
at
looking
cover,
around.
and he's going through
he's
a stretching routine.
Yeah, he's at cover.
Yeah.
Nedd has been steady without being spectacular. Full toss. You had to think that Walsh could have done better with that, but he was sort of coming down the track, so couldn't get the full swing of it.
So we now see how the field changes here. They're using their full allotment of 5 fielders on the boundary.
On the boundary, right. And
Deep
there's
backward square, mid wicket, a long on, long off, and a sweeper.
And there's 4 inside the circle. It's a good shot, but again, they're going to come back for the second. Oh, I was going to say they'll have to hurry, and good sense prevailed in the end.
Definitely. I thought 1.
It went quickly out to the man out there. Is that Bishop out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it went quickly to him. He did have to move slightly to his right, but he covered the ground well.
Yeah, he did. Good quick release as well.
Yeah.
So Walsh has gotten to 25 in quick time. Emilius comes around, does the fielding, just a single, but Walsh is showing that he wants to take on this matchup. Left arm spinner, ball coming back into him. Favorable matchup, the left-handed batter.
One time you're on the edge of the circle there, you normally would pick up a single, and it wasn't struck too hard by Graves, more or less just a push drive. So he was able to pick up that easy single. But that's good running. What I like about the pair so far, they're looking for the singles.
Mhm.
You know, they're not just pushing the ball and defending. If they can't get the boundary, they're picking up a single per ball at this over already. 4 runs from the first 5 deliveries. And make that 5 from 6 deliveries at the end of the over. So it's what? 43 overs have now been bowled. It's 199.46. As this pair continue here to pull the Leewards out of a tight spot. Because at one time you may have figured, well, if they get to 200, they would have done well. But now they're just 1 run away from 200, and they still got the 4 wickets intact.
Yeah, just 7 overs to go. So now it looks as though Matthew Ford is he's gonna take up where Johan Lane was operating from, that pavilion end.
And that surprised me, because I would have thought Matthew Ford would have been given the preference instead of Lane. But I don't know. It's sometimes you try something as a captain, and if it doesn't pay, if it doesn't work, you revert back to maybe what you were thinking originally. Because I would have thought that Matthew Ford would have been given the ball in this latter part of the innings before Lane. But he's got the ball now. Let's see what he's going to do.
Immediately he's coming from around the wicket.
I tell you, I really love this guy's run-up. Oh, that's not a bad effort, but he couldn't hold on to it. Looks like Young out there.
It's the captain himself,
Yeah.
Naim Young.
He had to go quickly to his right and was stretching. Let's have a look.
He was hit flat.
Yeah,
He did well to get a hand on it
Yeah.
in the end.
I thought he did really well.
He saved a certain 2. His 200 is up for Leeward Islands. It's 201 for 6. So we look at the deep fielders, Colin. There's a long on, a deep mid wicket.
See, they're sending
Fine leg.
they're sending the short third man right back to the boundary, to third man. I'm a little surprised at that.
Yeah.
That's where Walsh is going to go after him. I thought he was looking to maybe pull that one. Let's have a look. I get the impression, Kadir, that I'm not too sure if he meant it for there, but he was having a go. He's right, because we're into over number 44, and it's now 205. He's got to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, not exactly where he was aiming, but he got the result. Picked up a boundary. He's got 6 runs and 2 balls here, Hayden Walsh. This one is in the air and going all the way for 6. Over. That man had long on, and the over continues to go well for Walsh Jr. as he picks up another 6.
Maybe that's why Young didn't bring Ford in the attack before. He knows something that we don't know, but that was too full. Look at the partnership now with that 6, with 54.
Yeah.
This has been really an excellent partnership.
Invaluable 54.
Oh, yeah. They were 150, 157 were they for 6?
Yeah. At one stage.
157 for 6. You have to say they're not out of the woods yet, because I still don't think 211 is a good score. I think they need to get to as close as possible to 250 to be competitive.
If Walsh Jr. can stick around until the 50th over, maybe he could be thinking about more than 250. 'Cause he's 39 from 36.
That's another very good hit. That's 4 more. Excellent from Hayden Walsh. He's found the gap, and he's hit it over that. We saw him try it a couple balls before, and it went a little too close to Young, and he was diving and stopped it from going to the boundary. But he needs to maybe take, and I see he's now moving the third
Yeah.
man. He needs to move the third man and protect that deep extra cover position.
I was just about to say that. To me, that's a safer field.
Yeah.
By no means Ford is quick. So long off would definitely be a better field position. He's doing that now.
16 from the first 4 deliveries. This is an expensive over so far. If that's in the air and it's over the head of Young, he misjudged it. He started to come in, but even if he stood there, I don't think he would have got up. He's not a very tall man, but let's say he started to come in and then he sort of had to backpedal. But that's 22 now from the first 5 balls. So Walsh just changed gears.
Yeah, but surprisingly, Matthew Ford has not gone for the change-up. It looks to be all seam up and no slow deliveries, and just been in the slot. Walsh Jr., credit to him, he's gone on to 49
in no time. Slow delivery. And this is his 50. They'll come back for the second. Yes. So 51 from 39 deliveries. That is really excellent on the part of Hayden Walsh.
What a knock this has been from Walsh. It's been brutal, to say the least. 51 from 39. Excellent knock in the situation.
I'm really disappointed with that over from Matthew Ford. As you rightly said, he never tried to change up things. He was bowling. It's only the last delivery there. He tried a slower one, and Walsh was able to just tuck it around the corner. But, you know, to me, he came up and he was bowling same old, and putting the ball for Walsh to drive. And you know, he was taking it up a little too much to the bat. Needed to be just back of a length. Yeah. And didn't do that and paid the price. 24 runs coming from that over. And look at his figures now. From 3 overs, none for 15. 4 overs, none for 39.
He seriously dented his figures, Hayden Walsh Jr., but what a good over. They've gotten some momentum with that now, the Leeward Islands. Nedd is going to bowl his final over. So do you take off Ford now? Do you withdraw him from the attack?
That's a very good question.
Or do you back him?
Well, you've got to back him unless you've got who you're going to turn to. You're going to turn back to Lane.
Maybe Naim Young.
Oh, he's bowled him, going right across the line, and Graves, he picked the wrong one, and it cannoned into the middle and off stump. But you could see him; he went straight across the line, relatively straight delivery. Didn't do very much.
Yeah, whole slog from Justin Graves, and he has to go for a good solid 39. Leeward Island Hurricanes 223 for 7.
I think he did. He walks away very dejected because I think he knows that he played an awful shot. But he was going along nicely with Hayden Walsh, and you could see him there. Let's have a look again. Yes, that should have been going straight towards extra cover, right back over the bowler's head. But he was playing right across the line, and that ball cannoned into middle and off. Credit to Ashmead Nedd, and the old saying, you miss, I hit.
Exactly so.
Well, skipper Alzari Joseph has come to the middle. I like the idea of giving the captaincy to Alzari Joseph. You know, give him a little bit more responsibility, let him think the game a little more. You know, he's such a great competitor he is.
Yeah.
I remember him at the Under-19 World Cup when he, you could have seen that, hey, this youngster was something, you know, to look forward to in the future. And he hasn't disappointed. I think he's probably disappointed in that he should have had a few more wickets at international level. But he's a true competitor. And he's not a rabbit with the bat either. Seen him play 1 or 2 good innings. He's got an 8 order in a test match.
Yeah, against New Zealand.
Yes.
Yeah. More importantly, he gets Walsh Jr. back on strike.
Yep, correct.
So see how this field looks here now. There's a deep forward square, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off, And the man sweeping. Cover point boundary.
That's well played. Just a single. Yeah, there's a lot of protection in the deep on the onside. There's a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, and a long on.
Yeah.
So if Walsh has to attack Nedd, he's got to make sure it comes off the middle of the bat, because anything other than that, there are 3 fielders waiting in the deep. But he's at the non-striker's end. That's good cricket on the part of Alzarri Joseph, turning over the strike yet again to Walsh. Yes, the bad news for Manchester United fans. The legend, Sir Bobby Charlton, passed away. That's a good delivery from Nedd. Walsh is questioning how that was not wide. But you can question all you want. The umpire's decision is final. But Nedd saw him backing away.
Yeah.
And he fired it wide of the off stump. Good delivery, I thought. He's gone for the reverse sweep. But didn't get a run. That's a good over from Nedd. Just 3 runs coming in it and picking up the wicket of Graves. So at the end of 45 overs, it's 226 for 7. Yeah. So...
Tell you what, he did well to get some bat on that one, Colin.
Well, it was premeditated, because it was, I tell you, if he missed, it would have been trouble. There's the scorecard. Powell 33, James 337, Carty, Gore 9, Hamilton 27, Graves 39, Cornwall 14, and that man, Hayden Walsh, top scoring so far, not out on 52. So Ford is out of the attack, and Young, the skipper, is going to pick up the attack from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. And it's going to be bowling to the right-handed Alzarri Joseph. So skipper to skipper.
Yeah. Naim Young, very good at this stage of the innings. The changes of pace. He's quite smart. Yorkers. But now a change has to be made from the commentary end. Because Nedd is bowled out. Nedd is 10 overs, 2 for 43. So maybe Ford might come back from this end. See how that goes. Here's Young.
Ooh, that is very close. That's out. I thought he was going across the line. Alzarri Joseph, he was looking to work that ball towards mid-on, and from the time it hit, I thought, oh boy, he could be in trouble. Let's have a look. Look at the bat.
Oh.
Trying to go right across the line. And once you do that and you don't make contact, 9 out of 10 times, the umpires don't look favorably at it. And even though it took a while for the decision to come, I thought he looked out to me from the first when I saw it. And I thought, oh, that was close. And it's closer than that, as Alzarri Joseph has to make his way back to the pavilion. And it's now 226 for 8. And Alzarri Joseph goes for 2.
Yeah, another big blow here. Young, full on straight. Joseph playing all around that delivery. He brings to the crease a giant of a man, Daniel Durham.
You know, it's amazing. I was making, years ago, we were talking about West Indies fast bowlers and spinners. And you had guys like Suleiman Ben, 6 foot plenty, Omari Banks, 6 foot plenty, and taking 4 steps and turning over their hand. And then you had the smaller guys like Fidel Edwards and Jerome Taylor running 20 yards and bowling fast. And I said, something got to be wrong here. You know, it was amazing. And look at this Durham. He must be what, 6'5", 6'6"? Look at the size of that guy. And he's bowling left arm, slow orthodox. Such a travesty.
But I tell you what, though, he gives us something to think about because, as you mentioned, his height.
Yeah.
So he's coming from high. He's getting some bounce. Has some big hands, so he's gripping that ball. Long fingers. But here he is with bat in hand, a left-hander.
Well, he's got a bat now for Walsh. Walsh has got to get as much as the strike as he can, as I said, to try and get this score up to somewhere close to 250. That's okay. Just try and look for the single somewhere.
I tell you what, they've done well to get to this stage. They don't want to be bowled out before
The 50 overs.
before the 50 overs.
Well, they want to bat out the 50 overs and get as much as they can. Well, he gets the single, which is what Hayden Walsh would have wanted. Now, he's got to be careful because in as much as he's got to go after the bowling, you know, he can't take too many risks because, as I say, you've got, 28 balls left, 27 balls left. So he wants to bat at least another, be there going into the last over.
Yeah, whatever he does, has to do it calculated.
Yeah.
So
Young taking
mid-off
his
is
time.
inside the circle. Mid-off inside the circle.
Which tells me that Young is not going to take that ball up to Walsh, and just as I suggested, was short. He's got protection out there. He's got a deep backward square leg. He's got a deep mid-wicket and a long on. So he's going to bowl short to Walsh, not take it up to him, because if he does, with that mid-off in place, he can certainly go over his head.
Yeah. It was a productive area. In previous over from Ford. Took him for some 24.
Yeah, I must admit, I was disappointed in that over from Matthew Ford. He's a much better bowler than what we saw there.
Yeah.
He's just going to get a single. So we've got just one delivery left in this over. Again, Walsh should be just looking for the single to ensure that at the start of over number 47, he will be on strike. But who knows? Suppose if he gets a bad enough ball and can hit it for 6, go ahead. Well, he does neither. Doesn't get the single, or does he get the boundary? It's the end of the over from Young. A successful over. Just 3 runs coming from it. But more importantly, picked up the wicket of Alzari Joseph. So after 46 overs, 229 for 8.
Decent over from Naim Young. Had the wicket in it. Just 3 singles in the over. Like gold dust at this stage. So now a change has to be made on this end. From the commentary booth end. And it looks like Matthew Ford is going to come back into the attack.
Well, let's hope he learned from his previous over.
Ball is right down around.
He's going to be bowling to the tall figure of Durham.
So there's 3 deep fielders on the leg side, a fine leg, deep backward square and a long on.
Oh, he's bowled him! Again, Daniel Durham going right across the line, and the middle stump goes cartwheeling out of the ground. Good delivery from Ford. Not such a great shot from Daniel Durham, because he should be playing for Walsh, but he was trying to take matters into his own hand and try to hit it high over the mid-on position. Missed, and his middle stump was out of the ground. So he goes. It's now 229 for 9. Still 3.5 overs left here to be bowled. And O'Shane Thomas, yet another left-hander, is coming in to partner Walsh. There is O'Shane Thomas. Now that's what a fast bowler looks like. 6 foot plenty, a lot of muscle.
Yeah. It's good to see him back on the park, O'Shane Thomas.
He had a pretty, the look at that shot. head in the air.
Yeah,
He was
awful.
all typical tail ender shot, isn't it? But when you've got a guy at the next end on 53, you've got to play for him.
Yeah.
You've got to play sensible. Look for the single. But sometimes these tail enders, Carty thinks they can do everything. Eh?
You choose to take matters
Just
into
ask
his own
ask
hands.
Ruskin Mark. You just have to speak to Ruskin Mark, and you think that they can hit every ball for 6.
Well, he told us that he has a number of centuries.
So here's O'Shane Thomas. So take strike. So Matthew Ford picking up his first wicket. 1 for 39. Good delivery, full. Just wide of outside the line of the off stump.
Wide Yorker, but good from Young.
Yeah.
He's closed in the offside field. There's a backward point. There's a cover and mid-off inside the circle. Doesn't want to give an easy single to Thomas.
And there's that guy at short mid-wicket as well. He's got to come in. He's got to quickly come in. Stop them from looking for that single. Looked to be going down the leg side.
Ford was confident, but it just seems the angle taking it.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like going down the leg side, isn't it? But bowlers always think that every time they hit the pad, the man is out.
Beware of what you say, Colin. There are two.
Yeah, well,
Don't want to say a bowler, rather.
all-rounders, 2 all-rounders. Yeah, be careful, always. Ruskin thinks he's all-rounder too. Be careful. They're going to get a single, and that's what Hayden Walsh would have wanted. Remember the last time these two faced up to each other, Walsh and Ford, he was hit for 24 in the over. So Hayden Walsh would be pretty confident he might be able to take him apart. See the field just being spread further for Walsh. The short mid-wicket has gone out to a deep mid-wicket. Mid-on has gone to long on. And then there's that deep backward square leg as well. There's a long off and then a square cover right out on the boundary. Well, let's see. Nope, it's not a wide. I thought it might have been a wide. It was one of these slower type bouncers.
Going into the surface.
He hit it into the surface.
Good delivery. Dot. You see, there's so much in modern times. Bowlers going into the surface, taking pace off.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see how Walsh what he'll do with this final delivery of this over. That's good cricket. He's just going to get a single. And that's all he wanted. Because it means that he'll have the strike at the start of over number 48. So 47 overs have been bowled. Walsh is 54 now. And it's 231 for 9.
3 overs to go. Walsh has the strike. Exactly what the Leeward Islands would want. And now he has to be, again, he has to be calculated in what he does. Still 18 deliveries to go. Naimyong is quite a tricky customer too. At this stage. The mid-off is up inside his circle.
Not too sure about that, unless, of course, he's going to bowl short, which then that's fine. And basically, when you look around the field, he's not going to take that ball up to Walsh. Well, it's going to just drop. I think they're going to come back for the second because it was dropping just in front of the man at the deep point position. And it's a no ball. It was over the waist
Mhm.
of Walsh, so it wouldn't have counted even if it had gone to be a catch. But he was able to pick up 2 runs.
And he gets an opportunity to
And
free his
yep,
arms here now.
Free hit.
So let's see what area of the ground he's looking to target here, Walsh.
Not too sure about that shot from Hayden Walsh. He was batting so well in terms of just going straight back over the top. And here he was looking to swing this down to deep backward square, which I felt, let's have a look at it.
I'm just trying to be
He
cheeky.
went down on one knee, and I thought, stand your ground and hit him straight back overhead. Well, gets an inside edge onto that one. It's all happening here. Hayden Walsh not able to get the ball away now. All of a sudden, struggling. 234 for 9. 2 deliveries left in over number 48. So literally 14 deliveries left to try and get this total from 234 to maybe 250 if they can.
Oh, a couple of deliveries can change things.
I'm not too sure what Hayden Walsh is doing. He's trying to play a reverse sweep now.
Clearly, he doesn't have no confidence in O'Shane Thomas because he's not taking the singles.
But
No singles.
But but even with that delivery, why not go straight? Why not go over extra cover? We've seen him play those shots before. They go through for a single. He was looking for it, and eventually Nandu, who is at that short third man, didn't field it cleanly. Would have been interesting if he had picked up that ball. I thought O'Shane Thomas was late in starting off, but they eventually get the single.
What
So
does O'Shane Thomas do here now? Does he block out these 2 deliveries?
I
Still
thought it-
2 overs to go.
Yeah. Well, he's got to stay there with Walsh. Young was a little fortunate there because that ball was angled into the left-hander, and had Thomas just able to get bat on ball, he would have been able to pick up a couple of runs because there's no one close in at the mid-wicket position. Well, they're not going to go for the single because it's the end of the over. End of over number 48 now. Walsh is 57. Thomas is on 1. And it's 235 for 9. Having a look at the bowling figures there. Again, Joshua Bishop, 4 for 27 from 10, the pick of the bowlers. And Ashmead Nedd, 2 for 43 from his stand. So the spinners doing the job for the academy.
Yeah, all 3 spinners completing full quota of 10.
Matthew Ford is going to continue, 1 for 41 from his 5. Going to be a wide.
They could see him doing something different now. He's taking pace off.
Well, he learned from the over in which Hayden Walsh Jr. took him apart. He's got to mix up his deliveries, and he can do it. He's quite capable, Matthew Ford. Gets away with that one.
Fine leg inside the circle.
Yeah. If it had been a yard either side of him, it would have run away for 4.
has to find the boundary now. Walsh, 236 rather.
Well, he's going to pick up a couple of runs here. It's not going to go to the boundary. But he's picked up 2 runs.
Good result for him. He retains the strike.
Yep. Still got 4 deliveries left in the over. If he's going to pitch it short, he's got protection out on that leg side. But he decided to go wide of the off stump. And there's Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh thinks every time he misses a ball outside the off stump, it's a wide. But there's a guideline there for the umpire. And I certainly didn't think that was a wide.
Yeah, well inside the wide line. He's given himself some room too. Good again from Ford, changing his pace.
Well, he's hit it, but it's going to drop just short. And they were thinking of 2, but it's not on. But that was dropping just short of the deep mid wicket.
Yeah, Nando was just a little bit late in responding.
The thing is, they're using this pitch here, Kadir, which is on the far western side. So they've come in short. The fielders out in the deep at long on, mid, well, not so much long on, but at the deep mid wicket and the deep backward square, they've come in slightly, but even so, still, Walsh was not able to reach. Boom, LBW decision, he's gone. So that is the end of the innings, a delivery that seemed to have come back at O'Shane Thomas, and he was prodding forward, but that came back at him. It obviously was going to go into the stumps. Here is, let's have a look at it. Yes, he was just maybe hitting middle and leg as he was pushing forward to it, and it came back at him slightly, and it beat him as well for pace because he was late coming down on it. And it's the end of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They've been dismissed here in 48.5 overs for 239. It means the Academy, they need 240 to win this game.
Yeah, good stuff from Matthew Ford right at the end there, finishing with 2 for 45 from 5.5 overs. But a good job from the West Indies Academy bowlers. And I think, do you think they'd be happy with that total?
I would think they would have, if you tell me at one stage when they were 150 or so for 6, they would probably be happy with that. But before they started the innings, I thought they would have been looking for somewhere in the vicinity of 275. So if you're saying to me before the start of the innings, no, they would not be happy with that. But the way it panned out, 239 is pretty competitive. They will give their bowlers something to bowl at.
Yeah, runs on the board as we see.
Yeah.
But the Academy batters, though, they'd be full of confidence. The only team to get plus 300 in the tournament so far.
But not only that, when you look through the scorecard, a lot of the batsmen got in half centuries. Melius, he was dismissed for 13 in that first game. Nandu got 84, Julian 51, Bishop, he was 95 not out, and then Young at the end got 24. So you're looking at batsmen who have some form, based on the first game. So I think they would be happy, the Academy, to get to 240. I think they would be confident that they can get these runs.
The Leeward Islands, though, they'd be pretty disappointed because a couple of the batters got starts. Powell with 33, Carty with 37, Hamilton got 27, Greaves 39, and in the end, Walsh remained 16 not out. So it's 240 of the West Indies Academy would require for victory.
Yeah, there would be, they certainly require that for victory. So 240 is what is needed. And so that is the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes dismissed for 239 in 48.5 overs. And so we're going to take a break here. And when we come back, it's going to be the turn of the academy. Can they get the 240? Time will tell. So until then, we'll see you here at the Queen's Park Oval in maybe about half an hour or so.
Good evening, viewers from all over the world. We're back at the Queen's Park Oval. Nice conditions here as we resume Leeward Islands 239 all out. The West Indies Academy will need a 240 for victory. Hayden Walsh Jr. top scoring for the Leeward Islands Hurricane with 60 not out. Kieran Powell 33, Casey Carty 37, Greaves 39. They were the main contributors for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. Taking up the bowling for the Leeward Islands Hurricane from the media center end will be West Indies fast bowler Ocean Thomas.
Ball is right hand. Over.
So it is going to be Ocean Thomas who is going to pick up the attack here. Big number 42 on his back. As he's getting ready to run away from us here at this time. Milias and Nandu. And Milias gets a good delivery from Thomas to start proceedings here. Of course, the Leeward Islands would probably think they're about 30 or 40 runs short, but at the same time, as they say, it's runs on the board, and they may feel that these youngsters probably they should be able to get the better of the young West Indies Academy stars.
Yeah, they probably think they're definitely 30, 40 runs short.
That's a good delivery, just climbing past just over the off stump. That's a good line picked up here by Ocean.
Good pace from Ocean Thomas here as well. He can definitely bowl high 140s. Skipper as well. Azari Joseph, you see, he bowls at 150. So they definitely have some pace in their armory.
Pitching up this time and stroked nicely, but can't get a run. And to speak of Alzari Joseph, it's played straight to him. So the victory target here is 240. That's after the Leeward Islands were bowled out for 239, leaving an over and one ball, or just 7 deliveries in their allotted 50 overs, not used. Thomas again getting Milius's attention. So nice cool day. We've had this heaviness, this cloud cover for most of the day. We've seen the sun trying to force its way through, but not having much luck.
Yeah, I'm sure the fielders will be very happy with these conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Not very hot, probably a little humid, but there's not really the sunshine that we had over the last few games here. Ocean Thomas has started really well here. He's bowling just on off stump. He's bowling with some pace. He started well. It's good to see he's starting his spell bang on target.
Those are positive signs, no doubt, for him and for the Leeward Islands. And he's maintained that line throughout. It starts with a maiden, and what a good way to kick things off here. It's no run, no wickets after the first over, bowled by Ocean Thomas. So a perfect start for them to kick things off here, and I'm sure Alzarri Joseph will want to continue that trend at the other end. He's bowling against this very talented young man who is showing good form in the last game, young Matthew Nandu.
If there's one thing we're sure about with Alzarri Joseph, he's definitely going to run in as fast as he can and bowl as fast as he can. He's not shy to bowl the short balls. He uses the middle of the pitch a lot.
And again, he too starts on a good line and a good length as well. And this is what we were talking about earlier, Riyadh. You know, we have all these sort of test players who are playing at the highest level in West Indies cricket, or who are representing the West Indies rather. And, you know, and they're performing here on a daily basis. And I really wish more people could come and see it for themselves. That's another beat of a delivery. And a little bit of movement as well. And Nandu showing good dexterity there to get out of harm's way.
That's the Alzarri Joseph that we know. He's not shy to bowl short. I think he tried to be as intimidating as he can to these youngsters. Nandu, however, has played some first-class cricket. He scored 100 on debut, I think it was.
Cracked away brilliantly for 4 runs. It was stopped. In fact, Hayden took a lot of the pace off of it, but not even his brilliance could stop that. That was a fantastic cut shot.
Typical left-hander shot, you know, getting width outside the off stump and just throwing his hands again, outside the off stump. Beating the diving Hayden Walsh Jr. at backward point, who's an excellent fielder in that position. So if it passes him, you know it's a good shot.
It's a diving effort on his part. In fact, he got a lot of the ball, but it was hit so hard. It's still had enough to take it to the point boundary.
Short again from Alzarri Joseph. Nandu just ducking under it. He's not the tallest of batters, so short of a length might just go over his shoulder.
Now, because the rules allow for 3 in an over, I saw the umpire having a word with him. Probably telling him, well, that's 2. Again, shaping well, just getting behind the ball. Not intimidated at all by the names, but showing his determination and his quality by getting sweetly into line, which is good to see. It shows that he's very relaxed. He seems very calm at the wicket.
He's very compact. He had a decent first class season this year, and he's Show the capability of batting long, scoring runs as well, which is always good.
So that completes over number 2, and at the end of it is 4 without loss.
Nandu would have had the opportunity to play with Shepherd and Kimo Paul, Niall Smith. So he's used to guys who's bowling fast. So I don't think fast bowling will really affect him at this point.
In fact, you want to believe just the way he shapes, it looks like he relishes the fast bowling.
Yeah.
Here's Milius getting another good delivery. He has to jump into line a little bit. These are not tall men, and they're up against 2 fast bowlers who can get the ball to climb and climb steeply. Oshane Thomas looking to force his way back into West Indies contention, prove his fitness. That one off the edge, and but it goes wide of the 2 slips, and it goes down to third man. It was in the air for a long while, and third slip probably, maybe even between third slip and gully, but a definite edge that would obviously give Thomas some encouragement here.
Good pace again from Thomas, banging it into the wicket. He's not going to look to pitch up much balls here. Ball it in the splice of Milius' bat. Down to third man. I think for Thomas, it's good to see him out of Jamaica. It probably is good for his cricket, out of Jamaica into a new setup. Sometimes a different environment is always good for guys who's been comfortable in one environment and not getting the best out of them. So I think he moving to Leeward Islands might be just the best thing for him at this point in his career.
He seemed to have like dropped a little weight as well, and he looks fitter, he looks trim, and he looks to be moving very, very freely, very easy.
He played some cricket in England this year. He had a stint in England, so probably that as well. Being a professional always helps. But I know for a fact that he's been doing some work on his fitness. He's trying to get back that international fitness level. He got the opportunity to represent West Indies again. Well, he was called into the squad.
And here goes Nandu taking evasive action and really getting out of harm's way. Didn't get up that high, but he's not a tall man. And so he had to just get his head out of the way and make sure that he didn't get anything. And of course, as we all know, Hamilton is up there to have a little word with him.
Hamilton is making sure that he knows he's up for it. He's not going to get any ball pitched up and have volley length. So
this is excellent from Oshane Thomas. 2 overs and just 1 run from it all. It's 5 without loss after 3.
he looks like he's in good rhythm. Oshane Thomas, he's getting to the crease. Good, he's hitting the crease hard. He had a big no-ball problem in CPL. He bowled a lot of no-balls in CPL. Seems like he's worked that out now.
You know, we were talking about the 3 no-balls that they allow you to bowl now in this tournament.
Short balls.
Yeah, the short balls. And I was saying that, I played on a team that was like the norm. Didn't have to regulate that. Colin Murray, when you had Bernard Julian, Eric Ordain, You had Prince Bartholomew, and you had Kelvin Williams. Three was a little bit, no half volleys. And then after you've had to face that, you then had to deal with Pascal Roberts all day. It was just ringing away. That was tough cricket, man. There's another one. And exactly what they're doing there is what we used to stand. I used to stand up in the slips and watch other batsmen do, because you had to contend. And speaking of, as I mentioned, Eric Odin, I think today is Eric Odin's birthday, actually, the good old horse. But, these were it's like they grew up with fast bowling and so they saw the Michael Holdings, they saw what they were doing, and then they'd come here and do the same thing. We had Colin Croft. So you weren't getting any. That's how you had to play. You always had to be jumping and skipping and getting out of harm's way. And failure to do that, two things would happen. You either get hit or you get out. That was it, essentially. And that was a time period when the National League would go between Queen's Park, Paragon. Queen's Park for 2 years, Paragon for 2 years, Queen's Park. That's just how it went. And most times they would win. You'd hardly win outright against each other. But you'd win on first inning and beat everybody else outright. And that was the title right there.
And those days were Martin Wickets.
No, well, yeah. But some like Crompton was in the Savannah, Harvard was in the Savannah, Paragon is in the Savannah, Maple was in the Savannah. But you had Queen's Park here. You had, when you go central, you Wanderers at Gilbert Park, Presal. Presal had a Martin wicket at the time as well, and then, until they changed theirs to turf. Musai's in the east was a turf wicket. It was Martin first, and then they went to turf up at Honeymoon Park.
Yeah.
So and those were the teams, and I think we had junior, some South. I think they were Martin as well. I'm trying to remember where they played their games. But that was just the whole thing. And some of those Martin, I know the Martin wicket in Savannah Paragon was probably the fastest wicket in the country. It was fast, hard and fast. And like I said, and if you could bat on that, you probably could bat almost anywhere, because the Colin Croft would probably take a new ball in practice. So you had to face that in practice. That's beautifully played, and that's going to be 4 runs. A nice cut shot again. Milius not afraid to put bat to ball. Once he got a little bit of width, and he was able to free his arms, and he cashes in once more. He goes to 5. It's 9 without loss.
Skipper Zari Joseph isn't happy with Hayden Walsh. I don't think he could have done much with that. Just an awkward bounce, but it's too much width from Alzari. Giving Milius width, just like he did with Nando in the first over. Too much width on that occasion again. Easy for the right-hander to put away.
But those are good shots. Those are good, positive shots. They know they're going to have to dance and hop and jump. But when they get the opportunities, they have to cash in. And so far, so good. Here we go again. A little bit of width. And the bowlers too have to be mindful. They can't get carried away. Although he's a short man, he's quite capable. You could see the stature. He looks like he's very, very fond of playing the cut shot.
Like most left-handers, they like the ball just outside of stump to use their arms. I like the look of Nando. I've seen him in first class, and now I think he's one's for the future for sure.
On the body and not able to take care of it. Certainly, and when you look at Milius, for example, that's a name that keeps coming
up, yeah,
every so often. So it's interesting to see how they progress. Because my thing is, you look at other countries, you see young players coming into their own, coming into their national teams, and I'm saying, well, why it is the West Indies? Why our young players cannot be afforded the same thing, but they have to prove it, at the lower level. Okay, he goes again and climbing on top of that one, playing it well, but not getting a run for it. I'm trying to remember the Indian opener who came here, the youngster from the youth team, and scored 100. When Shubman Gill was out, he came into the team and looked right at home. He played in he was the youth, I think he was the youth team captain recently for India. But again, after the youth team, he would go back home and they would play so much cricket. Driven sweetly, and that's 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat, and stroked sweetly through the covers for 4.
Yeah, that's a lovely looking shot there from Nandu. Half volley on off stump, making the bowler know when he bowls a half volley. They scored 3 boundaries thus far, as 3 bad balls. If they're going to get a bad ball every over, they don't need to do much. Yep. Just sit and wait on the bad balls.
And you punish them.
Think about it, just in the Caribbean, we don't play as much cricket as these guys.
Yep.
So it's a lot more difficult for the youngsters. They only have so much opportunity. Sometimes if they don't score runs or don't get wickets in a couple of games, then they're out of the team.
Yep. And that's another year they have to wait before they get an opportunity. And that's what we were talking about. That's where the English leagues came in so beneficial for a number of our West Indian players, because they got an opportunity to play every day. And, they knew what it was to bowl under different conditions. They could bowl and bat and feel under different conditions, hone their skills. Even the guys who played in the leagues, because before, people like Sagari and Clive Lord, and they actually played in the championship, they were playing in the leagues in England. And it's another good delivery from O'Shane Thomas, but he can't get a wicket. It's the end of the over. His second is completed. It's 14 without loss.
I keep telling all the youngsters, or any youngster in Trinidad and Tobago, and in fact in the Caribbean, you get the opportunity to go to England to play, whether it be league cricket, minor league, whatever it is, just go and get that opportunity, because it's different conditions. You start becoming a professional when you go to England, and you have a full season. I learned myself. My first time that I left Trinidad, I went to England to play at the age of 19. And that was a whole experience, a different experience for me.
Yep. Because you're doing time management better, so much things. You're away from your family. You have to manage all of those emotions and everything.
Yep.
From around the wicket this time goes Alzari Joseph. But again, Nandu is able to just pick him off for another easy single. And you have to be impressed with these 2 youngsters. They're coming up against 2 international bowlers, and they don't look out of place at all. They look very comfortable. Sure, they're going to be hopping and skipping and jumping. Colin Murray used to hop and skip and jump all the time, but talk about even the Charlie Davises. They all had to go through this because they were facing bowlers who could get the ball up rib height. A lot of times from a good length, just short of a good length. So you don't have much time to get inside the hook. So you had to learn how to play above your waist, up in your ribs most times.
Yeah, they definitely looks like they're not bothered with the pace of Thomas and Alzari at this point in time. They look very comfortable. Yes, they're going to be hopping and weaving, but most important thing is staying out there and getting the team off to a good start.
Yep, a little bit of a foreshot there. You saw the short ball, but it started to climb on him, and he went for the cut shot. Luckily, he didn't get a touch. And he might be thinking, boy, I missed out there, because he really went after it. It just sort of climbed over the blade of the bat. There's a third man, so had he gotten a touch, it might have even flown to third man, because it was a good quick delivery, and he was applying plenty of speed on that with the bat speed. That's another peach of a delivery. I don't know if he was jumping or ducking all at the same time. He's trying to do both. And the ball just climbed past his head there. And what a delivery that is from Alzari Joseph.
Good aggression from Alzari Joseph. Milius trying to duck and jump at the same time. Just under his neck. Into his neck.
Aren't you glad you're in the commentator's booth and not out in the middle facing this?
I always hear they say openers are mad people. Something is wrong with them, you know. They facing bowlers at 90 miles away. Something definitely has to be wrong with you. It's good pace from Alzari Joseph. He's both Joseph and Thomas looks like they're in good rhythm. Getting to the crease, hitting the crease hard. Obviously not afraid to bowl the short balls.
This time, that's well played, and it's beaten O'Shane Thomas at fine leg. He didn't have far to go to his right, but he couldn't get around there. That was such a good shot. It's just a kind of short-arm jab. He just could have helped it on its way down to fine leg. 4 more to Milius. That takes the score into 19 now without loss after 6.
Again, Alzari not closing off the over well. Second consecutive over. Last ball going for a boundary. You can see he's not happy with the effort. I don't think O'Shane Thomas could have done anything with that. Ball running into the boundary for 4. So we have a change at the media centre end. Justin Greaves replaces O'Shane Thomas. O'Shane Thomas with 3 overs, none for 6. Thought he probably would have bowled another over, another 2 overs, but.
And he's doing well. I didn't think he was. What I was impressed with is his line. Apart from his pace, his line was good.
He's bowled some good areas. 3 overs for 6 runs. He's bowled really, really good areas. He's probably trying to. Justin Greaves is someone who moves the ball about, so he's probably trying to get him to bowl a new ball and see if he can pick up a couple of wickets. See it around.
Again, Nandu comfortably in behind it, keeping his eyes on it. But again, we're looking at Greaves coming in first delivery, touching down on a good line, on target. And then that little cat and mouse with the clouds, the heavy clouds, and the sun continues. The sun trying to force its way out here at the Oval. Nice breeze about as well. Think for a moment of a single, but another good delivery from Greaves, just touching down all about middle stump and straightening onto that leg stump.
That's where he's going to bowl most of his deliveries. Justin Greaves, he's not fast. He doesn't have the pace as Thomas or Joseph, so he's just going to try to bowl wicket to wicket, try to move the ball around from there. He's good at doing that.
Trinidad and Tobago batting against the Guyana Happy Eagles. They're 42 for 1. Evan Lewis, the man out, for 16. Joshua De Silva and Keon Otley at the crease. Otley is on 21, not out at the moment. So that's another game with a lot of interest there. Both teams unbeaten.
Yeah, that's one of the big clashes in this year. Well, in every year. Always a big clash when Trinidad plays Guyana.
Yeah, it's always a a lot at stake all the time because no doubt they want to play each other. You just saw it in the CPL, the TKR franchise against the Guyana Amazon Warriors. And finally the Warriors getting over the line. And I'm sure they would not have wanted to defeat anybody other than Trinidad and Tobago to the TK, the United Riders, to get that title, that first title. There is a ball touching down just outside leg stump, and although it brushed the pad on the way through, it probably started outside leg. So a big shout coming from the bowler. There's another gorgeous shot through the cover region there, and Nandu is gone for one. It's not going to get to the boundary, and they're going to be happy with just the 2 runs. So another good-looking shot from this young man. Very impressed indeed. So that ends the over. It's 21 without loss.
Yeah, Nandu is look so comfortable at the crease here, getting another ball pitched up on the off stump, driving through covers. That's not the pace as the over before from Thomas, but he caressed it through the cover for 2. He's looked good. He's looked compact. Both openers, in fact, has looked good so far. It's been a steady start, 21 without loss after 7. Not free-flowing as the Leeward Islands has done before in their power play.
And the bowling is a totally different type of attack. And obviously these are bowlers who can really get the ball to come at you. And not only is it coming at you quickly, but it's climbing on you as well. And these two have had to negotiate some pretty torrid pace and bounce. Again, we've seen Alzari Joseph, just like O'Shane Thomas, pick up a good line. Problem with Alzari is he's produced 1 or 2 sort of off-color deliveries, and he's been punished for it. Almost every over, he's produced a 4 ball.
Yeah, he's just been giving them those loose delivery every over, and it's cost them. They've put those loose deliveries away. If he can just try to take away those loose deliveries in the air, just dropping short. Fine leg.
It was well short of O'Shane Thomas. I don't think he really had a chance to get to it. It didn't go as high, didn't climb as high as Alzari Joseph probably anticipated. And for once, Milius was trying to play a short ball, but it was like over his head, so he was never in control of it.
It's more like a swat rather than a pull. I think as Alzari is really using the short ball well here. He's not afraid to bowl it. He's making sure he uses the 3 short ball every over. Nandu, on the other hand, is newly taking on the short balls. He's just looking to play the ball in his area. I think he understands his strengths. Short again from Alzari. Making sure he uses the middle of the pitch. I don't think it's going to bother Nandu too much. He knows his strengths. He knows where he can score. I don't think he's a big puller or hooker of the ball, so he's just going to leave it, watch it pass.
And wait for the one offline, especially the one outside the off stump. He tries to push it across him. So again, you could just see the quality in the young man. He has good movements. His trigger movement is very subtle, but he gets in behind the line of the ball. And a lot of times when I see young players bat, and I suppose now in the modern game, guys try to open up the offside a lot more, so to stay on the inside of the ball. But what you really want, and you've seen this from him, he's getting behind the ball, and if it's short, he's either just ducking or getting away from it. And he's again just standing up and playing the ball. So his first movement is to try to get behind the bowler's arm, and then once the ball leaves the bowler's arm, then he'll adjust to it. After another over comes to an end, it's 8 completed. It's 22 without loss.
Sort of reminds me a bit of Narsingh Devnarayan, and the way he sets up, he looks a bit like Narsingh, as well as Vishal Singh is a similarity. They're all left-handers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of similarity in those two. And
maybe he's patterned his game against somebody like a Narsingh, just watching him bat and do it. But I know, of course, if he can adopt a style like that and then get the mental fortitude of a, say, a Shivnarayan Chanderpaul, that's a lethal combination there, because it would mean that he would be able to bat for long periods, and really frustrate bowlers.
Without even being bothered about short balls or anything.
Just get out of harm's way. And I tell you, facing short balls, especially like this, where bowlers are prepared to bowl the short ball, they're not afraid to bowl it, they know it's coming, it has to be a bit of a harrowing experience for some batsmen, because you want to play, you don't want to look like you're running or anything like that, but you know in your heart of hearts that any one of those deliveries could do something unusual, and that could be the end of you, in more ways than one, but I know that experience, because like I said, I used to stand up in the slip and watch batsmen really cower when they see genuine fast bowling, because it was just so different to what they're accustomed to. A medium pacer like a Colin Murray running up and bowl, you have no fear at all. None whatsoever.
But then the other thing with that, Colin might have get a lot of wickets because people will try to go after him, just like with Greaves here now. You're facing two guys at 145, 148, and now Greaves is bowling at probably 130.
Yeah, funny enough.
Try to cash in.
Yeah, funny enough, like I said, on that Paragon team, we didn't have nobody bowling at 60 and 70 miles an hour, because after you got, let's say you go with the two most experienced players in Bernard and say Prince Bartholomew, then you had Colin Croft, you had Kelvin Williams, and you had Eric Ordean, or even Kelvin Ford when he played, so, and Kelvin Ford used to run from like all here, coming running, and he used to bowl quick, he used to bowl very, very fast as well. So you stand up and slip, and I'm not kidding you, because that wicket was so hard. Colin could attest to that. You stand up there and you feeling and slip, and you see where Hamilton is, just go back a good 5 or 7 meters further back. And even then, they're trying to tell you to go back, you're too close, because the speed at which Croft and they used to be bowling, it wasn't easy. But I used to watch batsmen, and sometimes I used to feel sorry for them because they just didn't know how to negotiate, somebody bowling. It was tough. It was tough, and then you come to beat a team like Queen's Park, and Queen's Park had, it was Tim Gopi Singh was one. I think there's another appeal for a catch down the leg side, not out, says the umpire. But there was a left-hander, Dabadi was one, but there was a Dupre, bowling a little medium pace and swinging the ball all over the place, And then they'll bring Chris Gall to bowl spin whole day. Chris Gall bowling left arm, whole day. And then another spinner as well, Twiggy, used to come on bowl, but but they had their button. They're just losing his cool now because he wants to get after him.
It's exactly what we've been speaking about.
Yep.
He wasn't taking the chances of Thomas
Or Azari.
Azari. The lack of pace from Greaves here now. He probably think that he can take a chance. So this is 9th over, 22 runs. They've been compact, but they was not getting the runs, getting the runs as fluent as they should be. It's really good bowling here from the Leeward Islands. Good discipline.
And good field placing as well, because that gap there has been plugged and not giving them too many easy outlets. So that completes the over, and at the end of it, 22 without loss. Another maiden.
Maiden over here from Justin Greaves. Good discipline bowling, and that's what you're going to get from Justin Greaves. Just bowl one area all day. Don't try to do too much. You know he's not fast. Just try to bowl good line, good length. Let the batters come after him.
So now we see Cornwall is going to come into the attack immediately. So they're not wasting any time. So Rakeem Cornwall is going to try to impact the game with the ball. Didn't get many with the bat. In fact, he only got 14. So here they go with the first ball, driving at this one outside the off tempo, almost falling into the trap.
The rack attack is on. He's going to enjoy bowling on this wicket, Ruskin. He's going to get a lot of bonks. He usually get a lot of bonks.
All right, yeah, he's a tall man. And he has a nice high action as well. Quick action, but
he spins the ball as well, so he's going to enjoy the middle period here. Ball is still new. This is just the 5th over with this ball. They use 2 balls. 50 over cricket, 2 balls they use, 1 on each end. So this is just the 5th over with this ball.
And just like the others, Cornwall has dropped onto a good line and a good length.
Jim, we're going to eat at Nando's tonight, Jim.
This is in the air for a long while, just not carrying there, just trying to come out there. Gore, Karima Gore, just not able to get under it. In fact, he started to backpedal once he saw that he wasn't going to get it, just to give himself a chance to stop the ball. And he's gone over the top. That's a good shot. That's gone just 1 bounce into the mid-wicket fence for 4 runs.
Again, a boundary of the last ball of the over. Jimbo would not be happy with that. 5 good balls, and then the last ball of the over into the boundary. Good shot by Nandu. It was a nice, juicy full toss. Still had to put it away. So the end of the 10 overs, West Indies Academy 26 without loss.
Certainly it's been a struggle for them to score runs. And, if the benchmark, as we say, is 60 in the first 10, and you're 26 without loss, obviously it's that run scoring has been difficult. By comparison, the Leeward Islands are 58 for 1 after 10. So and I'm sure Colin would be happy to know that Chelsea is leading Arsenal 2-0. He wanted a draw. Again, trying to really force the issue now. He's almost encouraged, or should I say inclined, to want to play at everything outside the off stump. Earlier, he was leaving some of those deliveries alone. Now he almost feels compelled to have to try to score.
Definitely, we're feeling the pressure here now. 26 runs in 10 overs. It's only 5.4 required. But we see how difficult it is when spinners bowl in the middle period. It's not easy to get away. The Windward Islands has 4 spinners in there.
Yeah, he's coming down the wicket again, trying to really invent some runs here. He's looking to manufacture runs any which way he can, and he was chipping into the bowler, but then the ball clearly beaten the leg stump, ducked into his pads, not able to get any bat onto it at all. And I was just about to tell you that the one thing I don't want to see is for him to just run down the wicket and just give it away. He almost did exactly that there. That's better. You want to see him play through this difficult period, and come out on the other side, still there, batting on. Because conditions can change. You get a couple boundaries and all of a sudden things become easier. The longer you stay, of course, the better chance you're getting of scoring runs. What you have noticed too also, Riyadh, is look at how close in the fielders are inside the circle. They're a good 4 or 5 meters off that 30-meter line, so they're putting pressure on the youngsters to pinch quick singles. We'll get one here. Might think of a second and decide against it. Good cricket again. Attacking the ball quickly and ensuring that they can't get a second run.
Yeah, they're not going to give them the opportunity to pinch quick singles. They're a good fielding unit, Leeward Islands. They have big Jimbo in short extra cover, so they might be looking to drop on a run by him, but the other guys, Carty's in short mid-wicket.
Shot in the air away from Cornwall, and they think again of a second run, but it's not there. That's good fielding once more from Karima Gore out in the deep, really covering a lot of ground quickly.
That ball was in the air, but you know for sure Big Rock isn't going to dive. He's not going to throw his frame for that, so I don't think it's an opportunity. I don't think it's a chance. Good discipline bowling from Justin.
This time he's striking him in the pad. This is close, but not out, says the umpire. And Graves not happy at all. He went celebrating all the way down to the striker's end. We need to turn around and realize that the umpire says not out. Puts his hands on his hips and wondering. 29 without loss at the end of the over.
Very close, very, very close shot. Probably just pitching outside leg stump. Greaves thought he had his man there. Didn't even look back to the umpire, just run down celebrating. I think it probably was a good decision by Duguid. Probably just pitching outside leg stump.
And again, umpires are a thankless job, because when you get it right, everybody thinks that's par for the course. That's what you're supposed to do. And you get it wrong, or in their eyes, if you get it wrong, they're not too happy with you.
Cornwall continues from the Players Pavilion end.
Takes a look at Amelia. Amelia just seems a little bit anxious right now. It's like he wants to get on with things. I just hope he doesn't just throw it away. But just try to work through the situation. If you can't get a fourth, then get a single. And rotate the strike. See how best you can do that. Down the wicket he goes, over the top of the man at mid-off, goes down to long off, it goes all the way for 6 runs. Well, that's one way to release pressure.
Good looking shot from Milius, but you could see the pressure has been building. Couple balls coming down the wicket. This one free swing just outside the off stump. Over long off boundary for 6. It's too many dot balls in this innings.
Down the wicket he goes again and hits it right back to the bowler. I think it's a dead ball. I'm not sure. It's almost like if the rag fell off again. the famous towel. And a sweep in, bad miss there, and the ball is going to go into the boundary at square leg for another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries there.
Yeah, a bit sloppy from Durham. Cornwall isn't happy. Azari isn't happy. Keeper isn't happy. Seems to just hit probably the end of the wicket, one of the practice pitches, and going the other way. Durham trying to get his body behind it, but to no avail.
That's another good shot. Going inside out this time and stroking it nicely into the deep for another comfortable single. So when previously he couldn't get the ball off the square, all of a sudden he's picked up 11 runs in double quick time.
Yeah, hopefully we can see a free-flowing Milius now after those boundaries, 6 and a 4.
Yeah, they're going to get another comfortable single. So just like that, the runs starting to flow again. And I'm sure that's probably what they will be chatting about. At the end of the over is 40 without loss. Or make that 41 without loss. So 12 runs coming off of that over. And that is what I think you would want these youngsters to appreciate, that you might struggle for some periods, but then in other periods, you know, things can become a little bit easier. You have to just stick it out.
That's the most productive over of the innings for the West Indies Academy. They need to really keep going. It's not a big run rate. It's just 5.2 and over the need, but I think they need to rotate the strike, keep rotating the strike. Left-right combination is always difficult for bowlers.
And once they're able to frustrate the Leeward Islands for an extended period of time, it could make for real anxiety later on. Again, he was driving outside the off stump. You could see Graves asking him to drive and hoping that probably he can just hit the edge. Milius was driving a little bit uppishly again, but he drove it away from Cornwall at that short extra cover position. So he's put the man there. I'm surprised he doesn't put 2 men in that position there and dare him to drive outside the off stump. Like he was in 2 minds there. I'm not sure if he was leaving the ball, and then the lack of pace, he then just decided to dab at it, and might have just struck him on the glove.
Too close to play that shot. call for the physio, so he definitely is
He
hit him
struck
on the
him on the finger, yep.
finger.
He wanted like immediate attention, but I'm not sure if he's going to get it. He might get it at the end of the over. I think the umpire was asking him to wait. But 44 without loss, so they're making a bit of progress here now.
Steady progress.
Yep. It was 240 is the target, remember? There he goes again, driving. This might get this into the gap, and no, it's eventually cut off. And they're going to have to settle for the single. Good fielding out in the deep again by the Leeward Islands. Keeping the pressure on. Nandu, who is on 20, who's on 20 here from 35 deliveries. Milias is 25 from 40. 45 without loss. And that's going to run down the hill. That's going to be a tough chase there as 4 runs. Not much he could do about that. From the moment it left the bat, it went fine. Doral is a little bit squarer, and the ball was really racing away to his left. He never seemed like he was capable of catching up with that one.
Yeah, badly line delivery from Justin Greaves. Not what he was looking to do. He's probably trying to stay as close as possible to that leg stump. His ball just outside leg stump. Nandu with a free swing into the fine leg boundary for 4. Again, trying to tuck him up, pulling as close as possible to the body. Nandu getting in line and playing to square leg. End of the over, 50 comes up. 13 overs. West Indies Academy 50 without loss.
And just to do a comparison, was 68 for 2 at the end of 13 overs when the two get it. Well, they get some attention out there. It's going to be, we'll have a change in commentator. Colin Murray is going to come in with his commentary right after this, as the players, I suppose, will take their water break right now. So we too will take a break, and we'll come back after that for continued commentary.
Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. 50 for none. The West Indies Academy. Remember, the target is 240. And so they've just about 190 left. 13 overs have been bowled. So they've got 190 to get in 37 overs. And that certainly is on. And the good thing about this reply thus far is that they've not lost any wickets. So the longer these two keep inching away at that total, it's going to make life a little bit more comfortable for the rest of the academy batsmen. So we're just about getting ready for the restart after the drinks break. And Cornwall is going to be bowling to Nandu. As this one, you could see him just backing away and giving himself. What is good about this so far, as I say good afternoon again to you, Carty, is that I like how they're pacing the innings. They're looking for the singles, they're looking for the twos when they can, and every time they seem to run into a little bit of a dead patch, one of them looked to hit a boundary, but not taking too many risks, because even the boundaries, they were going straight back over the top, and I like this partnership thus far.
Yeah, they're batting in very well as a partnership. They've weathered the early storm from the pace of Zari Joseph and Usain Thomas. They've got through that period, and now it's just the spinners operating. They've done well, as you mentioned. Yeah, just like that.
Uses his feet nicely. Got to the pitch, and he just whipped it. Oh, no, that was a safe shot, because there's a deep square leg, and then there's a long on. He lifted it over mid-wicket, down to that big gap. But that was such a pleasant-looking shot, because he used his feet nicely. And when he realized he was to the pitch, he just whipped it nicely over mid-wicket. That's a really tremendous shot from Melius.
Yeah, high-class shot. Got close to the ball. Here he is again down the track. So he's definitely using his feet nicely, getting to the pitch of the bowling. He's not afraid to push it down the ground if he's not to the pitch.
Well, what I was about to say is that, he's now starting, you could see his confidence starting to come back, because he's using his feet nicely to Cornwall. He's not afraid to use his feet and get to the pitch. And when he's not to the pitch, he just smothers the ball. He's batting well. He takes a single here, and he brings the left-handed Nandu back into strike. 55 now for none. This has been really a wonderful reply.
Yeah. And it's a left hand, right hand.
Yeah, which makes life a little more difficult for the bowlers. Backing away, Nandu. You can see him giving himself that room. So they're not too worried with Cornwall. And when you look at Cornwall figures, 2.5 overs, none for 22. It's a situation where they've been certainly looking to get after him. Actually, he's completed his over. So 14 overs have now been bowled. It's 57 for none. Melius is 30 and Nandu is 27.
Yeah, chipping away nicely at this target. And the good thing is, though, Colin, that they know what their victory target is, so they can pace the innings and play the situations according.
And you look at that, the required run rate is just over 5 and over, 5.08, and they're going along at 4. So if they continue going at 4, they will keep that run rate to maybe 6.5, which is good.
Yeah. Hidden Walsh is coming into the attack now, a new bowler from the pavilion end, from the media center end.
It'll be interesting, the leg spinner.
Yeah. He might be the one to sort of break this partnership.
Well, they badly need a wicket, don't they?
Yeah.
To get back into this, these two continue, say, and add another 30, 40 runs. You have to think it's goodbye Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Yeah.
No, there will be no hurricane anymore. And Nandu, he's looking good. He's picking up the line. He's getting right behind the line. He's pushing the ball around. It's really, he's batted well. So the right-handed Melius comes back into strike. He was one of the few batsmen that failed in that game against the CCC. He only got to 13. Oh, that's a good delivery from Hayden Walsh, the googly, it spun, it made some height, and it turned back into Melias, who was looking to cut, was pitching outside the line of the off stump, and you could see him giving himself the room to cut it, but it spun back at him viciously. Now that's too short. But he gets away with it. They're only going to pick up a single. He was more or less just trying. I thought he would have maybe a full-blood pull, but he just worked it around the corner. And O'Shane Thomas, who was at that short, fine leg, had to move to his right, but couldn't prevent them from getting the single. It was a good call from Nandu, who was backing up nicely. That's the googly again. So he's bowling the googlies to both the right-hander and left-hander. The googly spinning away from the left-hander and spinning back into the right-hander. So he's mixing up his deliveries. It's been a good over so far. Just 2 runs coming from the first 4 deliveries. They're going to get an easy single, as that was a leg spinner. But got to look at his line. If you're going to bowl that leg spinner to the left-hander, Kadir, you've got to pitch it somewhere just outside the line of the off stump. Make it difficult. Once you pitch middle and leg and spinning into him, he's just going to whip it on the onside. Yeah,
can't get too straight. He's going to give away an easy single. But he started well here.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Oh, that's superb. That's majestic. He came down the track, used his feet, got to the pitch, and he just stroked it superbly through extra cover. There's a man at long off. He just jogged after the ball. He never even tried to stop it, because from the time it left the bat, Graves, who was at long off, knew that ball was going into the boundary. What a super shot to end the over. He's now starting to really look good. Melias, he's on 35. And it's after 15 overs, it's 64 for none.
Yeah, terrific shot from Kimani Melias into out. And it was all along the ground. He was in full control of that shot. That'll give him a lot of confidence. In the previous over, he played one against Cornwall, where he got to the pitch of it and whipped it leg side. This time through the offside.
I like so far how he's using his feet. He's not afraid to use his feet to the spinners, and he's getting to the pitch and driving. When he's not to the pitch, you could see him there just in defense and pushing the ball out either on the on or the offside. But once he uses his feet and gets to the pitch, he's playing through the line. Well, Daniel Durham is into the attack. Remember, as you say, remember the name, Daniel Durham. He picked up 7 for 29 in 9.5 overs in that first game against the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, 3rd best figures regionally in List A cricket. That 7 for 29 that Daniel Durham picked up against the Jamaica Scorpions.
Are you a little surprised he hasn't been brought into the attack earlier?
Yeah, I would have been expecting him to come on a bit earlier.
Yeah, I thought before maybe Graves.
Yeah.
But it's in there, and he's picked up wicket number 8. Wicket number 8 in his first over. Durham has struck a short delivery, and Nandu didn't keep it down. That was the only problem here. He picked up the line early. It was short. He got on the back foot. Now, was he trying to hit a 6? Why take the risk? You know, he could have played that ball all along the ground and picked up a single. Let's have a look at it, Kadir.
Yeah, Daniel Durham into the wicket. And Nandu, he looked to be in full control, but it just seemed to I don't know.
Yeah, once you
he's caught in between two minds, you have to say.
Well, once you take the risk of looking to put that ball in the air, I think Carty was the one who took the catch. Casey Carty down at the deep mid-wicket. But once you put the ball in the air, you're giving the fieldsman a chance. No, that was a rank long hop, basically.
Yeah.
So he picked it up early, got onto the back foot, and really and truly, he could have hit that ball anywhere. Watch it. He waited. He took it from just outside the line of the off stump, and he hit it high, and hit it straight down to Carty. That to me is a very soft dismissal.
Yeah, he's gonna be disappointed, Matthew Nandu. Values his wicket. He's not gonna be happy the way he got out. As you mentioned, he could have played all along the ground, got a single. In the end, just caught between two minds, and then had to go. So 64 for 1. Durham into the attack and amongst the wickets immediately. Seems to have a bit of a golden arm
Yes.
this season.
Just his third delivery, and he's picked up a wicket already. Just his third ball, sorry, his third delivery, and he's picked up that wicket.
Leonardo Julian in at number 3.
Another left-hander.
Yeah, another left-hander. So they continue with that left-hand, right-hand combination. And Julian, too, is in good form, coming off a 51 against the Jamaica Scorpions. Against the CCC. My apologies.
Yeah, he had a good knock against the CCC of 51, was it?
Yeah, 51.
Yeah, 51. Batted well.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to start over. But the good thing is Melius at the other end, at the non-strikers end, is batting well.
Okay, Danny, okay.
It always helps you as a new batsman when you go in that your partner is at the next end, is settled, batting well, scoring runs. Because it takes that pressure off of you. All you really need to do, if you don't get the bad ball, is look to try to work it into the gaps.
Yeah.
Pick up the single and let your partner do the rest.
No.
Yeah, that's the beauty of when you go into bat and there is somebody at the non-striker's end that is flourishing.
Yeah. Just got to hit the gaps. Just to sort of get your innings going. But Durham, you offer something different, as you mentioned. Tall guy. Thought to finish Durham's first over.
A maiden wicket.
Yeah, wicket maiden.
Yeah.
Good start from Daniel Durham. 16 done, 64 for 1.
So 16 gone, 64 for 1, and a wicket maiden over from Durham. So he's, when you think of his figures in that first game, 9.5 overs, no maidens, 29 runs and 7 wickets. So he's now picked up 8 wickets in this tournament for 29 runs. You couldn't ask for anything better than that.
Yeah.
Well, you can, but it would be very
You'd be greedy.
very greedy, extremely greedy. That's after eating, going back to the buffet table 3 times and looking to go a 4th. I wouldn't call names. Kadiri. I wouldn't call names. But Hayden Walsh Jr. is going to continue. He's going to come in for his second over. 7 runs was taken off the first over. Was in the air a little bit, but the hands went up, Cornwall and Walsh, but it was hit firmly to the right of Cornwall and to the left of Walsh. Not really a chance, but because it was in the air slightly, Cornwall was sort of saying, hey, we had a chance at that, but it really was hit well. It was hit firmly, and it was hit away from both Cornwall and Walsh. So it brings Julian into strike.
No, this is a good opportunity here for the Leeward Islands to sort of squeeze Leonardo Julian new to the crease. Changes to the field. Mid-off is coming up. Long off rather is coming inside the circle. He's going to mid-off. The deep fielders.
Again, getting a little bit of bounce is Hayden Walsh. He's not a tall man, but getting that ball to zip off the pitch and a little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn. Just a quick score out at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where Trinidad Tobago, the Red Force, they're taking on the Ghana Happy Eagles. So Julian, just understand it's 91 for 1. Keon Otley, who is in a rich vein of form, is on 52 not out. Evan Lewis is in the team. He's come into the team, obviously at the expense of Tion Webster, who opened with Otley. And Lewis is out for 16. And Joshua De Silva is on 17 not out. And we're into over number 19 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, healthy start from the Red Force.
Yeah, Otley, rich vein of form.
Yeah.
Got a good-looking 100 here against the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Match winning 100.
Yeah, really batted well, timed the ball sweetly.
Yeah.
This is short, and I thought for 1 minute Julian picked up the short ball and was going to pull, and then again it was the one spinning away from him, and he just had to quickly adjust his movement of his feet and push it out on the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, good stuff from Walsh. Just a single off the first delivery. 4 dots to follow. Can he finish off this over? He does so. So just a single coming in the 17th over. At the end of it, it's 65 for 1.
Well, commentators curse. We understand Otley is out, 452. Just as we were praising him and saying how well he's been batting. But there's a summary of the score to date here in this game at the Queen's Park Oval. Hurricanes out for 239. And 65 for 1 is the West Indies Academy.
Tell
Go
you
ahead.
what, Colin. Commentators' curse is real.
Why, you've experienced that on more than one occasion,
Yeah,
obviously.
Definitely, it is.
Yes,
I wonder though, it seems as though they have an earpiece where they can hear you, and I don't know.
they hate to be praised how well they're batting and how good they're looking and things like that. And all of a sudden, they try something different and get out. But I suppose 52 is well played. He didn't go on, but still getting a half century, Otley. And the Red Force 91 now for 2.
So we're having a good look at Daniel Durham here, operating from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And as Colin mentioned, he's a tall guy. He's a giant left-arm spinner. He is bang on target. So he's into his work early, Daniel Durham.
Yeah, he's been bowling a good. He's bowled 8 deliveries thus far. I can't really remember him bowling a loose ball. Maybe the only loose ball career he bowled was the one he got a wicket with, when it was just short, and Nandu pulled it straight down to the backward square.
And he's in such of a purple patch. The bad ball picks up a wicket too.
Yes. Runs for Melias. He's middling that ball nicely.
Yeah.
It's coming off sweet off the bat. He backed away there and punched that through the offside, and you could hear the sweet sound of it coming off the bat.
Now he has another opportunity for Durham to just squeeze in some tight deliveries here at Julian, who's yet to get off the mark. Soaked up 8 deliveries so far. There's 2 catches on the offside. There's a catching cover and a short mid wicket.
That's a good shot. That's lovely. That's runs. They probably pick up 2. He timed it sweetly. That will do him the world of good, give him some confidence. Not that he needs it, because he's coming off that half century in the first game. So he should be pretty comfortable.
Good feeling of his own bowling, Durham. But he has the luxury of facing a couple of deliveries before he gets into his stride, as Melias is going along so well.
There's some of the bowling figures. O'Shane Thomas, 3 overs, none for 6. That's pretty economical. But the man picking up the wicket, Daniel Durham, 1 for 3 from his 2. The current run rate has dropped slightly to 3.7, which means that the required run rate has gone up. But no alarms, because it's just 5.38, so it may have gone up from 5.08 to 5.38. So no real alarms yet. I think they're pacing the innings well. They would want to carry that run rate up maybe to just about 4 and over. Well. He's bowled him up googly again from Walsh. Melias didn't have the room in which to cut. He was trying to make room for himself, but that ball came back at him, the googly, and it may have taken the edge onto the stumps, but not a good shot by Melias. As a matter of fact, that was a poor shot for a man who was batting so well.
Yeah, just didn't seem to pick it. He opened up the cut, and then it started coming back at him and couldn't get the bat down in time. And it was a poor judgment on his behalf As he played so well, Kimani Milias, he has to go for 37. The Academy lose their second wicket, 68 for 2.
Yeah, the thing about it is when you're going to play a shot like that, when you know you're not picking the bowler, if he's bowling leg spin, if he's bowling the googly. So if you're going to come on that back foot, punch it through the covers. But he was making room for himself to cut a googly, and there was really, and even if he had cut that, there's a backward point in place. So you're taking a risk to get out for a single. It doesn't, it's really a bad judgment on the part of Milias, and it means that he has to walk back to the pavilion.
Yeah, but good bowling from Walsh. He's bowled predominantly more wrong-ons in this spell.
He has.
Yeah. And I wonder if he's doing that sort of just to get his confidence up. Once those wrong-ons come out right, then he probably might back himself to land those leg breaks. I wonder. Maybe. But he's picked up a wicket. That would certainly give him a boost. The new man is Teddy Bishop.
The man who got 95 not out
Yeah.
in the first game.
Yeah.
He carried the Academy to the 318. He was solely responsible for that. Pity he didn't get 100.
Yeah.
Just 5 runs short of the 100 before the overs ran out. But let's see how he goes today.
I thought he batted brilliantly. He played both the pace and the spin well.
He gets a nice gift there from Walsh to get off the mark. One that was pushed through and just back of a length. So he was able to just work it through the onside. Seemed to be another googly. He's bowling a lot of googlies.
Yeah.
Is Hayden Walsh.
So the Leeward Islands have picked up 2 wickets in the space of just about 3 overs. The introduction of Daniel Durham, he's broken the partnership, and now Walsh Jr. has followed suit. Some more changes to the field. Short fine leg comes out. He goes into a mid-wicket. There's a man back on the square leg boundary.
So Julian just struggling a little bit, and when I say struggling, meaning just to start to find the gaps in the field and pick up some runs. But patience is the game. He's got to play out this difficult period. That's much better.
Yeah,
The thing is, when you're batting in white ball cricket, the pressure is on you so much to keep the scoreboard ticking over. And when it's not, you always try to invent a shot, which sometimes just don't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah, he is getting an easy single, Leonardo Julian. Maybe not in full control, but you take that, it's up the other end.
And that is so important when you're not scoring runs, and once you get the opportunity to get off strike, you take it.
Slip goes in for Bishop, Teddy Bishop, that is.
Played that well. It's just leaning on that. Carty comes in at that deep long on, or comes in from long on to do the fielding. So one more to the total. Bishop goes to 2, and after 19 overs, it's 70 for 2.
So now it's even more important, Colin, that these two sort of build a partnership here. But I'll tell you what, it's good bowling from Leeward Islands. The Hurricanes bowlers, their fast bowlers were really good up front. They were miserly for 10 overs, just went for 26. And now it's up to the spinners.
I'm not sure if Ruskin Mark would like to hear this, but Arsenal, they were 2 down, came back to draw 2-all against Chelsea, scoring 2 goals in the last 13 minutes of the game. Yeah, silly me had the Arsenal to win.
You had a draw and you couldn't change.
I had a draw and I changed it. Terrible. Say they must never change your mind, stick with what you think. Here's Durham.
Nice looking cut. Can't find the gap. I'm interested to have a good look at Daniel Durham, just because he offers something different for me, solely based on his height.
Oh, he's misstumped. He's misstumped by Hamilton. He came down the track, seemed to go across the line slightly, was looking to work it through mid-on. Now, whether it turned and beat the bat, or it hit the pad actually, he was lucky. So apologies to Hamilton, because that was difficult. Even though he came down the track, the ball struck the pad and deviated away from the wicket keeper. So you can't really say it was a misstumping, because that ball took the pad. But he was looking to, he seemed to just be going across the line slightly at that. Didn't turn all that much.
Yeah. But he's bang on target, hitting those areas just outside the off stump. Not much turn so far, but he's getting a bit of bounce. The surface always offers something for slower bowlers. So another left-arm spinner early on today, picking up 4 wickets. Another Bishop, Joshua Bishop.
Yes, because I that. Oh, Danny! Oh, yeah, Danny. Huh? Danny, you barely get in, huh? Yeah. All right, say now.
Says Durham in his third over, 1 for 4 so far. So he's been very, very economical. And he's pulled it straight into the end. So another dismissal, and Julian is beside himself. He's absolutely livid, because that ball, he was looking to pull it. I don't think it was short enough. And because of that, he hit it straight into the hands of the man at backward square leg there. Hayden Walsh takes the catch. Well, he was on that back foot. Why? He was looking to pull it high in the air. It seemed to have come off high on the bat and went straight to Walsh Jr. at backward square leg, and he takes the catch. And it's the end of Julian. He makes his way back to the pavilion, caught Walsh off the bowling of Durham for 3. It's now, 72 for 3. And Daniel Durham, he can't do no wrong. 3 overs, 2 for 4.
Yeah, I tell you what, pressure got to Leonardo Julian. 3 from 16 deliveries. Well, 3 from 15, and the 16 delivery was dismissed. But he just wasn't seem to be finding those gaps, and the singles became non-existent for him until he eventually just gave it away. So the Leeward Islands clawing their way back into this game, picking up their 3rd wicket as the new batter Kevin Wickham.
And when you think of it, there was 64 for none. So they've lost 3 wickets in the space of 8 runs.
Yeah.
It's crumbling a little bit. They need a partnership. And Kevin Wickham has come in to partner Teddy Bishop.
It's all happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. The introduction of Daniel Durham. Oh, what a series he's having so far. This is his 9th wicket. So far.
And he's only conceded 33 runs. It's tremendous spell from him, not only here today, so far. He's picked up the 2 left-handers in Nandu and Julian.
There's another inside edge, this time Wickham. He gets off the mark. But it's all happening. Walsh Jr. predominantly wrong on. one that goes the other way. I think if you're Daniel Durham and you're about to leave Antigua and someone tells you you're going to pick up 9 wickets inside of your first 2 games, there's another appeal, this time an inside edge.
Yeah, if he got an inside edge, or he would have been in real trouble.
He's going back to
Bishop.
a bullish delivery.
Yeah. Again, he was looking just to whip it away on the onside and got the inside edge. Lucky.
Walsh Jr. is bowling really good here. Into his 4th over. On
Yeah.
for 13.
Thing is, he hasn't bowled very many loose balls, which is excellent on his part, and being a wrist spinner. Wouldn't have the control, let's say, the finger spinner.
Yeah.
But it's the best I've seen him bowl for a little while in terms of his line, his length. And he's getting some turn.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to pick up an easy single. So it's a little too short from Hayden Walsh. And it's the end of over number 21 now. And at the end of it, it's 75 for 3. You'd have to think this is a rebuilding process now between these two. They've got to stick around for maybe another 10, 15 overs, but in so doing, they need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. You need to be going at something in the vicinity of 4 runs and over. They need 5, the required run rate, 5.69. But if they can just go around 4 and over and keep that run rate down to 6, 6.5, then they're back in business.
Colin, just an update in Brian Lara Cricket Academy. TNT Red Force 114 for 3 now.
They've lost another wicket.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva 27.
Yes, young Joshua De Silva is getting starts and not carrying on. And he's been given the opportunity by batting at number 3. But he needs to turn those 20s and 30s and 40s into hundreds.
Yeah.
Bishop wanted the single, but Wickham wasn't interested.
When you look at the batting to come, there's pretty much all rounders. Naeem Young, Hakeem August, and Matthew Ford. So this partnership becomes even more important here.
Yeah, I would think that these two, they need to keep the scoreboard ticking without losing their wickets, and maybe get that score up to 130 thereabouts. And if they can do that, then certainly, it would set things up nicely for the academy. So he's stroking the ball around nicely, but unable at the moment to find the gaps in the field is Wickham. He's got 1 from 4 deliveries. Well, this is better. But Durham has been good. He's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length. And he's caused the demise of 2 batsmen going after him. So he's completed his 4th over, 2 for 6. That's good figures. 4 overs, 2 for 6. And coming up after 22 overs, it's 77 for 3.
Can't ask for much better than that. And he's been backed up well by Walsh on the other end.
We've got to keep an eye on that run rate, though, because the required run rate, it's gone up to 5.79. As I said, you don't want it to get to 7 and 8. You've got to be careful. They've got to be careful if they don't. This is in the air, but it's going to be taken. That's a really smart catch. Really excellent catch there, because it was another delivery that was short. And there was Wickham going after it, hit it high in the air. And there it is. He went back and hit it high in there. I'm not sure if these guys are trying to go beyond the boundary. But as I said, once you hit the ball in the air, you're giving the fieldsman a chance.
Yeah, Kofi James taking
James,
a good catch.
It was
there.
a good running catch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Judged it well.
Yeah, certainly a good running catch. I'm not sure if the pressure of this situation is getting to the young batters, the academy batters. It didn't seem to be that short. Probably could have just worked it leg side. In the end, did neither. He lost his wicket. Wickham, 77 for 4.
And this is after being 64 for none.
Yeah.
So they've lost these 4 wickets with the addition of just 13 runs. It's falling apart.
Yeah, capitulating here, the West Indies Academy. Akim August.
Is it August
Or
or
Ogis.
Ogis?
Ogis.
I think it's Ogis. I haven't checked. I'm not his godfather, and I haven't checked with him, but I think it's Ogis.
Ogis.
Yeah, it's Ogis.
Okay.
So a lot will be dependent on him. Didn't score in the first game against the CCC. Didn't trouble the scorers, as they say. So he would be looking to try and get some runs here and guide this total. His short delivery didn't get up. Kept it down. That's the way you're going to play it. Keep it down. So he is off the mark. The total now on to 78 for 4. Brings Bishop, who is on 6. And he must have the whole of this academy on his shoulders now. Teddy Bishop, after scoring that superb 95 not out in the first game, that's a good shot. It's just going to pick up a single because there is protection out in the deep.
So if you're attacking batsman like Bishop is, Colin, and you're 4 wickets down, 79 on the board, how do you go about your batting? What do you do? Do you curb your natural instincts?
No, you can't. You got to play you got to just bat normally. You just can't take the risks, which is but bat your normal way, play your shots, but don't do anything rash. Because he's a good stroke player, is Teddy Bishop. He strokes the ball nicely, finds the gaps, and really and truly that's what he's got to do. Can't afford to take any risks, because of course he can't afford to lose his wicket. And that's it. Just stroke it out, pick up your singles, wait for the bad ball, and if you can put it away, by all means, put it away.
Yeah, he's got to realize the situation here. Young Bishop. Ogis too.
Well, Ogis has got to try and work the ball around as well. But more importantly, give Bishop as much a strike as he can. That's good. That's good. It's the end of the over. End of over number 23 now. 81 for 4. The academy, remember the target is 240. So it's hasn't gone well in the last few overs for the academy because it was 64 for none at one stage. There's Melias and Nandu, the two openers, 37 and 29 respectively. But look at those bowling figures. Hayden Walsh, 2 for 18. And Daniel Durham, 2 for 6. They are the destroyers thus far.
Destroyers in chief. These two.
Bishop cut in at a delivery. He had the room, just didn't find the gap. That was the only thing missing from that shot. Did everything well. Backed away, cut it nicely. And but just didn't find the gap.
Good, yes, Danny boy. That's a good boy, Danny. It's easy to follow something, Danny.
That's a good ball. It didn't come on to him as he was anticipating.
Yeah.
He was reaching for it. Well, where did that pass? They're going to pick up 2 runs, but certainly 2 in the dark for Bishop. Not sure if he got an inside edge or if he must have got an inside edge. But again, looking to drive. He's got to be careful. He's got to push the ball around. Don't get too greedy at this point in time. You've got still a lot of overs left.
Yeah, not much flight from Durham. Sort of just pushing it through. Here's another play and a miss. This time Bishop.
He's struggling, isn't he?
Yeah. Just
All of a sudden, he's started to try and play all the shots in the book and to deliveries that are not there for the respective shots.
Tell you what, he's causing a lot of problems. Durham. Man out of St. Martin.
Well bowled. Another very good delivery from Durham. Just 1 delivery left in over number 24.
Picked up 5 wickets on debut for the Netherlands at age 15.
Well, they get a single to complete the over. So Bishop, he is on what? On 11 now. And the total after 24 overs, 83 for 4. And have a look, Kadir, that run rate is now, the required run rate has now gone up to 6. So they've got to be wary of that. And look at the fall of wickets there, 64, 68, 72 and 77. And the 2 men at the bottom, Walsh and Durham, they are the wicket takers thus far. The 2 spinners, Cornwall, the off spinner, hasn't picked up a wicket. But he wouldn't mind that. Once the wickets are falling, as far as the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are concerned, Cornwall will be happy.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Hayden Walsh continuing. He's had 2 for 18 from his 5.
So a quick comparison, Colin, at the end of 24 overs, the Leeward Island Hurricanes were 115 for 4.
So as it is, it's a 29-run gap, and that's big.
Got again from Bishop, getting close to it, pushing it down to long on, easy single.
The good thing about this partnership now, there's a left-hand, right-hand combination, which means the bowlers have got to change their line.
Yeah.
And let's see if the academy can work that against the Hurricanes.
You've got to be watchful.
That's a bad delivery. Going to pick up some runs, but it was a safe shot because there's Hamilton is chasing after it with his pads and nearly got to it before the man there at a deep backward square leg.
Yeah, Jamal Hamilton, he plays with his heart on his sleeve.
Yeah.
A real full-blooded cricketer, heart and soul.
Interesting how they didn't give him the captaincy and they went to Alzari Joseph, which I don't have a problem with. I think in these tournaments, the regional tournaments in particular, Kadir, we've got to start to groom captains. You know, you look around the region, and there are not very many. Those who are in the 30s. You know, and we've just got to start to look around for some younger men who can lead teams. Well, it's going to be Bishop back on strike.
But it's a sort of a new path, if you want to call it that, as Alzari Joseph main suit is fast bowling, and we've not seen much fast bowlers who've captain
No,
teams.
you're right. Well, it's in the air, but luckily away from the man at mid-wicket. They're going to pick up 3. No, I think they're going to settle on 2.
James had a long way to go.
Yeah.
Did well, kept it down to 2. But this is good. Singles, getting the odd 2s, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Colin, and that required run rate, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
It's gone
it's
just
gone
below
back to
6.
5.96. But if they need to keep it around there, 5.966, going into the last few overs. That's a wide. Yeah, just back to that about fast bowlers being captains. You know, the trend of thought basically is that the fast bowlers, they already have a workload to do. You know, you don't want to burden them with the captaincy. But, you know, my thing is if they're good enough and they can handle it, why not? It's just like a wicket keeper. They said, a wicket keeper shouldn't be captain because he's got to concentrate on every ball, etc., etc. Runs here for Bishop, just a single. And I've always said, you know, if they can handle it, because you have players that thrive on that.
Yeah.
You know, and I think I like Alzari Joseph in terms, I think he's a real competitor.
In this Leeward Islands team, he's one of the more experienced guys.
And you know, sometimes captaincy tends to help your game. You get a little bit more responsible and things like that. He's going to get a single off the final delivery of the over. So it's now what? 25 overs have been bowled. Score goes up to 93 for 4. Clive Lloyd was one of those actually that, I don't know if you know the story of Clive Lloyd, when he, in the good old days, the West Indies had a lot of professional players playing out of England. Is a match summary, and the West Indies selectors would invite them back to the Caribbean to make themselves available to play for the West Indies. In other words, they would pick like a big squad, say 20, 25, and Lloyd wasn't selected by the West Indies to come back to make himself available for an England tour. And again, in those days, it's not like they didn't have the sort of cricket they have now, where you didn't have the time in which to arrange games against the territorial teams. Here's Durham starting a new over. Yeah, so you'd find that an English tour, they would come and they'd play a game against Trinidad, they'd play a game against Guyana before they play their test matches. And Mr. Lloyd played for Guyana. That's a big hit. Is he going to clear the man? Yes, he does. That's a good hit from Hoagies. Really good hit. And it was given a little bit of air by Durham. And Durham, there, let's have a look. And right in the slot. He hit it beautifully.
Yeah, hit with the turn.
Yep.
One of the few deliveries that Durham flighted. And he paid the price. Good shot. Hakeem Hoagies.
Yep. So he's into double figures. And 99 for 4. Yeah, and Mr. Lloyd proceeded to make 174 against England, and that was it. He was then called up to the test squad, and later that year he was made captain.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history. Sometimes you just need that little bit of a luck, that little bit of a break, don't you?
Yeah. Rub of the green, as late Shane Warne would say.
Oh, that beat him outside the line of the. He was looking to work that through the offside. Didn't seem to cover that ball. May have just slightly turned.
Yeah.
And went between bat and pad, didn't it?
Yeah. Bit of a loose shot from Huggies.
Well, he's picking up a single to bring up the 100. So it's now 100 for 4. The academy, remember, the target is 240. So they still need 140 runs now in just 14 overs. So they a little bit of a drinks break now because the players are going to get some refreshment. We've had a great day so far. There's been after that last night when there was a storm almost from about 10 o'clock last night. A lot of wind, a lot of rain. And today it's been really good. It's been clear. And we've had an uninterrupted game thus far. So at 100 for 4, it's a drinks break. So we're going to take a bit of a break here and come back shortly with more action from the Queen's Park Oval.
Welcome back here as we get ready for the resumption of play after the little drinks break. And if you hear any desk thumping or somebody kicking something in the background, it's Colin Murray, who changed his mind on that Arsenal game and just is beside himself at the moment. I've never seen him so upset. He's captained teams, he's won, he's lost, he's never been that upset. However, the West Indies Academy, they have some work to do here, Riyadh. Not only have they lost 4 wickets, they've lost 4 wickets, and in the main, it's almost like they've gifted those wickets away, every one of them.
Yeah, they've been a bit on the wrong side when it comes to giving wickets away. really didn't get much of good deliveries to get good wickets.
Here's O'Shane Thomas coming back into the attack and immediately is conceding. And I think this is the other part of it now. We saw him bowl that first spell, but he only bowled like 3 overs. Then he was taken out of the attack. He now has to try to get back that rhythm again. What I'm looking for here is to see, one, if he could regain that line, because he was bowling a really good line and length. He was getting the ball to lift, and of course it's a softer ball now. But more importantly, I want to see if he could get back into rhythm and continue to build on what he did in that first spell. Cut away just short of the man there at that short backward point position. He was aiming to run it down to the third man region, and luckily for him, it dropped in front, just in front.
Yeah, he did start his first spell with good rhythm, good pace. Obviously, the new ball, a lot more carry. I like to see how he bowls with the older ball. I haven't seen the older ball carry as much as the new ball.
And have a good crack at him. They hits this one into the deep mid-wicket region. He's going to get 2 comfortably. And no need to hustle too much, and not much that Carty could do about that one.
Bishop here advancing down the wicket, trying to hit the ball straight back over the top. Getting a bit of an inside edge. I think they know they're not really behind the 8 ball, but they're not where they want to be at this point in time. Losing 4 wickets. Very, very soft dismissals, and losing it in clusters as well.
Drifting onto the pad there and conceding a leg by in the end. So it's important for the youngsters, I think, to understand, and I'm sure this is kind of like the message that the coaches are telling them. You're never out of the game. Assess it, look at it, see how you could build and get back into the ascendancy. And the best way to do that, as you say, is rotate strike, pick up singles, and if you get the odd boundary, you take it, and then you assess after the next 5 to 10 overs, see where you are. So delivery down the leg side. The umpire felt it was close enough, wasn't a leg by, or not even a wide. So
I think it's just going over leg stump. That one just going over leg stump. It's not really carrying to the keeper. So it's definitely the older ball is not going through like he would want it to. The run rate isn't as high as you'd think it would be, but they still need to rotate strike. 6 runs are over is not out of the reach. Can't afford to lose wickets.
Yeah, they hustled the first one here, but no chance to get a second one. It's the end of the over, the first of a new spell from O'Shane Thomas, and 4 runs coming off of it, plus the leg by, and 105 for 4 at the end of 27. So now we're looking at Doral. Durham has done very well so far. So too has Hayden Walsh, and but he's pulled both of them. But he's pulled Walsh out of the attack. Durham is continuing. So 27 overs completed. We have 2 for 16 from his 6 overs. So it looks like he's probably going to bowl him right through.
Yeah, I think he'll bowl out his 10 overs on the trot. He hasn't seemed to get the sort of bounce and turn he got in Brian Lara Stadium. I think the wicket here is a lot drier than what he bowled on a couple of days ago. So he'll be looking to bowl a lot faster on this wicket, which we have seen. I think one ball he bowled with some flight and he got hit over long on. So I don't think he'll be bowling more deliveries like that, especially to the left-hand batter.
He hasn't spun the ball as much either. And again, trying to be inventive here, East, but not able to beat the well set field there. Graves is there at that short fine leg position. We have a lot of our athletes also out there in Chile at the Pan Am Games. We want to wish them all the best. And multi-sport events always create some excitement. We've got 3-on-3 basketball. We have boxing. So we have normally we do well at hockey. So a number of different disciplines.
Sees a no ball here from Durham. Free hit coming up.
Yep. And he's gone with him. That's going to go a long way over mid-wicket for 6 runs. It almost went over the wall because it's concrete out there. So it hit the concrete and it kicked up. And it almost went the distance. It was almost as if he was trying to get it to the electrician who was over there fiddling with the wires earlier.
Yeah, Cardinals in here by Durham.
But here's the other thing too. I'm not sure if there's water over there as well, because we have been having rain. So that might be another issue apart from it hitting the concrete. Yeah, there it is. No, it's situated there up against the wall. One of those pillars for the scoreboard. Durham must be a little bit upset about that. First bowling the no ball and then giving the batsman a free hit. So that's 7 runs, literally. But I'm sure the academy youngsters will take it and try to build on it. 112 now for 4. 113 rather for 4.
Much better by Durham. Not giving him any room to swing his arms. Looking to target the pads. I think that would be the mode of operation here now from Durham. It's into the wicket.
He's gone for a single. This could be danger here. And there's a plea for a run out. And it looks like he's gone. You could see Ogies pointing to him that it was a single, but it was going to be a tight single either way. He having to stop, turn back, and try to get back. He didn't make it. He tried. It was a valiant effort on his part, but he never was able to get back there and was in danger all the time. You could see the bat not crossing the line. Stumps are broken, and he's out.
Never going to be a single there. That's a suicide run. Tried to attempt a suicide run there, Ogies. Looking good. Just got 7 runs off the over. No need to risk a single there. There's never a single on. Giving away a wicket. Another wicket been given away. Academy 114
Should be 114 for 4. For 5 now because
5.
Yep, because with the run out. It's really this will set them back quite a bit. I remember yesterday we saw a run out that triggered a mini collapse in the middle.
A major collapse.
Yes, you know. So it's So a sad end to what looked like a promising innings from Young East. And once again is that man Durham in the middle of it all, causing problems. Good field setting. Again, give the captain credit there. He had the players. And that is something that we see in. He has his players in off the 30-meter line because they are attacking the ball. And they're trying to deny the youngsters easy singles. So it's 112 for 5. That's what it was. And immediately off the mark there, looking quite comfortably, is skipper Naeem Young. But it's all part of the learning curve, but you know you hate to get run out in any form of cricket. It's just one of those things that you just don't want to happen to you. So at the end of the over, it's 113 for 5. Plenty of work still to be done. There is the analysis. Milias 37-29 to Nandu. We just saw a nice brisk 21 to Akimug East. Now we're back with O'Shane Thomas now. No slip. Pitching up on that occasion, and but you could see he's you know, sometimes you come back for that second spell and you're probably just a little stiff. You're not as loose as you really want to be. He just looks a little bit different to how he was when he started. When he started, he looked so fluent, you know.
Yeah, after first spell and then have to come back like 20 overs after is a lot of time on the field. Not getting enough time to probably loosen up. I'm sure the captain would have told him a couple overs before he's going to bowl. So, but he's big, you know. He take a lot of time to get warm, to get loose.
And I think all of the West Indies would be rooting for him to see him really get back to full fitness and get some, you know, some good spells under his belt, get his confidence, back up, and also get some wickets. That is the best confidence boost you could get. See Alzari Joseph also limbering up, so he might be coming back in as well for a little burst. And you look at the length of that delivery there, and look at where the ball ended up. It didn't even break stump height. You know, he's trying to bang it in, and it only got up like about stump height there for him. So things have changed drastically.
Drastically.
Yep. When he started, that was flying up head height. You know, he just banged that one in, and it never got past the height of the stumps. And that one kept a little bit low as well, but he was veering in at the stumps all the time, which is a good sign. He's not wasting the ball.
He's bowling everything on the stump, trying to bowl it wicket to wicket.
Yeah, which is sensible. Yeah. And that's the thing, you know. You want cricketers who can assess situations on their feet. You know, sure, the captain could tell you certain things, the coach will tell you things, but as a player, you too have to be able to assess as you go along. Pitching up, driven again, but can't get it through. And the soft ball it works both ways as well. The bowler, of course, has to deal with it, but the batsman also has to deal with a ball that's not coming off the bat as lively as it might have been earlier.
They bowl a lot of overs already, so they'll know exactly what's the best line to bowl, what's the best length to bowl on the pitch. He's going to use all his experience here now.
And it's a delivery. He had a good swipe at it there, missed it, and it went through to be taken by the keeper. So the end of a pretty good over, one would have to say. At the end of it, just a one run coming. It's 114 for 5.
Good over here from Thomas. Keep building that pressure here for the academy team. You can see the pressure is building. Teddy Bishop, big swing outside off stump. Run rate has gone to 6 runs and over. As I keep saying, you know, it's not a huge run rate, but they still need to rotate strike. Getting 1s and 2s every over is not going to cut it at this point in time.
Yeah, you want to at least keep it up at 4 or 5.
4 or 5
so
and
you
over.
stay within striking distance, and then you get the occasional big over, maybe 10, 12. and they kind of balance out each other, and before you look up, you're right where you want to be.
I think it's good captaincy by Alzari. He's very attacking, slip, short extra cover, point, short mid wicket. Only 3 guys outside the circle, which is good. Putting them under pressure. New batter on strike. Good captaincy. Not going to give them any room to rotate strike. They need to play shots. Need to play big shots.
And Naeem Young hasn't been there very long, still trying to build his way, feel his way through. He's 2 runs from 6 deliveries so far. He's stuck on the pad trying to turn this one, going down leg, and I feel more in hope than anything else.
Yeah, striking him high. Probably going down as well. Durham again has been impressive in this game. 7 in the first game. 2 for 25 off 7.5 in this game. He's not giving the batters anything to get under. He's been struck for 2 sixes, but one was off a free hit. The other one was one that he flighted.
Couldn't get down in time for that one. And from that height, he has to go a long way down.
Long way down. 2 runs off that over, 116 for 5.
Yeah, as you're talking about that play, you know what that play reminds me of? Our good friend Tony Gray, as a goalkeeper for St. Augustine. He actually did that and not letting a goal. The ball basically passed under him. He collapsed. Oh, good. It was so funny, and he was so disappointed. Needless to say, all these St. Augustine supporters were disappointed as well. But it's good to see them back in the playoffs, I think, in the East. So St. Augustine is one of the teams winning the Eastern region or the East Zone.
Green machine.
Back in the Big 5 playoff. Here now is the captain. He's going to have to hurry and just missing there. But once again, Graves was screaming coming in there. Underarmed the ball. He had a good look at the stumps. He just missed.
Suicidal run again by the academy team. Anytime this ball hit the stump, that was it. It's gone.
And Graves had a good look at it. You know, he was running in there and just missed the stumps. Took aim as well. He didn't rush too much. He just took his time, underarmed the ball. He just failed to hit timber.
Zari Joseph replacing Ocean Thomas from the commentary end. Zari's bowling with some gas. Not looking to pitch the ball up at all. So looking to hit that 3/4 length. Naeem Young playing on his back foot. He's not going to get any half volleys, I can assure you that.
That's the thing though, because now we have a lot of like bowling machines and stuff like that. Are the machines sophisticated enough to allow you to practice against short pitch bowling? And that's a great shot. That's glorious indeed. It's going to travel close to the boundary and it will get there. Yes, just ahead of 2 fielders. And 4 good-looking runs there from Skipper Young.
And as soon as I said he's not getting any half volleys, Alzari runs up and bowl a half volley just outside off stump.
And gets the full treatment.
Gets the treatment.
That should give Young some confidence. In fact, it should give both batsmen confidence. When one can play a shot like that, the others obviously feel things are getting easier for them. Hamilton, meanwhile, is still trying to stay loose.
Naeem will need to play a captain's in here. Needs to bat as long as possible with Bishop. Again, rotates the strike. Good by Naeem.
Drives again. They want a second run and then decide against it. I think that's a good decision because they've had some problems with the running between the wickets, so you don't want to take any unnecessary risk. And they decided early o'clock that they were just going to settle for the one. So one more takes it to 122 now for 5 as the scoreboard ticks over in this over quite nicely. Got a boundary already. You need just maybe a couple more singles to end it all off. And he was trying to give himself some room, but Alzari Joseph followed him outside leg and struck him somewhere in the private.
It's a delay reaction here from Bishop. 10 seconds after being hit, then he's going down.
He was trying to really give himself some room, but he followed him. Alzari Joseph saw him early enough, followed him, because when you look at where he got struck almost where he's stooping down now. You know, he was way outside leg stump.
And he's still down.
Yep.
I think it's not where you want to get hit, I can tell you. It's winded at the moment.
Yep. The funny thing is nobody is helping him. He's on his own.
Physio has now reached out.
Good. And now he's going down. He's
Down
rubbing
and
his rep. He's going to have to pump him there a little bit. Try to help him out there. See if we could just ease the pain just a little bit. I don't know why people always laugh at somebody's a batsman's misfortune in this situation. And that's the thing. Now everybody is coming around. Now that he's getting assistance, they're all coming around. But they're all coming around not to find out how well he's doing, you know, but just to have a laugh with him or
Just
at him.
Exactly, just to give him some banter.
Yep.
That's it.
But it's all in good fun, no doubt. Even Walsh is there, probably chirping away at him. I'm sure he's telling Bishop, if you want, you could go off the field, and it's not a problem.
Retire.
Yeah. The pain is too much. But he looks like he's going to be okay. Bishop looks like he's over maybe just the shock of the whole scenario, and will be able to continue.
He's back on his feet now, so hopefully he's okay.
So again, the game is just kind of meandering along here at the moment. It's 122 for 6. They still have some work to do here now. These youths, 118 from 115 balls. And again, Alzari Joseph follows him outside leg stump. And because he's on the wrong side of the ball, the umpires cannot call it a wide. So that completes the over. It's 122 for 5.
Good aggressive bowling again by Alzari. You can see he's continued from the new ball, getting the ball to carry nicely to the keeper. I don't think he'll take lightly of Bishop charging into him, so that might just charge Alzari.
No fast bowler wants any batsman chipping down to him or jumping down the wicket and having a swing at him. I mean, you like it when he skies the ball and he out caught, but in the main, you don't want to see any batsman, walking down the wicket or jumping down the wicket and firing away at you. At no stage of the game, you want to see that. But it happens, and some batsmen are brave enough to try it, and some have actually succeeded doing it. Young again, just kind of opening the face and stroking the ball to the offside. It takes a deflection. Actually, it struck the stumps, and it ricochets, but O'Shane Thomas was backing up well and avoided an overthrow.
It's a good thing he was backing up, otherwise it would have been 5. 4 overthrows.
And here he is trying to go across that one. It was outside of his legs, but he missed it. And one of the few gifts he would have gotten, but he couldn't accept it.
Bishop seems to be in overdrive now. He's been trying to go after every single ball he's faced in the last couple overs. Down the wicket again, giving himself room, hitting straight out the extra cover.
Yeah, I think the blow also probably is giving him a greater sense of urgency here now. Probably telling himself, I'm going to try to get as many as I can, as quickly as I can.
Excellent work by Azari Joseph. Diving to his right, stopping. Still couldn't prevent the single. Good commitment by the skipper.
Yeah, big tumble, and I think that's what happened. By the time he tumbled and got back on his feet, the batsman was completing the single already. This time he goes around, goes on the onside. And the over comes to an end. So another quick single there, 126 for 5 at the end of 32.
It's going to be interesting to see Bishop and Azari pumped up after the last over. He's already at the top of his mark. I'm sure we're going to see some short balls in this over.
Yep, the question is, will Bishop continue to go out leg or will he go inside the ball?
I think he's just going to stand and deliver mid on and mid off up.
He's probably trying to clear them.
Shot.
Straight over the head, it's right between the both of them, and it bounces a couple times before going over the rope, straight over the bowler's head. That's an excellent shot. He showed him the full face of the bat. He just presented it, it hit the bat, and it just spooned over his head.
Sure, he's not going to get any more ball pitched up to him.
That was the last
over.
one you're seeing in this over.
I think the feel that he has, he can't afford to bowl those sort of deliveries. Mid on and mid off is in this circle. Everyone behind square is on boundary.
And he pitches up again, but again he's going outside of his legs. And Azari Joseph not happy at all. He's chirping at him, probably telling him, "What are you doing, son?" And Bishop is probably saying in his mind, "Pitch it up again, no?" Probably telling him, "You got away with that one," because he was probably expecting a short ball.
Yeah, definitely. He's on 25 off 37, so he's been there for a while. He'll need to bat deep into this innings. They don't want any new batter coming to the crease here now. He's there with the captain. The captain is 10 off 14. Good little partnership, 18 so far. Short ball from Azari.
Yeah, that's more like it. Which is to be expected, because we were somebody surprised that he bowled a second half volley. You know, after he was dispatched the first time, he came back with another full pitch delivery. Got away with it, but I think that's it. You allowed 3 short balls in an over. I think you're getting at least 2 more in this one. And that handled well. And there goes Cornwall jogging across to pick it up. And what I like also, Riyadh, is that a lot of the players, even the players on both teams, of course, they know each other very well, and they have a good camaraderie. They talk to each other, and it's not like there's any animosity or anything like that out there. They're playing cricket, but they understand that it's just a game.
Yeah, it's good, clean, hard cricket. There's a bit of banter, which is expected, but it seems like it's clean banter.
I think the general idea is all the young boys trying to embarrass me. That's really what they're saying to them. You're making life hard for us, man. But the youngsters are probably telling them, well, we're just trying. And that's the way you want them to play cricket, because that's how they're going to learn cricket, and that's how they're going to learn. Because imagine this is West Indies that they're playing against, or the West Indies playing against India or Pakistan or somebody like that. This is exactly what they're going to be getting in those games. They're going to get short balls. They're going to get a thorough examination. Played well again, and Joseph is probably telling him, "Well played, youngster. Well played." But it certainly is a good examination for them. 133 for 5 now after 32.
Yeah, you're right, Ruskin. And the atmosphere is obviously going to be a lot more intense than this at the next level. So
yeah, you have to get it. Remember I was telling you earlier about Crofty bowling with a new ball in practice and stuff like that?
yeah.
And that was like a regular thing, and that was, but then again, look at who he was bowling against. He'd be bowling against Ron Farrier, Richard Gabriel, and so you'll get them. They were like the national openers at the time, and of course that is how the practice was. The practice was intense. It was hard. It was tough, This one is hit in the air. I don't think Cornwall has seen it. The bowler is trying to get there, and he gets it. Cornwall never saw it. He just looked up. I was like, where is it? And the bowler had to run a long way, and eventually he got there. So that is the end of Teddy Bishop for 27, caught and bowled by Durham. It's now 133 for 7. Or for 6, rather.
Cornwall never looked like he wanted it. He didn't even look where it was going. The bowler had to run back to take his own catch off his bowling. So Teddy Bishop was trying to get out for the longest while. He's never looked like he wanted to stay.
Never settled at all.
Just tried to play a shutter ball. Good run him catch by Durham, picking up his 3rd wicket. Again, not smart batting from...
I wonder if they realize they need 107 runs from 101 deliveries.
It's not smart batting, This is his last over. He's been, one of the better bowlers. Just try to knock him around and see who's coming next. Not smart batting at all. That is where, the inexperience comes in.
Yeah, 107. So they're right pretty much where they want to be, but they have to bat through. They have to go right out this period here, still milk the bowling, and then at the back end, you kick on if you need to. So Matthew Ford is the new batsman. I was really impressed with his athleticism in the field. I mean, he bowled well, but he also shows his all-round capabilities in the field. The question is, can he produce something for them with the bat now?
He's a good striker of the cricket ball. He's not a rabbit with the bat. These two are very good, strong guys with the bat. We'll be looking for these two to bat deep into the innings. 6.4 and over required. It's not much, as I keep saying, it's not much. Can't afford to lose wickets.
They called 2, but I don't think they'll get it. Again, screaming coming off that boundary there is Karima Gore. And the batsman limited to just the 1 run. So immediately off the mark is Ford. It brings Young. So good rotation here. Obviously recognizing that if you cannot hit a boundary, then your next best bet is to get off strike. And try to push on as much as you possibly can. Trinidad and Tobago 172 for 4. And Darren Bravo 51, 52 to Utley, 27 to De Silva, 16 to Lewis. And Jason Mohammed is on 14 not out. Yannick Karaya has just joined him there. So another 2 half centuries in the innings so far. Nobody carrying on to probably get a really big score.
Disappointing for Utley again, who got another start. He probably would have been looking for another 100.
And this one is spooned in the air, just seemed to get under it forward and just hit it. Luckily for him, it didn't go to hand. But a little bit careless there. He played it much too early, way out in front. So that completes the over from Durham. And his 10 overs have cost him 33 runs, 3 for 33 for Daniel Durham.
Excellent spell again from Durham. Continuing where he left off from the first game. 3 wickets in this match, 7 in the first game. He's really been the picker bowler for the Leeward Islands. He'll be happy with his day's work.
All in all, I tell you what, Ed, regardless of how this game finishes, you have to be impressed with the academy players. I think individually they're showing you that they know what they're about when they're bowling, even when they're batting. Sometimes it's those the nuances of the game that they seem to be lacking right now. And once they're able to get that sorted out, I think they'll be fine. That's a great shot. That's a brilliant catch. Caught and bowled. Ford cannot believe it as he struck that one back. And Hayden Walsh Jr., if his first ball of a new spell, he picks up his 3rd wicket. He has 3 for 27 now. And Ford has to go back. And he cannot believe it.
What a catch here by Hayden Walsh Jr. Hitting hard back at him. Sticking out his right hand. But stuck in his hand. But we've been used to seeing this by Hayden Walsh Jr. He's taken some excellent catches off his bowling in the outfield. Wonderful athlete. Ford still can't believe that he has taken that catch. As you look at it again, struck firmly and he dived into his right.
And that's a good thing, because remember when you're a right-arm bowler, you're almost going away,
to your left.
and he was able to go back to his right quickly and snare it out to the air. He looked Murray-like taking that there, but that's Derek Murray you're talking about it. But that was a brilliant, and we were now talking about the game and what the individuals are showing. Walsh is showing us what we've kind of grown accustomed to, and how. So another brilliant effort that we've seen, another piece of magic from Hayden Walsh Jr. And the Leeward Islands inch ever so closer to a victory here. They dismantled Jamaica and now they're looking to finish up here. Here's another swipe at one out there from Joshua Bishop. So the game moving along now. It's again, I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do there because he saw the ball spin and it's almost like he was reacting to the spin. And it's almost like a reflex action. They just kind of flicked at it, missed it. And luckily he didn't get a touch. He is again driving and not making contact. So some anxious moments here now for the academy.
Ruskin, I'm really impressed with Hayden Walsh, the way he's been flighting the ball.
Caught just out of the reach of the man at mid-wicket there. Alzarri Joseph, that would have been another brilliant catch here. Probably not as good as the one Hayden Walsh took, but it really was a good effort on his part, just out of his reach. And he concedes a single.
It's probably the best we've seen him bowl in a long, long while. He's not afraid to flight the ball. It's probably, after that innings, that 60 not out, you know, it
give him a boost.
give him momentum.
This one is in the air, and again he can't catch it. Just over his head there, and trying to get back. He was driving backwards and not able to haul it in there. Got Kofi James there trying to get back, and he just couldn't. He needed an inch or two from maybe Cornwall or from Durham in order to pull that in. He's a fairly tall man himself, but he just couldn't. So that's two catches, well, near catches. One went to hand, the other just out of the grasp of Alzarri Joseph. And but Hayden Walsh ends a successful over. All the same, it's 138 for 7. 2 runs off the over and a wicket.
Very eventful over there from Hayden Walsh Jr. Could have easily gotten 2 or 3 wickets. But yes, you know, it's good to see him getting back to his best. As I said, he's one of the few bowlers in the tournament, few spinners in the tournament you see actually flighting the ball, trying to get revs on the ball. It's good to see.
Well, Cornwall is back. See if he could wrap things up here. The youngsters have to be mindful that they're still in the game. It's not like it's a lost cause, but they're going to have to play sensible cricket here now.
It's going to be a uphill task here. Just 3 wickets in hand. Still, Naeem Young is there. He's very useful with the bat, so it's not out of their reach. 6 point. They're going up to 7 runs and over now.
And that's the challenge. It's trending in the wrong direction, the asking rate. That's a good shot. 139 now for 7. So in over number 36. So Bishop just taking his time to settle into his work here. They need him to produce something with the bat for them. In fact, everybody that comes to the crease now is going to be asked to make some kind of a contribution. All hands on deck, as they say. And this has to be, this is okay, because they must recognize that they need to preserve wickets, so they need to cut out the risky shots for the moment. And if you could just rotate strike, then you do just that. Good spinner there from Cornwall to end the over. After 36 overs, it's now 140 for 7.
Yeah, now more than ever, they need to rotate strike. If they not get any boundaries, they need to rotate strike. It's getting 7.1 over. Bishop Really needed to bat with his skipper. No need for that big hoik trying to go over mid-wicket. Lost his wicket. Ford lost his wicket.
And this one is
a
hit
good
high.
shot.
Yep, that's going to go for 6 runs. You heard the shot there, you heard the sound on the little advertising board. It's in front of us here. One of those CG United boards. And just made a loud noise. Again, pitching up. Nice, generous flight as well.
Good bowling from Walsh. Not afraid to flight the ball. Just got hit back over his head. Bit shorter. This ball flighted, well flighted. Good brave bowling.
And that was a leg break. Let's see if we could produce the googly here. And that's another good shot as well.
The Ram does the feeling down at long on. 1 run. Good intent from Joshua Bishop. He's not afraid to hit the ball straight back.
And they're all showing, you know, that they have some understanding and some capability with the bat. And which is good to see, because it means that, you know, if they find themselves in a regional representative team, you could probably rely on them to get you some runs at the death, which comes in so handy, you know, quite often, especially when you're setting totals and you're asking them to face, you know, 40 balls, 30 balls, or whatever it is at the death. You want to know that they're capable of giving you maybe a 20, 30 runs to add to help build a total.
Yeah, I think they have a fair idea of what they need to do. It's just going out there and trying to do it.
Cut
So
this one
nice
away.
shot.
Yep, this one might get a couple of runs. It's going to go close to the boundary. If not into the boundary, it does. And that's 4 runs. So a good effort there to just to break the monotony and get a boundary to end the over. And at the end of that over, it goes now to 152 for 7. So the 150 is on the board. So again, splendid effort there on the part of Naeem Young. He is still sticking around, or he's not giving up. He's on 14. Bishop is on to 13, and it's 152 now for 7 after 37 overs. Colin Murray is here, and we're going to take a break, and he and Kadeem are going to come back and maybe take you through to the end. So a good phase. The players are also getting some refreshment, so we'll take a break, and the next voice you hear after that is going to be Colin Murray.
Well, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. There's a lovely picture of the Caribbean stand, but devoid of spectators. Maybe we can count them 2, 5, 7, 8, 10, maybe about 11 of them, which is such a pity because one would have hoped on a Saturday afternoon with the top regional players playing that the crowds would have been a little bit bigger to come and see this 50 over games. But unfortunately, I don't think the West Indian fans now are too cock-a-hoop when it comes to West Indies cricket. There is a single to Young as we restart after the drinks break. So it's now 153 for 7. And the required run rate now just about 6.8. 88 runs required in something like 78 balls. So 88 runs required, 78 balls.
There or thereabouts. It's just the wickets is what would be the concern for them.
Yeah, 3 wickets left in the hatch. But Joshua Bishop, he's looked pretty good with the bat. He's looking like he can handle himself. And then with Naeem Young there, it's still possible. Difficult, extremely difficult, but still possible.
Yeah, you feel as though if these two could probably build a partnership,
Yeah.
I would think if they could take them anywhere close to that 200 mark, then definitely they would start to believe.
Well, this is good from Young. It's not going to get into the boundary. Yes, it will. It's timed much better than I thought. So a short delivery from Cornwall, and Young got onto the back foot, and he hit it high over mid-wicket down to the boundary for 4. I've seen this young man, Naeem Young, bat before, and he's a good cricketer. He's measured in terms of his batting. You know, he knows when to defend. He knows how to work the ball around. And if you bowl him a bad ball, he's going to put it away. And that's a nice looking shot again from him. Just a single because he's got the 4 before, the ball before. So you don't need another big shot. 6 runs so far in this over. And remember, the required run rate was 6.77. So they already have 6. So if they can just milk another couple of runs, even if they get a boundary, it would be a good over for the academy.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, he's gone after him. It's in the air, but away from the man at long on. And they're going to pick up a single. So the end of the over, is it? Yes, it is. And 2, 6, 7, 8 runs coming from that over. So that's good as far as the academy goes. 81 runs now needed in 12 overs or 72 balls.
Yeah, still very much doable, Colin. It's a matter of Naeem Young just probably shouldering most of the burden or the responsibility. And you have that added responsibility being the captain. He'd want to take his team home or get them as close to the victory target as possible.
Yeah, he's got to get the support from Bishop. Bishop has got to stay with him. And you think the power play will, I think that's the end of the 40th over, the third power play, come into action. So it's a situation where they've maybe with less fieldsmen. Well, he's hit it in there and he's given it away. Well, we've seen this so many times. Bishop going for a big hit and is just the ball peeling off the outer part of the bat and just going into the air. So Walsh picks up yet another wicket. Look at it, trying to go way over the top. The ball peeling off the outer part of the bat and the catch taken
by the substitute, Terence Ward.
Ward, who has come on as a substitute fieldsman. So it's now 160 for 8. Yeah. So 80 runs still needed. But now the wickets are starting to... Young is going to be looking like the last man standing because it's now 8 wickets now. And Hayden Walsh has picked up his 4th wicket. Let's have a look.
Again, tossed up, invited that big drive on Naeem Young and Joshua Bishop. Yeah, he fell into that trap. Naeem Young wasn't happy on the other end. It was not required. But it is what it is. Hayden Walsh celebrates. He picks up his 4th, 4 for 41. And Johan Lane, big fast bowler, new man to the crease. I've never seen him bat. But going back to that point earlier, Colin, where you said this is the best you've seen Hayden Walsh Jr. bowl in quite a while. I got to say, I have to agree with you. He's landed those deliveries in a good area. He's getting some turn. He's get his wrong on going. And he's picked up wickets as a result. Took a brilliant return catch.
Oh, yeah, that was easily, for me so far, the best catch I've seen in the Super 50 game. And we've seen some good ones. Here's that good shot from Lane. And maybe that is what Bishop was trying to do. And Lane is coming. First delivery, give him some air. And he just got that, didn't even get that left foot too much across. But he got bat onto ball. He's a tall man. So he's got that reach. And he hit that almightily hard. And it was away from Graves, and he's picked up 6 runs.
I tell you what, the top order batters are going to be pleased with a shot like that. High quality shot. Here he's again trying to repeat the dose. And Hayden Walsh Jr. picks up another wicket.
Yeah.
Johan Lane is not...
I am not sure if that ball... I thought that ball hit the ground. I thought it bumped in from the shot. Let's have a look. I thought that ball bumped into the hands of Walsh. Let's have a look. Look at it. Let's have a look. I'm not convinced, I tell you. I'm not totally convinced, but I think he's given it. Yeah, they've given him out. Yeah, they've given him out. Maybe it took the inner part of the bat and then went back to the bowler, but there was a lot of dust, if you notice. Maybe the bat hitting the ground. Let's have a look again, Kadir.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at it. It was tossed up again, Walsh. And he goes after it. Yeah, it came straight back to him.
Yeah.
Good catch. And that's his 5th wicket.
Yeah, Walsh Jr. picks up a 5 for.
5 for 45 on top of 16 not out. Any idea who might be man of the match?
Oh. Very, very easy call there, Colin.
Yes.
What a game he's having.
Yes.
Hayden Walsh Jr.
Was struck for 6. What I like about that, well, it was a 4, was it?
Yeah.
I thought it was a 6. But what I like about that, he wasn't afraid the next delivery to give it a little bit of air again.
He
didn't push it through. Yeah. But he didn't push it through. Just give it a little air and say, okay, hit me again. That's good bowling on the part of Eden. Yeah, this 5 for 45, you have to say, it's the best I've seen him bowl for a long, long while, Hayden Walsh. He's been struggling.
Yeah. He just seems to get his confidence back. Yeah.
And Nedd is the man who has come in to replace Bishop. To replace Lane. Quicker delivery. Pushing it through. Decided not to give it air. Yeah, and you know, sometimes when you have that, he batted so well, getting to 60. Obviously he was feeling good about himself. His confidence was there, and it's come over now in his bowling.
Yeah,
that's a good shot from the last man in terms of Nedd. He was just leaning back, opening the face of it. Nedd.
I'll tell you what. Naim Young on the non-strikers, and he probably got it at this time. You've seen 2 wickets fall in the over. He's not gotten strike in this over. And
he's batted well, hasn't he? He's batted very well. 20 off of 26 deliveries. And he's coming at number 7, but wickets are falling all around him. That's the googly spinning into him. And they take a single with the last delivery of the over. So I don't think that, maybe Young has a lot of confidence in Nedd. So 1 more to the total. It's the end of over number 39. At the end of it's 166 for 9. So 74 still needed, but the balls are diminishing. It's only 66 deliveries now left. So there is the scorecard. Melias 37, Nandu 29, Julian 3, Bishop 27, Tuta Wickham, Ogies 21, Ford 2, and Bishop 15, and Lane 4.
I'm not sure. Taking a single off that last delivery, exposing number 11, Nedd, to 6 balls from Raheem Cornwall here, who's getting some bounce, getting some turn.
Well, it's in the air, but see if it's one bounce going down to deep mid-wicket. And they're going to pick up easy single.
It'll be interesting to see how Naim Young plays now.
Is he going to go after Cornwall? Or is he going to just wait for the bad ball? Well, he's just very content at the moment just to push it around.
This is a whole different challenge for the young man here now.
He's pushing it around.
Tell you what, the deep fielders.
Yeah, Gore is out there deep mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Then there's that deep backward square and a long on. Well, he's found the gap. That's going to run away. That's a good shot. We've seen him do that before. It was short and he was pulling it, but he knew exactly where the deep mid-wicket was on the long on. He got it over the head of the deep mid-wicket and, over the head of the orthodox mid-wicket fielder, and neither long on or the deep square leg could get around in time. And I'm just wondering if Alzari Joseph needs to plug that gap there.
He bisected them with precision. Was Naim Young. He's just coming a bit straighter now there. And this one is in the air.
It's going to fall short. Yeah, falling well short. He didn't time it all that well. But had he done, it might have very well carried all the way down to long on.
Indiana, safe shot. Gets a single. So Nedd has 2 balls to negotiate here. Down the track.
That's in the air. Alzari Joseph is getting on it. He's waiting on it. And he takes the catch. So it's the end of the innings. Nedd, falling prey, couldn't resist the temptation of going down the track and trying to lift this high over long on. All he did was get the height, didn't get the distance, and Alzari Joseph takes a comfortable catch at mid-wicket. It's the end of Nedd. And, you know, the thing is, Kadir, I'm a little disappointed, I must admit, with the last 4 or 5 batsmen. I felt they could have played for Young, you know, work the ball around, because he was there. He's ended up stranded on 25 not out, and really and truly, you just have to think they could have played a little bit more for him, give him a little bit more strike, push the ball around, yeah, you know. But all they were doing was trying these big hits, and it never came off. Yeah,
disappointed. Really, really disappointed. And it started with Teddy Bishop, when Teddy Bishop got out. And then this slide, it just continued. Yeah, it continued. But you have to say it was good bowling and good feeling on the part of the Leeward Islands. They got a subpar 239, but in the end they defended it well. And they won this one by 66 runs. The Academy falling to their first defeat. The Leeward Islands, they pick up their second win of the tournament so far, and they must be brimming with confidence, Colin.
Yeah, they certainly would be, because as you rightly said, 239, I thought they may have been 20 runs, 25 runs too short. But as it turned out, they were well ahead. And there's the man of the match coming in, leading the team in, was Hayden Walsh, because he did extremely well, picking up 5 for 45. And what a game he's had, coupled with his 60 not out. Easily the player of the match. There is, but I think the Academy would be disappointed with their batting display based on their first game when they totaled 318. They would have felt confident to come here and get the 230. But really and truly, and they had a wonderful start. They were 64 for none. Let's not forget that. They were 64 for none. And then getting bowled out for 163. So they lost basically their last 10 wickets for 109 runs. So they would be very disappointed with their performance.
Yeah, certainly.
And they bowled well, Kadir, to get the Leewards out for 239. I thought they did well.
Yeah, they definitely bowled well. And they certainly would have backed themselves to get to 240. But as you mentioned, the last 9 wickets falling for just 109 runs, they'd be disappointed with that effort. But still a lot to play for these guys. It's going to be definitely a learning experience and one that they're going to take on the chin. And I'm sure they're going to come back in their next round of games with a much better performance.
So that is the situation here. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes winning this encounter against the West Indies Academy by 66 runs, 239. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes got, and in response, the West Indies Academy couldn't get to the victory target of 240. They were bowled out for 173. So that's the situation here at the Queen's Park Oval. Victory for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. On behalf of all of us here at the Queen's Park Oval, we hope you've enjoyed the commentary on 360. We are going to be on again tomorrow at UE Spec for another encounter in the CG Super 50. Until then, it's goodbye until tomorrow.